Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter loved Goddess Flora and Hestia? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. November 1995, they're watching you again. Those two are really creeping me out, Ron whispered. Harry turned casually to survey the DA as they were practicing their spells in the room of requirements. He had spent the first half-hour teaching and now the students had split off to practice casting in pairs. The older students were working on Incarcerus, while the younger ones were practicing Protega. The whole group appeared to be enjoying themselves. Everybody was casting exuberantly. Off to one side, away from the others, were the two Caro sister, the only Slytherin members. They're practicing like everybody else, Ron. No, they're faking. They're actually spying on you. Fine, I'll go over there and check. Harry had to admit that having Slytherins in the DA made him a little nervous. But Hermione was in advanced runes with the Caro twins, and she had vouched for them. And Harry believed that everybody should know how to defend themselves. This wasn't just a class. After all, it was about life and death. He walked over and observed them with a critical eye as they cast a couple of times. "How are you two doing?" he finally asked. "Doin'." His best to sound cheerful and confident. He was the instructor, even if he still didn't feel like one. "We're fine," the two girls answered in unison, their faces expressionless as they turned to watch Harry with a fixed stare. Harry had to admit that it was a trifle creepy, but by force of will he kept the smile on his face and nodded to the closest one, Hestia. Flora. He had no idea how to tell them apart. They looked identical and they were dressed in identical jumpers under their robes. The only difference was one had a hair clip holding her bangs off to the right, and the other had one pinning them to the left. "Okay, let me see your Incarcerus." The first girl, Harry decided he would think of her as Hestia, nodded, casting Incarcerus tonelessly. Thin ropes flew out, wrapping around her sister. "That's not bad. You have good fundamentals, but you're not putting enough intent into it. Which is why your ropes are a little thin." Harry dispelled the twine-like rope. "Here, try it like this." He pulled his wand and glared at Flora before jabbing his wand and snarling, "Incarcerus." A shiver ran through Flora at the intensity of the look a moment before the ropes encircled her, pulling tight. A quiet "eep" escaped her as she almost toppled. "Oh, sorry." Harry dispelled the binding, "but you see the difference." Both girls nodded, again expressionless. Well, they seemed to be taking it seriously. Harry went back to circulating around the room, correcting students. "MLC, I want to go to the top of the astronomy tour and scream," Hermione announced. As they walked out of another completely useless defense against the dark arts. "Umbridge." "Ah." Harry nodded. Instead of listening to her prattle, "I spend most of class trying to cast a silent, wandless spell." "Oi, has that worked?" Ron was curious. "You'll know when it does. They're all reductor curses aimed at the pink toad." Harry scowled. It was still early fall, so maybe he would get it to work before the school year was over. Ron snickered. "Harry." Hermione automatically replied before smirking as well. The other students swept past the trio as they dawdled down the corridor. Classes were done for the day. And dinner wouldn't start for another hour. "I'll meet up with you guys for dinner. I need to work on a lesson plan for the next DA. You know, all that hard work will make you hair gray." Ron quipped. "Come on, Ronald. You could stand to learn from Harry's example." Hermione took Ron's elbow and steered him for the stairs towards the Gryffindor dorms as she cast an approving nod at Harry. Harry was halfway to the room of requirements when he heard somebody behind him. He whirled, wand drawn, to find the Caro sisters approaching him, side by side. "Potter, may we have a word?" They spoke in unison, unperturbed by having a wand pointed at them. If Harry hadn't spent time around the Weasley twins, he would have found this extremely disturbing. As it was, he found their dead expressions unnerving. "Go ahead." Harry put his wand away and relaxed. "We do not feel that it is fair that you spend so much time teaching us defense," began one. When the other interrupted, "We do appreciate your help. Without it we would have no hope of passing our owls." The first nodded before continuing, "Therefore we would like to return the favor. We will teach you potions. Your potion are abysmal." The second interjected, "Hestia, that was uncalled for." The first Caro scolded her sister, going so far as to wag her finger. That was the first time Harry had ever seen the two girls not be in complete agreement, and the unexpectedness of it brought a small smile to his face. "Yeah, I know I stink. But there's not much I can do. Snape hates me." "Professor Snape does not hate you," corrected the twin who must be Flora. "He is just a perfectionist when it comes to his art, and he cannot hide his disappointment when his students fail to measure up to his expectations. And you are especially bad," Hestia added. Harry could have sworn that the corners of her mouth quirked up in a slight smile, earning her a glare from her sister. Hestia rolled her eyes. "That is why we are volunteering to help you learn the basic skills of the subtle art of potions making." Flora sounded remarkably Snape-like as she made her pronouncement. "Okay," Harry considered. He really didn't want to spend more time on schoolwork, especially potions. He glanced over at the two girls waiting patiently for his answer. And if he is going to be tutored by a girl, he'd rather she be a looker like Cho Chang. The best thing that could be said for the Caro sisters was that they were plain. Except for their creepy twin speak, they faded into the background so much that he hadn't even known their names until they joined the DA, despite them being in his year. But we keep the meeting a secret. On the other hand, it would be worth it if he could stop Snape singling him out for humiliation. Every single class. The two girls nodded expressionlessly. "We can meet in the room of requirement after dinner tonight. Hestia and I will take turns tutoring you once a week. How about now? I already told my friends that I was going to go work on my own, so I have an hour free." The two Caros exchanged looks before nodding in unison. Flora, her hair was pinned too. The left turned wordlessly to follow Harry to the room of requirements as her sister headed back down towards the Slytherin dorms. MLC. The room did a yeoman job of providing them with a potions lab, even stocking most of the common ingredients. "So, what potion should we make?" "Let us begin with a calming draught." Flora selected a third-year potion. It was pretty easy to brew, and it would let her observe Harry Potter. His brewing skill, that is. As Harry cut up an ingredient, Flora commented, "That is chopped. The instructions call for diced Florian root. What's the difference?" Harry had always assumed that those were just two words for the same action. "This is chopped." Flora pointed to the results of Harry's work. "This is diced." With quick motions, she cut the chopped pieces again, cupping her hand over the knife as it worked to keep the pieces grouped together. The result was that the slivers were diced into fine shreds, with an almost pureed consistency. With harder ingredients, you also need to take care that they do not shoot off of your cutting board. "I spell the edges of mine to prevent ingredients from falling off," she commented as she demonstrated. Harry nodded. No wonder his potions were so bad. Potion making was incredibly tedious. But by the end of the hour-long session with Flora, and it had been a stressful hour, she never spoke except to voice corrections. He at least now understood what the instructions in the textbook meant, and how to follow them. He still wasn't certain that it was worth the effort. MLC. It was a couple of weeks later that the results of Harry's hard work paid off. It happened in the Wednesday potions class. As Snape picked up his potion for evaluation, his sneer faltered. "Potter, this potions is," he squinted at it, trying to find fault before turning back to glare at the student who dared confound his expectation. "This potion is significantly improved from your usual sludge. I will expect to see you performing at this level in the future. No more slacking off." Snape stormed off to collect a sample from other students' cauldrons. Harry, did Snape just give you a compliment?" Ron W. whispered as soon as Snape was out of earshot. Harry just smirked. I explain later. It felt good. After the horrible week that he had been having, with the toad banning him from Quidditch and the horrid dreams. It was nice to have something go his way. Harry cast a quick glance to the back corner of the room, where the two Carrow girls were cleaning up their work area. They were keeping to their end of the bargain, never acknowledging him in any way outside of the tutoring sessions. What's to explain? Ron interrogated him as soon as they were both out in the hallway. Hermione had been just about to rush off to her runes class when she paused. Is this about the potion you just turned in? Yeah, sort of. I hope you didn't do anything inappropriate. Hermione lived in dread of cheating. She knew Harry was a mostly honest guy, but his skirting the rules always roiled her stomach. No, even you can't find fault with this one, my own. He explained his arrangement with the Carrow sisters. Now that he had definitively demonstrated that it was for purely academic purposes, he was willing to admit that he was spending time with the Carrow girls. And you didn't ask me to tutor you? Hermione asked plaintively. Harry thought quickly. He had been certain that Hermione would approve of him doing extra studying. How did he get into trouble? This time, I thought you wouldn't have time. You're taking a much heavier course load than I am, and with you being so worried about the owls, I didn't want to bother you. Oh, okay. Hermione paused, before adding, that was considerate of you, but next time, ask me. I like helping you. She glanced at her watch, but I got to run. I'll see you for lunch. She waved as she power walked towards the staircase. And it's a good thing she likes helping. Ron knew he was lucky to have a friend like Hermione. Without her, there was no way that he would be doing well enough. Well enough, being defined as his mum not yelling at him over his grades. I still don't trust them, though. Ron returned to the previous topic. What reason would they have to help out like that? They're Slytherins. They take what they can get, and don't feel any obligation to pay for it. Not all Slytherins are like that. A lot of students have traits associated with other houses. Look at Hermione. She's Ravenclaw material, but she's with us in Gryffindor. I know, Ron continued, ignoring the interruption. I know. I bet one of them has the hots for you. Ron jabbed a finger at Harry. Ew. No. And anyways, it's not one of them. They are both taking turns tutoring me. Quote, how do you know? Nobody can tell them apart. Not even Hermione. Ron countered. I can tell, Harry replied in his worldly wise voice. Well maybe they both have a thing to for you. Ron almost missed his step on the stairs as he had a momentary fantasy of dating twins. Though not those twins, obviously. In his imagination they both looked a lot more like Lavender. Yeah, right. Harry rolled his eyes. They just believe in paying their debts. His gaze involuntarily swung left as they passed the corridor to the Ravenclaw dorms. But the paradigm of beauty, Cho Chang, was nowhere to be seen. Maybe next time. MLC. That evening, after the DA filed out, Harry stayed behind in the room of requirement as had become his custom. A moment later, H.E. was joined one of the Carrow sisters, Hestia this time, based on the hair barrettes. Despite what he had claimed to Ron, he was a little embarrassed to admit that even after several of these 1-0-N1 tutoring sessions with each sister, he still couldn't tell the two of them apart except for the hair clips. For instance, today both girls were wearing a dull green jumper over a gray-green blouse that almost matched the walls in the dungeon. Do you always wear green? Hestia just gave him a puzzled look. Never mind, I'm just in a good mood. Thanks to your and your sister's tutoring, I finally befuddled Snape. Did you see his expression? Harry crowed. Hestia nodded. If our tutoring has been that helpful, it is only fair that you balance the accounts. She paused and wet her lips nervously before adding, I'd like to go over some more defense. Harry nodded. Ron was wrong. Clearly, the Carrows just wanted to learn, and they were scared that he would kick them out of T. He'd off for being Slytherins if they didn't repay him somehow. Which was not an unreasonable worry, given the way Ron was still, very publicly, grumbling about them being included. Sure, let's continue working on the impediment jinx. As Hestia took up a casting stance, her elbow was too far out to the side. Harry reached over and gently adjusted her arm. Hestia stiffened with a sudden inhalation. Sorry, next time I'll give you warning before I grab you like that. Harry took a step back. He sometimes forgot to give people their space when teaching. It's okay, Hestia muttered. Harry glanced at her face. But it was impassive as always. Hestia cast. As usual, the spell motions were correct, but her focus was weak, resulting in a dim spell that just splashed over the target dummy. Here, like this, Harry demonstrated. Can you cast it on me? So I can see what it feels like to get hit with one. Harry nodded. That was actually a good idea. He should include that in the curriculum. As important to know what a spell felt like, so that if you got hit by one in a real situation, you wouldn't panic. Impedimenta. An orange flash of light flew out and struck Hestia, pushing her back a couple of steps. Again, she asked. The second spell pushed her up against the wall with a solid thump. Again, Hestia gasped. How about we practice blocking the spell as well? Harry replied, looking away from Hestia. He felt inexplicable awkward. Oh okay, gasped Hestia. She was slightly flushed, so instead they spent the next half-hour casting impedimenta and other spells at each other. While the other blocked them with a protega. You know, once you relaxed, your casting got a better. A lot better, Harry gasped, as he collapsed into a chair that the room had obligingly provided. Why had both been working hard as Hestia had managed to overcome whatever block she previously had. I like that, Hestia volunteered. When Harry glanced up, he saw a small smile quirking up her lips. It was just a fleeting thing, but it had transformed her face into something more human. Can we train like that more? I'm not certain the other DA members are up for something that intense. Maybe we can have an advanced group meet on the Sundays. With his Quidditch ban, Harry found he had a lot more free time. No, I mean just the two of us. Hestia stepped closer so that she was leaning into Harry's personal space. Yeah, okay, what about your sister? Hestia was a little weird, but it felt good to train at 100% intensity. No, it will just be me. We can do it once every other week, after I tutor you in potions. Your sister won't get jealous. Harry teased. Hestia just gave him a flat, emotionless look. The small tidbit of personality that she had shown for the past few minutes retreated back into its deep shell. But as they walked out of the room, just before they went their separate ways, she blurted over her shoulder, "We always wear green because it reminds us of growing things. We like plants. MLC. Harry, we hardly ever see you nowadays." Hermione commented as she slid into the seat opposite him at the dinner table. Harry shrugged. "I've been busy." "With what?" "We see you less than when you were on the Quidditch team," Ron added. "I'm not prying. Just we're worried about you. You've been acting funny, what with those dreams. Nightmares. And I can't help it." Harry muttered. He didn't want to talk about it. It was clear that the other two thought he was cracking under the strain. But the dreams were real. "You should tell Dumbledore." Hermione held up a hand to forestall the inevitable explosion. "Or if you don't want to tell him, tell Sirius." "I thought you didn't want me writing to him." Sirius would believe. He wouldn't just tell him to take a calming draught. But Sirius had his own problems. "I don't. I think the risk of discovery is too high, but I know that you contact him anyways." Ron tried to look innocent as Hermione said that. And failed. Subtlety was not a skill that he had. "I only did it that one time." Harry scowled. "That's the last time I ask Ron to help with something that I want to keep private." Not because he minded Hermione knowing, but because Ron should have asked first. Harry sighed, but Hermione was right about the risk, as she usually was. That's why he really hadn't written to Sirius. Not since that chat over the Gryffindor flow way back at the beginning of the year. "I'll figure something out, but I gotta go now. I still need to set up the room of requirements for the DA. But it's Tuesday. We meet on Wednesdays." Ron gawped. "Yeah, but I need to figure out how everybody can practice the spells I'm going to teach without anybody getting in each other's way." Harry waked off. He actually wasn't lying. Since he spent most of the evening after DA, when he claimed he was working on next week's lesson, either learning potions with one of the Caro sisters or training with Hestia. He had to do the setup some other time. Fortunately, teaching defense came naturally to him, so it took much less time to come up with a lesson plan than Hermione imagined. "Oh, hello, Hestia." He stopped. Having almost walked into the Caro girl as she entered the hall, she stumbled back awkwardly. You need to keep your situational awareness even when you're not sparring, he quipped. Don't talk to me in public, she hissed. Harry started back at the vehemence. Oh, right, that was the agreement. He nodded and walked off, forcing himself not to glance backwards or to dwell on it. That had been a strange encounter. He thought that over the past couple of while they had become sort of friends. They were meeting for several hours a week, most weeks. They didn't really talk much. They just exchanged a few words when they took a breather, but then again he was a guy. He didn't really talk much with his other friends either, that was mostly Hermione's job. Oh, well, we're only friends when there's no one around for me to embarrass her in front of. Though technically he had been the one to request that they keep their meetings secret. And he still hadn't told the full extent of them to Ron or Hermione. Well, we all have our secrets. He really wasn't certain how Slytherin House worked, or where the Caros fit into it, but Hestia was probably as embarrassed to have a Gryffindor friend as he was to have a Slytherin one. Or more, girls cared a lot more about gossip than guys did. MLC. Things continued pretty much the same through the rest of the term. It was only when the professors piled on the work right before the holidays that Harry had to scale back the tutoring sessions, dropping the extra Dada practice with Hestia, because as much as he enjoyed them, he needed to focus on his schoolwork. He did continue with the potions tutoring, though, as that was making a huge difference. At this rate he would get the O that he needed to continue on to the Newt level classes. Harry grimaced. Not that he wanted to spend more time with Snape, but the Auror Academy required it. When he had explained his decision to Hestia after their usual potions session, she just nodded. You're not upset. I know you really enjoy these sessions, and I feel bad backing out like this, Harry asked tentatively as her expression remained blank. Your reasoning is valid, Hestia replied as she turned to leave the room of requirements before pausing, her hand on the door handle. Harry stood, waiting behind her. Is something wrong? No, this is for the best. After all, this is just for our personal enjoyment. Professor Umbridge will not be testing us on anything we practice here. Harry frowned. There was something off about her tone. There's nothing wrong with doing stuff for fun. Hestia turned around quickly. You enjoy our mock duels as well. At Harry's nod, she seemed to relax, as tension flowed out of her shoulders. I am glad. MLC. No. Harry jerked out of bed. The dream had been so real. He had been a snake, trying to bite Mr. Weasley. Harry glanced at his watch. It was almost midnight, after his last midterm. He led on his robes and ran down the stairs into the common room before bursting out into the hall, waking the fat lady in the process. He ran towards his head of house's quarters, ignoring the portrait's imprecations. Professor. He pounded on McGonagall's door. He had never come to her apartment before, but she did tell them when they had all been first years that they were welcome to come to her at any time if they had a concern. And it was closer than Dumbledore's. Harry still felt a tinge of guilt in the back of his mind for waking her at such a late hour. What is it, Mr. Potter? The door creaked open to reveal a groggy but fully dressed and proper Minerva McGonagall. I think something happened to Mr. Weasley. I just had a dream of a snake attacking him as he stood guard by a door. The Scottish professor considered before stepping aside. Come in, Mr. Potter. I will call on the headmaster. MLC. The next several hours were so chaotic that Harry had a hard time remembering them the following day. Mr. Weasley had been attacked by a giant snake, and Harry's panicked warning had set off a chain of events that ended with the Weasley patriarch at St. Mungo's, fighting for his life. Go pack your things, Harry. I will take you to Grimmauld Place a day early. Dumbledore offered. It was the last day before Christmas break. The Weasley children had all already left, flowing to St. Mungo's to wait with their mother. Harry nodded. I'll be back in an hour. He ran to his dorms. The fat lady let him in, expressing her sympathy and wishing Mr. Weasley a quick recovery. The attack wasn't public news as yet, but the portrait's gossip network was second to none. Harry wasn't really paying attention, though. The Weasleys were like a surrogate family, and he was distraught at what had happened. Mr. Weasley was a little more distant than Molly, but he was kind and friendly and tried to share his quirky hobbies with Harry. He was everything that Harry imagined a father should be, so it was understandable that Harry was a little distracted as he walked back out of the Gryffindor dorms, his trunk floating behind him. Potter, a cold voice hissed. He froze, turning to see the Caro twins standing in the shadow of a cross corridor. Before he could think of something to say, one of them thrust a roll of parchment at him. Here, what's this? Potions homework, Hestia replied. For you to do over winter break, Flora added. After a short pause, she continued, it would be a shame if you forgot everything we taught you over the halls. Oh, thanks, I guess. Harry was at a loss of what to say. He turned to Hestia before shrugging apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't think of anything of that sort for defense. Don't concern yourself, Flora replied, we will resume in the spring. Hestia just frowned. Harry looked a little confused between the two before shrugging again. I'll see you, and continued on to the headmaster's office. MLC. The winter break was surprisingly good, if subdues. The Weasley patriarch made a steady recovery under the care of the healers at St. Mungo's, and Harry was able to spend the entire 2 weeks with the Weasleys and away from the Dursleys. Ron and Hermione spent much of the time arguing with each other, but that was fine with him. That meant that they weren't bothering him. He found that he needed a lot of personal space this year. After the Christmas presents and mandatory Weasley jumpers were handed out and the Christmas dinner was consumed, Harry found himself up in the room that he was sharing with Ron. Ron was still downstairs trying to explain the Chudley Cannons, their history, how the players dysfunctioned, and his pathological love of the team to Hermione. When Harry had gone upstairs, Hermione had appeared slightly wilted and dazed, much the same way Ron did when she explained anything academic to him. Harry had figured that turnabout was fair play. As he lay back on his bed, staring up at the slightly cobwebby ceiling, he considered what to do about the Caros. He had read over the homework. He hadn't actually done any of it, of course. All his potion supplies were back at school. And he appreciated the work that they had put into crafting it. It looked like it was really well thought out. I should get them something. But what? The only thing he knew about them was that they liked green, were good at potions, and Hestia liked to duel very aggressively. His lips quirked up at that. She really was a good training partner. While her spell casting wasn't on his level, she was enough of a challenge that his own skills improved. And hers had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was a close match between her and Ron as to who was the second best duelist in the DA. Hermione refused to fight dirty, so she was in third place. He could ask Ron for help, but he would get the wrong idea. He had to work hard to quash Ron's idea about there being something romantic going on after he had first mentioned the tutoring. He didn't need to do that all over again, which is why he just let Ron assume that the potions tutoring had just been a couple of sessions. MLC. It was exceptionally cold the first day back at Hogwarts. All the students tried to stay inside the castle as much as possible, even going the long way around to avoid having to struggle with the cold of the courtyard, which made Harry's first task much easier. Hey, Harry called out as the Caro sisters walked by. The Marauder map had made finding the twins inside the castle a snap. Though apparently even the map couldn't tell them apart, they were simply labeled as Caro. The two sisters turned to stare coldly at Harry. I just wanted to say thank you for all the tutoring. I even did some of your homework. No response. Harry broke out in a cold sweat. So I got you a thank you present. He handed them each a jade-studded bracket. Jade was inexpensive, thankfully. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford them. Each was a little different. Flora's was in the shape of a flower, and Hestia's was thicker, with an abstract pattern carved into it. And Hestia, your bracelet has a built-in shield charm, he added. To his surprise, both girls gave him an angry glare. I mean, it's okay if you use it during our sparring. Thank you, they replied coldly and pivoted in unison to continue on their way. Harry sighed. Girls were strange, and he couldn't even ask Ron for advice. Not that Ron was the best expert on matters having to do with the opposite gender. Given how disastrous his Yule date last year was, not that Harry's was any better. Maybe I can risk a letter to Sirius. Harry forced that selfish thought down. He wasn't going to endanger his godfather for something silly like this. Maybe he could ask Hermione. No. The idea of asking Hermione about girls made him oddly uncomfortable. It was the same sort of uncomfortable had he got when he thought about the discussion last fall about the Caros tutoring him. MLC. That following Wednesday evening, after the last DA member filed out, Harry stepped out of the room of requirements to allow it to switch to a potions lab when Hestia Caro appeared. Harry stopped. She was skipping. The Caros did not skip. "Hello, Potter," she smiled. Harry's hand crept towards his wand. The Caros did not smile. "Let's skip potions this week. I really want to test out the bracelet you gave me." She held up her arm, showing that she was wearing his gift. Harry relaxed. "Okay. It's not somebody else under Polyjuice." He lowered his wand. "Okay." They walked back in and took up their dueling stances. Hestia immediately went on the offensive, casting with a ferocity that few could match. Gone was her diffident manner of before. She led with a stunner and followed with a bombarda and the rest of the spells Harry had been teaching her. Harry was taken aback at the attack. He managed to duck the first spell and counter the next. After that, he started to push back, managing to get off at least one attack spell for each of Hestia's. Soon Hestia was forced to resort to her shield bracelet to block some of the spells, but she still did not give up, giving back almost as good as she got. "You okay?" Harry asked during a pause. "Yes." "Harder. Come at me harder," Hestia gasped. Their duel continued for a half hour until finally an impedimenta from Harry caught Hestia in the shoulder, slamming her into the wall hard enough to knock the wand from her hand with a cry of pain. "Hestia, are you okay?" Harry approached. Hestia looked up at him as she slid to the floor, a strange smile on her face. That was wonderful. Harry sat down a little distance away. "I'm glad to see you too." She was a strange girl, but he was beginning to understand her. "So, what do you want to do next?" "With you, anything and everything." Training days. Fall, 1982. Alexandra Rookwood swore as the judge read out the will. "I don't have fucking time for this." She was an up-and-coming actress. She had finally gotten a good role in Dr. Faustus at the Globe Theatre, the real one. Not the fake that the Muggles knew about. She didn't join Voldemort even when her dearly departed brother had, because she couldn't risk her career. She didn't need something jeopardizing her career. Especially not kids. She looked down at the two toddlers. The infamous Caro girls. Her cousins' bastards. Most people don't achieve infamy until adulthood, but most people don't have a Death Eater brother and sister as parents. But they were family, even if distantly, and purebloods always took care of family. If she didn't take them in, it would be a scandal. Her career would be over. It was one of the few things that would tank it even faster than these two little parasites. "Okay, you puling wretches, take my hands. We're going to your new home," Alexandra hissed through a fake smile. When she had their hands, she gave them a hard yank, almost pulling them off their feet, as they walked out of the courthouse. Now, what Harry hated more than anything else was occlumency. Specifically, the occlumency training with Professor Snape, as Hermione continued to insist, despite everything. "Hello, Professor," Harry ground out through clenched teeth as he sat down in Snape's office. And waited. Snape finally finished grading the report he was working on and looked up. "Potter." He frowned, then paused, as if considering what to say. Finally a frown crossed his face. "You are not stupid. Stop acting like it." Quote. To say that Harry was shocked was an understatement. "Sir, you have improved dramatically in potions, showing that you can learn. Yet here in occlumency, you keep trying the same thing over and over again. Why do you assume that the method that failed to work for you last time will miraculously succeed this time? Because you're not teaching me. It's occlumency, Potter. I can't tell you how to defend your mind. Everybody's mind is different, and a defense that works for one person is worthless for another. Some people organize their minds and hide what they want to protect. Others think of something that takes their entire concentration, like a good opera. Others have minds that are so sloppy, that even they can't find anything in there." Harry nodded, flabbergasted. This was the longest explanation that he had received from Snape on any subject. But maybe he could use that. He had been trying to keep his mind organized, to not think about whatever Snape was searching for. But maybe doing it the other way around would better play to his strengths. What absorbed him more than anything else? Defense. His duels with Hestia consumed his entire concentration. Or flying. Except he hadn't had much chance to do that lately. Begin. Legilimens. Snape pronounced as he dived into Potter's little mind. And slammed into a blizzard of attack spells. He couldn't see who was the target of Potter's spells. It was almost as if Potter didn't care. The casting, the duel, was an art unto itself. He tried to distract him with a scent that would remind him of Lily, but to no effect. He tried to insert an image of a Grim. Still nothing. Harry just treated it as another obstacle in the duel. It took a good 15 minutes for Snape to finally break through. I told you that you weren't as incompetent as you appeared. Now get out of here. You give me a headache. Harry stood up, confused. What about the rest of the lesson? Snape gave him an evil look. You discovered a technique that works for you. Now we will practice it more. Next time. He reached for the pain relief potion that he kept in his desk. Potter always gave him a headache, but rarely like this. MLC. I can't believe that improving my potions brewing changed all of my interactions with Snape. Harry recounted yesterday's success to Hermione and Ron over breakfast. The Great Hall was half full of groggy students quickly finishing their eggs and toast, as most students didn't dawdle over breakfast. His entire world really does revolve around potions. Did SN. 8 use potions brewing as his occlumency defense. You will have to thank the Caro girls when you see them this evening at DA. Hermione nodded her approval of Harry's success. They are remarkably un-Slytherin. Ron gave the highest praise he could. I don't think I can thank them, not without explaining why. Then ask one of them out to Hogsmeade. Hermione suggested, because she secretly agreed with Ron. The Caros were teenage girls, and helping out your secret crush would be a very typically Slytherin thing to do. Also it would be terribly romantic. Harry, the hero of Hogwarts, at least in her opinion. Helping out the socially inept girls that would otherwise never get asked out. What? No thank you. I don't want to go out on a date with either one. Harry blurted, interrupting Hermione's musings on his social life. He had wanted advice on how to deal with them, but not this sort of advice. I'm not saying date. Go just as friends. I've seen how they never talk to anybody. I bet they're lonely. And then what? Ron interrupted. I mean if they're lonely and Harry acts nice to them, they'll ask him out, and then he'll feel like a heel for leading them on. Ron, you're overthinking this. If he asks them both, it's clearly not a date. Besides, maybe they're really nice and Harry will like one of them. Ew. No. Ron gave a disgusted look. They are super creepy. Harry stayed out of the argument. He actually didn't mind the creepy. And Hestia at least was sort of nice, in her own weird way. He just couldn't see dating her any more than he could see dating Hermione. And for much the same reason. Hestia was not particularly attractive, especially compared to Cho, and she was more than a little bit intimidating. And while Hermione made up for it by being one of the kindest people he knew, Hestia was brusque and never smiled. He glanced over at the Ravenclaw table. If he asked Cho out, then all of his problems would be resolved. Ron would stop teasing him. And Hermione wouldn't make these comments. He would do it after DA. He didn't notice a certain Slytherin watching him out of the corner of her eye as she leaned over her scrambled eggs. She promptly exited the Great Hall, leaving her eggs unfinished, as soon as Harry got up to go to class. MLC. That evening at the DA meeting, Harry was very pleased with everybody's progress. He had the students pair off and cast stunners at each other, which the other person was supposed to block with a Protega. Not only was everybody able to cast them, but many did so smoothly and quickly. Neville especially was making very good progress. Since word had gotten out earlier in the term about the breakout from Azkaban, he had changed from reserved and slightly anxious to being super intense. He was practicing almost as much as Harry. At this rate, he would be on par with Ron or Hestia pretty soon. Speaking of, Harry walked over to where the two sisters were training with each other as always. He watched with a frown. When Hestia worked with her sister, she went very light, to the point that she forgot everything she had trained with Harry in private. Hestia needed to work wit. Somebody that she wouldn't be scared of hurting, somebody who could duel her on her level. Girls, I think you should split up. Hestia, can you practice with Neville? Flora, how about Colin Creevy? He turned to observe the next pair of duelists, Cho Chong and her friend, Edgecrumble or something like that. He had timed it just right. The hour was almost up as he reached the last pair. Okay, I think that's it for today. He called out after a couple of minutes more. You all did great. Same time next week, unless Hermione gets in contact with you with a change of plans. Harry turned to Cho as she was putting her wand away. You did great out there. Here, I mean, Cho paused and looked up, curiously. Do you want to go to Hogsmeade? With me? Harry blurted all in one breath. Okay. She bobbled her head before her friend pulled her away with a glare at Harry. Harry followed her with his eyes as they left. As soon as they were out the door, Ron came up. So, how did it go? Did you ask her? Yeah, and she said yes. Woo-hoo. Ron slapped Harry on the back, drawing a looks from the few remaining students. Good for you, Harry, Hermione added politely as she came up. Harry had been mooning over Cho for ages, but she wasn't certain that she was right for him. Cho was just too innocent. And she still was a mess over Cedric. But Harry was her friend, and she would support him. MLC. Later that night, Harry completely missed most of what Flora taught in their potions brewing tutorial. Potter, you are not paying attention. You can't let yourself get distracted. If you do not pay attention, you will get injured. I'm sorry. I'm just having a little trouble paying attention today. How about we call it a day? I don't think I'll be able to learn anything more. Flora frowned. It is probably for the best. You and your sisters have been a really big help with potions. I mean, you made a huge difference in my life. You've more than paid off any debt for me teaching you defense. If you want, we can call it even and stop the lessons. I bet you both have better things to do than to tutor me. We don't mind. We like brewing potions. Yeah, the thing is, I don't. And with your help, I think I'm good enough to survive potions class. Harry was surprised to see Flora's face sag slightly in a way that he had learned was a frown. The girls' expressions were so subtle it was hard to read them. Even though Harry was starting to get the hang of them, it was easy even for him. To think of the twins as cold and emotionless unless he was concentrating. Harry felt bad. But he really hated doing potions. It was monotonous and picayune and it drove him completely spare. But if your sister want to keep doing the dueling practice, we can keep up with that. As soon as Harry said it, he knew that it would sound bad. Even he, with his vestigial social skills, knew that you didn't say something like this to a girl. He hunched his shoulders and waited for Flora to explode at him for implying that he preferred her sister's company to her own. He didn't. But he didn't know how to say it without making things worse. Or going in the direction too far and making Flora think that he liked her. Surprisingly, Flora just nodded and started packing up. Flora, if you want, you can join us. Maybe I can invite Neville or somebody to keep it even. No, do not do that. Flora scowled at him. I will not be joining you. Okay, Harry bobbled his head. Girls were confusing. But he didn't have time to think about it. He had a date with Cho in a couple of days. And that occupied all of his thoughts. MLC. Harry stomped back into the castle. It was Hogsmeade weekend, and the date had gone badly. No, it had gone horribly. Cho had been distracted, nattering on about trivial things like clothing and food the whole time. And there had been posters of the escaped Death Eaters everywhere. When Harry tried to talk about that, she had instead said they should go get some coffee, in a kitschy little tea shop where she had broken down into tears over talking about Cedric. And just to top it all off, somebody, probable, why Malfoy, had hit him with an itching jinx. He wasn't certain when it had happened. It was just strong enough to make him fidget all the time, and he had at first assumed it was just nerves. He hadn't realized he was jinxed. Until he was back at Hogwarts. Not that finite incantatoming it made him feel any less irritable. Hello Potter. Harry glanced up. He was almost to the grand staircase and his way was blocked by one of the Carrows. He squinted up at her bangs. Hestia. What do you want? He sighed in ill humor. Want to duel? No, I don't really want to be around people right now. He stepped around her and started up the stairs before spinning around. Actually, you know what I can do to blow off some steam? Let's go. They headed up the stairs, not talking to each other. Hestia walking a few feet behind Harry as he stomped his way to the room of requirements. They spent the rest of the afternoon dueling. They exchanged a bare handful of words at most, the rest was just pure physical exertion. After Hogsmeade, it felt good to rip out a blasting hex. Harry's casting was a lot more aggressive than usual, he almost knocked Hestia off of her feet with the first couple of spells. But she just picked herself up and retaliating in kind, casting with a passion that matched Harry. Soon her eyes were glittering as they exchanged spells at full force. It was dinner time when Harry took a step back. He was drenched in sweat. Do you want to call it a day? I can do another round. Harry took a closer look at his opponent. Her wand hand was drooping, and she was clearly exhausted. If they kept going like they had been, one of them was going to get hurt. It's okay. I'm tired too. He paused before adding, thanks for helping with this. He waved his hand to encompass the room. I needed this. You're a good friend. A slow smile spread on Hestia's face. As always, it was a strange sight. Her face changed from something cast in plaster into that of a real girl. Except the smile was never 100% after the initial moment. It began to look foreign, as if it was something that had snuck up onto her face and she wasn't certain what to do with it now that it was there. It was creepy and kind of funny and a little sad. Harry shook his head to clear the disturbing image away. He wasn't certain how it had happened, but Hestia had indeed become a friend, like Ron. Except the only thing they talked about was defense. He barely knew anything about her. They never talked about classes or family or friends. I should ask about some of that stuff. Not that he really wanted to know. But Hermione insisted on talking about stuff like that. She claimed that it was how you maintained friendships, so he probably should try it as well, to be polite. You never mentioned, where are you from? England. Hestia put her wand away and turned to go, not bothering to straight up the room it would take of everything itself. Oh, Harry racked his brain for another question. This was almost as bad as with Cho. What do you do for fun? Hestia stood quietly for a moment with her hand on the door handle, a statue dressed in green. Stepmother does not approve of doing things for fun, she whispered, like she was revealing some deep, hidden secret before stepping out into the hallway. When there was no further reply forthcoming, Harry nodded awkwardly. Okay, ND followed the Caro girl out into the hallway before turning to go down the other direction. It was almost the same distance to the Gryffindor dorms, and walking together in silence would be weird. Apparently, Hermione was wrong about the conversation thing. Potter, Hestia called out suddenly. This was fun. Harry paused, turning so that he could quip over his shoulder. So apparently your stepmother was wrong. But Hestia didn't reply further, going back to being a plaster statue. Harry shrugged. I tried. MLC 1989. The apartment was not large, but it was luxuriously appointed. Hestia and Flora were reading quietly in their room when the front door slammed open and Alexandra came storming in, cussing up a storm. What a fucking day. First that fucking theater critic thinks he's hot shit and gave me 4 stars. And now this. She slammed a thick gilt-edged parchment onto the end table. She poured herself 3 fingers of brandy from the snifter on the mantelpiece. Go get dressed. We have to go visit family. She yelled to the girls. She knew that they were listening quietly from the other room. She had made sure to train them well. Visiting family meant going over uncle's mansion, the girl's biological grandfather. He was a pureblood supporter of Voldemort through and through. The only thing that had kept him out of Azkaban was his money. Remember, don't talk politics, she commanded the 10-year-old girls when they crept out of their room. Better yet, don't talk at all. Don't draw attention to yourselves. If somebody asks you a question, reply succinctly, and then shut up. I don't want you embarrassing me. There was no damn way that Uncle and his cohort were getting their claws into her. She was going to stay neutral. Let the rest of them play their little games. Alexandra slammed back another brandy. Not going never crossed her mind. If she pushed Uncle too far away, he would cut her off. And she couldn't afford this apartment on an actress salary. Hestia and Flora stood quietly, watching, shoulders hunched. "What are you standing here for? Go wait in your room until I am ready." Once they were dismissed, they curled up in the one bed and held tight to each other until Alexandra called for them. MLC now. The Toad slowly swallowed all of Hogwarts. As winter ended, Umbridge's influence expanded. She was issuing more ND more educational decrees and sidelining the headmaster. She even formed an inquisitorial squad, composed primarily of Slytherins, to make sure that they were enforced. For most of the students, school ceased to be enjoyable. As the spring semester went on, people learned to accommodate the intolerable decrees. It was the only way to survive. But at the same time, as summer drew closer, so did the owls. Hermione went on the warpath, forcing Harry and Ron to review every free moment that they had. Harry soon regretted dropping his potions tutoring, as much as he hated the tedium of making pot ions. At least then he wouldn't be as stressed about his grade now. And then there was occlumency. After the initial success, his ability to block Snape varied. Some days he could block him for the whole session, and others Snape humiliated him by pulling forth embarrassing memories from his childhood. At least the slimy git had the decency to restrict himself to childhood memories. He didn't want to imagine what Snape would make of his training sessions with Hestia. He most likely would not approve of one of his snakes fraternizing with a Gryffindor. And Hestia was getting creepier and creepier about it. When they were training, she had started referring to him as teacher and master, like something out of one of those samurai movies that Vernon liked to watch. All the while staring at him expressionlessly. "Harry, what?" Harry's head snapped up to see Hermione standing in front of him, her hands on her hips. He was sitting on a couch at one of the study tables in the Gryffindor common room. "I've been calling your name for several minutes. Are you ready? We agreed to revise for the history of Magic Owl tonight. Sorry, I'm just a little drained from all the work." "You said it, mate. This is brutal." Ron dropped into the seat opposite Harry. "Thank Merlin we have Hermione." The girl in question sighed in exasperation before dropping a stack of books onto the table. "I am 8 copies of my notes. We can work from those, and you can add anything I missed." Harry nodded and pulled out his own, but Ron just kept reading Hermione's. "Ron, don't tell me you didn't take notes. Again." "But Hermione, it's history of magic. I can't stay awake with Bin's drone. And your notes are plenty good enough anyways. Guys, let's not fight. We'll work with what we have." MLC. An hour later, Ron had sprawled forward onto the table, like he had melted, and even Hermione had to take a break. "So, Harry, any progress with Cho?" Ron asked from his prone position. "No, it's a bust. I tried talking to her about, what went wrong with the Hogsmeade date, but she just got huffy. I don't think that it's going to work out." Hermione nodded knowingly. She had pretty much expected something like this. "Don't worry too much about it, Harry, there are other girls." Hermione wasn't certain if she approved, but from the way that one of them was always watching him during the DA sessions, she was now all but certain that at least one of the Caro girls fancied Harry. Not that she had anything against them per se, because not all Slytherins were Malfoy-grade sleazebags, after all. But because it was only a couple of weeks until the Owls. This wasn't the time for starting that sort of thing. "But Cho is hot," Ron countered, to which Harry nodded his agreement morosely. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Boys." MLC. It was a week later that it happened. Harry was in the middle of a DA lesson, one of the few remaining activities that he actually enjoyed. Now he was forbidden Quidditch or flying, when Dobby popped in. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir." The elf squeaked in a panic. "I is coming to warn you, the bad woman is coming, she knows." The group had been working on their Patronus charms, and Harry was trying to help a pair of 4th years focus on a happy thought. He was completely unprepared for this sort of drama. "What bad woman?" Dobby was told not to say. He wailed as he clenched his fists so tight that his nails drove into the palms of his hands. "Do you mean Umbridge?" Hermione asked. "Did she find out about the DA?" Dobby nodded so hard that his ears flapped and it looked like his head would fall off. "Everybody, we need to get out of here. Leave in groups of 3 to 4 so it's not suspicious." Despite his confusion, Harry managed to take charge. grabbing a bunch of younger Gryffindors and pushing them towards the door. You first. He counted to 3 and grabbed another group. You head in the opposite direction. Over the course of a couple of minutes, he sent off the entire DA, leaving just Harry, Hermione, Ron and the Caro sisters. Okay, you guys go left, I'll go right. Ron nodded, grabbing Hermione's hand as they head for the stairs at left end of the hall. Harry took the other direction. He was almost to the end when he heard voices coming up the stairs. He pivoted and marched back in the other direction, trying to look nonchalant as he fast-walked back the way he had come, keeping close to the side of the corridor in the hope that the decorative columns framing the stone walls would obscure him from view. Potter, freeze. It was Draco, breaking into a run when he spotted his prey. Harry turned, at a loss of how to handle the situation, when a powerful stunner impacted on Draco from the side, lifting him into the air. What? Flora stepped out from behind a suit of armor. Back into the room, Potter. She dragged him bodily inside as her sister stepped over and crouched down next to Draco, enervating him as soon as Harry was out of the corridor. What goodwill? Oh, Harry realized that the room had been reconfigured as a potions lab. Here, hide this. Flora scooped something up off of the floor and shoved it into Harry's hand. It was the list of DA members that Hermione must have dropped. Now pretend you're chopping ingredients. A moment later, Umbridge's high-pitched voice sounded from outside the room. What is the meaning of this? Malfoy wasn't look where he was going and walked into me, came the cold reply. Harry could just barely see into the corridor through the open door. And Draco noticeably cringed away from Hestia. That's not true. Potter was. Are you calling me a liar? Hestia demanded. Draco eyed the girl that was standing stock still as he drew back in an almost perfect impression of a snake that was coiling to strike. Except he was the one who was going to get struck at any moment. He silently shook his head no. He knew that Hestia had access to the Slytherin boys' dorms, and to potions ingredients. Harry glanced at Flora, who was serenely stirring a cauldron. Note to self, don't do anything to piss these two off. Draco might not be the bravest student in Hogwarts, but he wasn't a coward. Something about the sisters scared him. Potter is inside, Hestia commented. He has hired us to tutor him in remedial potions. Herm, the pink toad finally entered the room and peered around. Well, it certainly does look like a potions lab. She sounded disappointed. Detention for unsanctioned club activity. You will serve it with Professor Snape. It's not a club. There are only the 3 of us here. Harry countered. 10 points from Gryffindor for back-talking a teacher. She added before, with one last look around the room. Maybe hoping to find other students hiding in the cauldron. She swept out, followed by Draco and the rest of the inquisitorial squad. Harry sighed before turning to the 2 girls. Thanks. You two are real life savers. Will you have any problems with your housemates for stunning Draco? I mean, no, Hestia replied. After a moment, Flora added, this isn't the first time that you stunned Draco. Both girls inclined their heads in a tiny nod. That's brilliant. Without thinking, he slapped Flora on the back. He quickly yanked his hand back when he felt her stiffen under the contact. What precipitated you stunning him previously? Harry asked, to cover the awkward silence. Unwanted touching, Hestia replied as she glared at the Gryffindor. Harry paled at the implication. Holden. G up his hands in a gesture of surrender when Flora added, he got hands why? Oh, okay, I'll be going now. Now all he had to deal with was Snape and whatever detention he doled out. It was still better than all of the DA getting suspended. MLC. So you got detention for doing extra potions? Snape sneered. He was, as always, in these situations, seated behind his desk, a stack of papers I led up on it as Harry stood awkwardly in front. Yes sir. Very well. We will spend your detention productively. Snape stood up and paced into the middle of his office, forcing Harry to turn. Prepare your occlumency. Harry wasn't certain if this was intended as a reward or a punishment. It was often difficult to tell with Snape. MLC. Life didn't get any better, but it didn't get any worse. Slowly, owls approached, like some unstoppable juggernaut that was going to crush Harry and all the other 5th years into a paste. Okay, maybe it did get worse. And then, it was exam week. Harry slumped at his desk. A row of them had been brought up to the tower for the astronomy owl. It was his fourth one, and he was exhausted. The fact that he had stayed up late last night cramming for this morning's history of magic owl didn't help. He still felt like assorted goblins were racing around his brain, calling out random dates and places, none of which were connected to each other in any sane fashion. He usually did okay at astronomy, but now he couldn't remember which star was located where at this time of year. He was certain that he had bombed the practical part of the exam. Especially since he had been distracted by whatever was happening with Hagrid during it. All he had been able to see were some flashes of spell light and what looked like Hagrid running off into the forest. As the written part of the test was handed out, Harry tried to relax. At least the questions here were on material that he had studied. Most were long answer, on the effects of the various planets and stars. So the fact that he didn't remember their exact positions wouldn't completely tank his score. His chief problem was that he was so tired that he had to read each question twice to make sense of it. What is this gibberish? As Harry tried to understand the paragraph he had just written, he suddenly found himself in a dark room. It looked like the same room at the ministry that he had seen in his dream before. Dumbledore had referred to it as the Hall of Prophecy, with long shelves filled with the little glass spheres. He was standing over Sirius, who was screaming in Pi. And as somebody held him under the Cruciatus curse. Harry jerked awake with a scream. MLC. I know what I saw, Hermione. Harry insisted. We need to go rescue Sirius. We should go get the headmaster. The Golden Trio were arguing outside the door to the astronomy tower as the other students filed down, having completed their exam. After he had started awake with a scream, Harry was sent to the infirmary and was informed that he would have to make up the owl. He had snuck out of there as soon as Madame Pomfrey's back was turned. But by the time he managed to do so and rendezvous with the others, the astronomy OWL was over. He wasn't certain how long Sirius had been tortured for already, but he had to get to him right away. I haven't seen him or McGonagall since yesterday. What about calling Grimmauld Place? If he's there, then it was just a dream. What's going on? It was Ginny, accompanied by Luna. They had been heading up towards the Gryffindor dorms. Harry thinks he saw a vision of Sirius being tortured. And he want to go rescue him, Ron explained. And I think it could be a trap. Hermione added. It was a dream, not a vision, and all of my other dreams ended up being true. Hermione nodded. True, but past performance is not an indicator of future results. If Harry says he saw it, I believe him. Ginny countered before grabbing Harry's arm. This way. Tage whispered at Harry as she suddenly turned and walked off. Umbridge was just behind us. As the 5 teens darted down the corridor, Harry took the lead. Down to the Quidditch pitch. We can get brooms there. Luna shook her head. No. The fields by Hagrid Hut. That's where they keep the Thestrals, and those are much faster than a broom over a long distance. But how do we tell them where to go? Hermione was always the logical one of the group. They always do as I ask. Hermione looked at Harry for direction. He just shrugged. She's right. Brooms will be too slow. Let's give her way a try. But just in case, Ron. Get 4 or 5 brooms as a backup and meet us behind Hagrid's. Harry doubled back, taking the most direct path towards Hagrid's hut. As they were running and talking, they almost slammed into Neville as he came out of a cross corridor. Seeing the urgency in Harry's face, he turned and ran after the group, not asking where they were going until he saw Ron flying up on a broom, with more brooms jutting out from under his arm. I'm going to the ministry to rescue Sirius. Voldemort has him down in the Hall of Prophecies. Harry explained. Who's going to come? With me. As everybody's hands went up, Ron turned on his sister. No, Gin, you're too young. I'm just as good at defense as you are. Ginny stuck out her chin. We should send a message to Professor Dumbledore. Hermione interrupted before they could really start arguing, giving Ginny a pointed look. Harry was about to add his 2 sickles when a new voice added, we should go quickly. Harry turned in surprise to see Flora. Are you coming as well? He asked incredulously. The only reply was a small nod. Well, we can use lookouts. Flora wasn't in the same league as her sister when it came to Dada. But one more set of eyes would be good. And if she was going, they couldn't turn Ginny away. Harry took a pair of brooms from Ron. Is this all there was? There were only 4 brooms. These are the team brooms that I got these from the Gryffindor locker room. I tried to confudo the lock on the broom shed, but it wouldn't open. Hermione shrugged. It is what it is. Let's head for the Thestrals. Luna led the way. They are strong flyers, so you can double up, 2 people to a Thestral. She paused, before adding, also, it will be less lonely that way. Harry nodded, and if you're not comfortable flying, pair up so you have somebody who can handle a broom, in case you need to switch over. Luna helped Neville clamber awkwardly up onto one Thestral as Harry helped Ron up onto another. How do I get on something I can't see? Hermione demanded in frustration. Come up behind me, I'll give you a hand, Ron replied. Hermione glanced between Ron and Harry, who had just mounted his own Thestral. But before she could decide, Flora swung up behind Harry, leaving her with Ron. Luna helped pull Ginny up behind her onto a third, leaving Neville on his own. Harry, Professor Dumbledore. Hermione leaned past Ron, shoulder to remind Harry again. Harry nodded. Right, Dobby, he shouted as his mount started to shift restlessly. A moment later, the house elf popped in. Harry didn't give him a chance to speak. Dobby, can you reach Professor Dumbledore? As the elf nodded, Harry continued, good. Tell him that Sirius is captured, and being held at the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries. Tell him to get the order and meet us there. He didn't wait for answer, instead prodding his Thestral into motion with his heels, joining the rest of the teens in the air. Luna whispered something to her mount, and soon all 7 teens were zooming through the air. A broom could go faster for a brief interval, but unless the rider was very skilled, they would slow down long before they got close to London. As the journey started, Harry was completely focused on getting to the Ministry to rescue Sirius, but it was a long flight, and as time passed he started to become awe. That there were a pair of hands, feminine hands, wrapped around his torso. And that the chest pushing into his back was softer than he had expected. It's just Flora, he tried to remind himself. But the experience was still distracting, making it hard to plan for what they would do once they landed. Instead he concentrated on the terrain swooping past. As Luna directed the Thestrals based on Hermione's point me spell. Halfway through the flight, he felt warmth float through his body. As he glanced back at Flora, she nodded. I thought you would be cold. They had been flying just above the clouds, so that it looked like they were galloping through the mist, but the clouds had been slowly making his clothes cold and wet. Thanks. Sooner than he expected, they were flying over a large city, London. When Neville pointed, that's the Ministry I came here with, Gran. The entrance should be down over there. They landed with a gentle clopping of hooves. Harry immediately slid the ground and ran for the phone booth that was the main entrance to the Ministry of Magic building, but Luna took a moment to thank the Thestrals. The others quickly followed Harry. Surprisingly, very body was able to fit inside the phone booth, with plenty of elbow room. It's like the TARDIS, Hermione muttered. As soon as Luna pulled the door shut behind her, Neville picked up the receiver. Please state your name and business, came the pleasant, cultured voice from the receiver. Neville looked panic-stricken for a moment before holding the receiver out to Harry. Here, it's for you. Harry took the phone, announcing, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Flora Caro, Ginny Weasley and Luna Lovegood to rescue Sirius Black. With a slight rattle and the clank of metal on metal, 7 guest buttons spilled out of the change return slot on the phone, each one labeled with a name and rescue party. At the same time, the phone booth dropped into the ground like an elevator, passing through a rocky shaft that was dimly illuminated by the single bulb of the call box. Finally, the door slid open, releasing them into the atrium of the Ministry building. Where is everybody? Ron asked. The giant room was empty. It was after hours, but Harry was still surprised at the change from the middle of the workday when he had been here for that awful hearing on the use of underage magic. The only sound came from the tinkling of the water fountain as the teens slowly spread out, looking for where to go next. After a moment's silence, Luna added, Does anybody else suddenly need to go to the bathroom? There's a body over here. Hermione called out from the security desk. The rest of the teens ran up, with Harry and Flora drawing their wands. I told you Death Eaters had been here, Harry stated, vindicated, as Neville crouched down next to the body to check to see if it was actually dead. We need to go in, to the Department of Mysteries. That's where I saw Sirius. Harry and the rest of the rescue mission raced past the security desk over to the bank of elevators. Once inside, Harry froze. Which button do I press? The doors slid shut. The Department of Mysteries is on level 5, Hermione replied. After this many years of knowing them, she shouldn't have been surprised that she was the only one of the 7 who had actually bothered to read the directory posted in large, bold type on the wall right outside the elevator. But she was. Bing. The elevator made a soft sound, and music began to play as it descended. Everybody shuffled nervously as they waited, not certain where to stand. Bing. The doors slid open. Everybody, wands out, Harry lead the way. The group stalked down the short corridor, following Harry and feeling self-conscious. The fact that the whole place was empty made it that much more forbidding. Harry's stomach roiled. He just knew that this was going to be bad. Battle at the Ministry. Give me the prophesy, Potter. The cold voice hissed from the end of the aisle. Harry spun around, his wand casting an impedimenta almost of its own volition. They had wandered through the maze that was Department of Mysteries until Harry had recognized the door that Mr. Weasley had been guarding in one of his visions. Inside was a library-like room filled with bookshelves. Some of the bookcases held actual books, but most held glass globes or pieces of parchment or sometimes knickknacks. Bellatrix Lestrange easily deflected the spell as she outstepped from behind a protruding bookcase. Once inside the Hall of Prophecies, the rescue party had found no sign of Sirius. Instead, Ron had spotted a glass sphere with Harry's name on it. But moments after Harry had picked it up, Bellatrix accosted them. Run! Neville shouted as he turned to flee. He was at the far end group of teens, so he led the way. He had taken just a few steps down the aisle, followed by the Ginny and Luna, when a masked Death Eater stepped into it. Blocking the way, Harry meanwhile was frozen like a bird facing a cobra, his wand out in front of him. Standing just an arm's length away were Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy, dressed in their Death Eater robes. But they hadn't bothered to put their masks on and Harry could see the condescending sneers on their faces. Crucio. Everybody was caught by Serper eyes as the sickly yellow spell leapt from under Harry's left elbow, hitting Bellatrix momentarily before Lucius stepped forward. Ruptura. Harry grabbed Flora and ducked down, yanking her out of the way before the spell could impact on her. But that interrupted her curse, releasing a now furious Bellatrix. Here, catch. Harry pretended to throw the prophesy orb from his prone position. As Bellatrix reflexively put up her hands, Harry axioed the entire shelf, smashing it into everybody standing up. Dozens of prophesy spheres shattered, releasing foggy images. This way, Harry pushed through the wreckage, followed by Flora and the others. All the teens scattered in different directions, dodging curses from the Death Eaters. Harry pushed his way around a shelf full of scrolls. Hestia, no Flora. At his elbow when they came face to face with Dolohov as he stepped out from behind a neighboring bookcase. Harry recognized him from the poster of Azkaban escapees. The teens were just as surprised as the Dea Eater. But Harry had spent the past 5 months training defense daily, while Dolohov's instincts had been dulled by his time in prison. Impedimenta. Harry yelled just as the Dea Eater made a wordless slash with his wand. Harry ducked down as the enemy spell went past his left side before scrambling for the door. Come on. He half-dragged Flora after him. She stumbled and followed. There was a huge difference between training to fight in the DA and being emotionally ready to do so, and she was still coming to terms with the reality that people were actually trying to kill her. They ran into the round room with all the doors and slammed shut the one they had come in through, causing the whole room to spin. Are you okay? He asked her. She was holding a hand to her side. Yes, I just fell, she gasped, obviously in pain, before straightening herself. Thank you for saving my life. Before Harry could say anything else there was a sound from behind one of the doors off to their left. Flora immediately jabbed her wand out and snarled, Colloportus. Harry yanked open the closest door. It led into a large room filled with clocks and other implements for telling time. As the two teens ran in, the door that Flora had locked smashed open and Mulciber ran into the round room, glancing around like a hunting dog. Just as the door to the time room swung closed behind the teens, Mulciber cast a red hex through the dwindling gap at Flora, who had been moving too slowly and was still in front of the doorway. Her eyes got big and she instinctively raised her arm to block the spell. The red curse splashed across a protega that flared from her bracelet. Harry ran back and pulled her off to the side, behind a large desk. Flora winced as she crouched down. "You're hurt," Harry cried out in belated realization. She was pressing a hand to her side again, but now there was a red stain slowly spreading. "I am okay." "No, you're not." He tried to take a closer look at the injury, but she pushed him away. "I volunteer with Madame Pomfrey. I can take care of it myself." She cast a spell onto her injured side. As she relaxed, Harry looked closely at the girl next to him. "Why do you have Hestia's bracelet?" There was no response, but Harry hadn't expected one. He had become accustomed to the Caro's selective replies to questions that they didn't want to acknowledge. And he didn't have time to think about it anyways. He had so much adrenaline flowing through his system that he could barely concentrate on planning their next action. All his body wanted to do was run and hide. "We should keep going." At her nod, Harry pulled Flora up to her feet, and they advanced to the door at the far end of the room, with Flora allowing Harry to lead her so that she could walk looking backwards. Covering the door that they had entered through, Harry spelled the door open, crouching low so as not get hit by an ambush. The room inside was filled with brains floating in glass containers. As he was checking for potential attackers, a side door opened into the think tank room, spilling Ron, Hermione and Luna. Harry was just standing up to wave to them when the same side door slammed open again. Before he had a chance to register what was happening, Flora cast a Stupefy, hitting a masked Death Eater as two others entered the room. Ron and the girls dived for Veer as Flora barraged the Death Eaters with a spell chain, forcing them onto the defensive. Before they could recover, Harry stupefied one of them. The other dived behind a huge tank holding strange reins with jellyfish-like tentacles hanging under them. At the same time, Ron and the two girls joined in on the attack. Unfortunately, as they dueled, one of Harry's spells hit the glass, shattering it. Suddenly a swarm of brains flew out, filling the room. One latched onto the Death Eater, who gave a pained scream. "Run!" yelled Hermione. "This way!" Harry stunned a brain that came too close to him, as he ran back through the door just behind him. But the exit he had chosen was too far away for the other teens. Hermione led her two compatriots to another, closer, door. Seeing their prey flee, the brains turned towards Harry, who was forced to slam the door shut. Over here, Flora had discovered that while the right side of the time room was lined with small, door-less offices, on the left there was an ornate door set off into an alcove. She pulled it open carefully, an overpowered protega covering her. The new room was an auditorium containing nothing except benches surrounding a platform holding a freestanding stone arch with a strange veil fluttering in the middle, as if from a non-existent breeze. They entered cautiously, staying low so that the benches would provide at least a modicum of cover. Flora continued to walk behind Harry, glancing behind them periodically. There were 4 doors into the room, one for each cardinal direction, and Harry concentrated on watching those, trying to resist the pull that the veil had on his attention. He didn't notice as Flora surreptitiously pressed her hand to her side again. A moment later a door on their left burst open and Neville raced in, followed by Ginny. A bright red spell whizzed by her shoulder as she came through the door, shredding her robe and spinning her around. As she fell to the floor, Harry and Flora started a steady stream of spells at the still unseen attacker, keeping them pinned in the doorway so that they couldn't target Neville as he darted back to pull Ginny to safety. Flora and Harry worked smoothly in tandem as they maneuvered towards the plinth holding the veil. It was the only cover in the room. They provided covering fire for each other as the other repositioned. How does she know my fighting style so well? Has Hestia been training her on the sly? But that made no sense. Or is this Hestia pretending to be Flora? Neville helped Ginny off to one side and they hunkered down behind the low benches, ready to cast at anything that entered. Harry and Flora, Hestia shifted so that they could put their backs to the dais holding the veil. After a few more spells, they pause. Ed in their spell casting to see if anybody would come through the door. As they waited, Harry whispered, "Are you telepathically linked to your sister? If you are, now would be a good time to call for help." Before Flora could reply, there was the sound of an explosion and another door to the veil room slammed open. Harry could see Hermione's back as she stood behind a suite of armor that had been axioed off its pedestal and exchanged spell fire with somebody. Harry was just getting up to go help her when the door they had entered through also opened and Bellatrix Lestrange sauntered in, followed by Lucius Malfoy. Well, what have we here?" she lisped in her high voice. "Won't my master be pleased? Surrender, and I won't hurt you." "She's lying," Flora volunteered. Harry nodded, gripping his wand tighter. He hadn't been about to trust the psychotic woman with the maniacal smile permanently welded onto her face, but knowing that Flora supported him was comforting. He turned to Malfoy. "Where is Sirius?" The blonde man had just opened his mouth to answer when Bellatrix let loose with a cackle. "Oh, poor Harrykins, did you think my cousin was actually here? It was a trap, Potter. To bring you here and retrieve the prophecy," Malfoy grudgingly admitted as Bellatrix continued to cackle quietly to herself. In a normal person, it would have been a chuckle. "Reducto," Harry cast. Lucius swished his wand to deflect the spell, but it wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it slipped under his block and collided with the floor at an angle, spraying both him and Bellatrix in the legs with splinters from the floor and destroying their footing. Stupefy, Neville targeted Bellatrix with a snarl, but the crazed woman casually deflected his spell as she skipped away from the ruined floor. Impedimenta, Ginny fired off a hex as she crouched down behind a bench. The two Death Eaters split up, returning fire as they dodged spells from the 14s. Harry and Flora used the plinth for cover as they cast. Surprisingly, it looked like the DA training was actually paying off, as Harry and company had the upper hand. "We can do this," Harry was just becoming hopeful of their chances of surviving when the door on his side of the room burst open with a bang, and another quartet of Death Eaters spilled into the room. Harry froze in panic. There was no cover between him and the new arrivals. "Which way do I go?" Flora, who had been sheltering next to him, stepped forward between these new attackers and Harry, a faltering Protega her only defense. But the new arrivals didn't attack, instead turning to face the way they had came. Before they had a chance to do anything further, the door blew off of its hinges, knocking into two of the Death Eaters, sending him flying and staggering several others. In the opening were revealed Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, Tonks and several other members of the Order of the Phoenix. Stupefy, Flora hit one of the Death Eaters in the back as they were caught in a crossfire. Bombarda, Bellatrix advanced on her cousin as she attempted to rescue her trapped allies. Soon, the room was filled with multiple melees. The duelists stayed in motion to avoid facing more than one opponent at a time. Harry couldn't keep track of it all. He was feeling numb and tired. The stress of the past hour had been exhausting. It felt like it had been much longer. But his watch claimed otherwise. He knew that he was losing his edge. He cast the occasional Stupefy, but to no effect. He glanced around the room. Ginny and Neville had retreated back to one of the other rooms. And he could see them aiding Hermione and Luna. He glanced around for Flora. He was surprised to find her halfway up the steps to the veil, staring fixedly at it. "Flora, keep back for that." Harry pointed his wand in her general direction. He wasn't certain what to do, but it was clear that the veil was dangerous. Just being near it was having a numbing effect. He could feel a pins and needles sensation on his exposed skin. Flora turned to look at him, her expression more dead than usual. Harry was still trying to figure out what his next step was when there was a loud bang, as a concussive curse sent Sirius flying across the room to smash into Flora and then tumble to land part way into the veil. Harry's heart leapt up into his throat as Flora staggered into the shimmering curtain. He jabbed out his wand and cast the spell he had on the tip of his tongue. "Accio Caro," Harry croaked. He hoped that would work. He wasn't certain which Caro's sister she actually was. But her poor communication skills marked as a Caro without any doubt. Flora was yanked back towards Harry, so that only the fingertips of her outstretched hand brushed tea. He veiled before she toppled to land on her back at the base of the plinth. Harry ran past her up the stairs over to Sirius. He grabbed him by his legs and pulled him out of the veil as well. Once he was clear, Harry crouched down to check on him. He was breathing, unconscious but alive. As Tonks ran over to render first aid, he got up. "Don't go anywhere, I'm going to be right back," and raced over to Flora. From his spot in the center of the room, he could see that the battle was winding down. The only remaining Death Eater still fighting was Malfoy, and he was facing off against 3 opponents. There was no trace of Bellatrix. As Harry kneeled down next to her, Flora managed to utter, "Thank you, Potter." She gasped in pain between each word, but she was smiling up at him as she reached up to brush her fingers along his face, leaving streaks of blood on his face. "This is all I ever wanted." The stain on her side now covered her entire torso and down her left leg, making her robe stick to her. "Tonks, Flora is hurt pretty bad. She needs a blood replenisher." The Metamorphagus made sure that Sirius wouldn't accidentally roll into the veil before jumping down to check on Flora. She stayed low, so as not to be caught by a stray spell, and crowded in close to Harry to stay in the plinth's shadow. After a cursory glance, she cast a pair of spells onto the Slytherin girl and handed her a potion. "Drink this. I stopped the bleeding, and this will replace some of the blood you lost, but I'm not a Metawitch, your wound is not completely sealed. If you move, you will open it back up. You will need to have a professional healer look at it." Flora nodded, for the first time looking scared. The non-stop adrenaline-fueled action must have kept her from thinking too deeply. When Harry took her hand, she squeezed it hard. "How's Sirius?" Harry asked, continuing to hold Flora's hand with both of his. A sudden boom shook the building. Everybody stopped, but there was no obvious danger. So the order went back to securing their prisoners. "He looks okay, but I don't know anything about this device. When my fingers touched it, I lost all sensation. I still can't feel anything in the tips," Flora volunteered. Another boom rattled the building. "I need to go and see what that is." Tonks carefully slipped around the platform and jogged up to the closest door. For a long time, nothing happens. The order continued to secure the prisoners. The rest of the DA members filed in and joined Harry, exhausted. Harry continued to sit next to Flora, holding her hand as several Metawitches accompanied by Aurors arrived. He wanted to say something reassuring to her, but he was too worried about Sirius. Instead he just watched as the emergency responders worked. "Is everybody okay?" Remus finally asked. Hermione nodded. "Except Ron got bitten by a flying brain. He's delirious, but a Metawitch said he was going to be okay. They took him to St. Mungo's for the night." Harry gave a quiet snort. There was irony in Ron getting attacked by a brain. He glanced over at Hermione. "That's a SUPLE that will never happen." "MLC. What do you mean he's dead?" Harry sat down in shock. It was the following afternoon, and Harry had come straight to the headmaster's office after waking up, to find out if his friends were all okay and what the response of the wizarding world would be to the battle in the Ministry. He was certain that they would find some way to blame him. Again, he hadn't expected this, but he was fine last night. She said that he was going to be okay, that he just needed healing. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. "I know how close you were. I also mourn his loss. But as painful as it is healthier for you to come to terms with his passing now instead of holding out a forlorn hope. That device is named the Veil of Death for a reason. As your friend Miss Caro can attest, it destroys all nerve tissue that passes through it." Sirius landed with his head and upper body inside. His body continues to breathe, but his mind no longer exists. Harry put his head down onto his hands. He was surprised that his cheeks were wet. And the rest of it. How did the Ministry react to the attack? He muttered through his hands. Dumbledore sighed. "Are you certain you want to be talking about this right now? You can take some time, be with your friends." Harry looked up angrily at Dumbledore. "Yes, I fucking do want to talk about this right now. The Daily Prophet is going to blame me for something or other. They always do, and this time, they're going to smear my friends for coming with me. Who knows? Maybe the Ministry will try to have me arrested for vandalism. I need to know what to expect, so I can be ready to deal with it." For the first time, Dumbledore smiled, though it was a very small, Joyless one, in that case you will be happy to know that Lord Voldemort himself attempted to come to the aid of his Death Eaters before being driven off. A number of Ministry employees saw the battle. As such, the Daily Prophet is occupied with calling for Fudge's removal as Minister of Magic. I expect a special election over the summer. Oh, Harry replied quietly. After a moment, he got up. I need some time to myself. Thank you, Professor. He towards the door quietly, feeling out of place. Before you go, Harry, I should explain about the prophecy. Dumbledore began reluctantly. Harry turned and waited by the door as Dumbledore explained the full prophecy, and the Blood Wards and how that led Dumbledore to place Harry with the Dursleys. Harry just nodded, feeling numb. There was nothing he could say to this revelation. It all made sense, but it also made him very angry. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to yell at Dumbledore, but that wouldn't actually fix anything. Thank you, Professor. He walked out the door. In the end, it was too much. He pushed it off to deal with later. He didn't have time to think about some old stupidity right now. Instead, his mind kept circling back to the image of Flora laying bleeding in the Veil room. He didn't want to think about Flora. Or Sirius. His friends had almost died. I need to check on Hermione and the others. But as he walked down the stairs, his mind wouldn't stop. What if he had cast the Accio on Sirius instead of on Flora? He should have cast it on Sirius. Then Sirius would be alive. And Flora would be dead. There you are, Harry. Neville walked up to him. We should go up to the infirmary. Ron and Hermione are up there, getting a checkup. And Flora, her too. MLC. As he walked into the infirmary, Hermione rushed over. Oh, I am so sorry, Harry. She enveloped him in a hug. Several beds were occupied, with Ron at one end of the room, a bandage around his head, and Flora at the other. Flora looked pale, paler than usual, and she barely looked up when Harry entered. Harry was so emotionally drained that he didn't know what to do. He just knew that any decision he took would be the wrong one. Neville gently took Harry's elbow and steered him over to Ron. Hey, Ron, how are you feeling? Not too bad. The healers fixed me up, draining the poison. Everything is still not 100%. Everything I look at has an aura. And I keep smelling pink and tasting music. But the healers say that it should go away soon. They sent me back to Hogwarts this morning. Ron paused in his babble, realizing that he was forgetting something. How about you, Harry? Are you doing okay? Harry just nodded. He refused to look behind him, to where Flora was laying. If you need to talk about anything, we're here for you, okay? Hermione added. Harry tried to smile as he nodded, but it came out more as a grimace. Hermione sounded too much like Cho on that failed date. He didn't want to talk to anybody. Suddenly he got up and stormed out of the room. Harry, I just need some space. MLC. The following days were easier. Harry was still very quiet, but as long as his friends didn't talk about what happened at the Department of Mysteries, he was fine. But he avoided Flora. Not that it was hard to do. He spent most of the 2 days until the leaving feast in the Gryffindor common room, staring morosely at the fire or playing chess with Ron, who, it turns out, had asked Street Mungo's so send him back to Hogwarts because he was worried about Harry and the others. He didn't sleep much. His mind kept coming back to his decision to save Flora instead of Sirius. The spell had been on his lips already. He had already been preparing to Accio her when Sirius collided. But he could have changed the name at the last moment, and Sirius would be alive. And Flora would be dead. He felt horrible for even considering it, but Sirius was, he was Sirius, He was immature and funny and good company. He was how he imagined his father to have been. And Flora was just Flora. Harry refused to think about how she had guarded his back the whole time in the ministry. Even when she was badly hurt. That's just something that any friend would do. Harry certainly would. At the leaving feast, Ron leaned over. Are you going to be okay with your relatives? I can. Talk to Dad and see if he can get you over to the Burrow. It's okay. Dumbledore explained why I need to stay with them. Harry tonelessly explained the Blood Wards. Hermione looked troubled, but accepted his statement. The trip back to Muggle London was uneventful, except for one bright point. Malfoy and his goons tried to harass Harry for sending his father to Azkaban, but the compartment full of DA members hexed their pants off, literally as well as figuratively. Crab had to stagger, half blind and in pain from stinging hexes, after his trousers as they skipped down the length of the train. Okay, mate, I'll have Dad bring you over to the burrow as soon as Dumbledore says that the wards are charged enough. Ron slapped Harry on the back with forced cheer and Hermione gave him another hug. Stay safe, Harry. Neville shook hands. We all appreciate the training you gave us. Even if we never said it. He turned and rushed towards where his Gran was standing, a scowl on her face and an ominous bird-like hat on her head. Harry turned and slowly rolled his luggage towards the back of the train station, where the Dursleys would be waiting, parked in the back corner of the lot. He tried to grit his teeth and accept that he had to go back to live with them for yet another summer of torture, but he was too drained. Whatever. He would just go with whatever life threw at him for now. And hopefully not get into too big a fight with his relatives. It occurred to him that he hadn't paid too much attention to what he had said on the train. I hope I didn't complain too much. I didn't want to bother his friends with his problems. He turned and looked back to check on them, but there were so many people moving about that he couldn't tell if any of his friends were still in sight. And despite his best attempts, his mind kept circling back to Flora in a mix of guilt and confusion. He slowly drifted towards the back parking lot. He was in no hurry, and he was in a daze from lack of sleep and everything that had happened. As people brushed by, heading either towards their train or outside or somewhere else important, somebody bumped into him, shoving a bookmark into his hands. As he instinctively took hold of it and looked down, there was a tugging sensation in his navel and he felt himself pulled sideways through space. He held tight to the bookmark in surprise and then fear as the world below him whirled past at a terrifying rate. He flew for some time. He couldn't see anything. A black cloud enveloped him as soon as he was in the air, but it felt like he was going in circles. Finally, with a dizzying spin he landed on a snow-covered hillside. All around, as far the eye could see, was unbroken wilderness. Remember, fanfiction is fueled by feedback. Into the woods. Harry began to shiver. Despite it being summer, there were snow-dusted pines in all directions. More snow formed an icy crust over the ground, going up over his sneakers. As far as he could see, it was unbroken wilderness. Except for one small hut 100 yards away. Harry started staggering towards it, but promptly broke through a scum of ice that covered a muddy puddle that went halfway up his calves. After the warmth of London, the cold was intense. He waved his wand to cast a warming charm. That helped, but the luggage kept getting stuck in the slushy mud, pulling him off balance with every other step, and even with the warming charm his feet were frozen by the time he arrived at the shack, shivering and weak. Hello, anybody here? He gasped as he staggered up onto the front stoop. The hut was made from thick logs and the door was shut tight. Harry tried to peer in the windows, but the bright sunlight made the windows reflective and all he could see was that it was dark inside. He knocked once, just to be polite, before drawing his wand to Alohomora. The door opened. Before he had a chance to cast anything, the door yanked open, revealing one of the Caro sisters. Harry froze. The Caro stood expressionlessly, waiting. Her hair was pulled back into a no-nonsense bun that made her look older, and not in a good way, instead of being pinned to the side, so Harry had no way to tell which one she was. Finally, the cold forced Harry forward. Can I come in? His teeth chattered as he asked. The Caro stepped aside, and Harry staggered into the blessed warmth of the cabin. Inside, the space was enlarged, but the single room was no more welcoming than the austere outside. The walls were unfinished wooden timbers, though they were thick enough to block out the wind and keep in the warmth. The only comfort was a large pot-bellied stove that was radiating heat. That, along with a Spartan bed in one corner and a split log table with a stool, made up all the furnishings that Harry could see. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked. "What am I doing here?" As there was no reply, he added, "May I sit down?" A nod was the only response. Harry dragged the stool over to the stove. It gave off plenty of heat, but not much light, just the reddish glare from the small grill on the front. There was still enough light from the window to illuminate most of the room. But the corners of the room were veiled in deep shadow. The ominous lighting made it seem like there could be something lurking there. A shiver went down Harry's spine. as sensation returned to Harry's extremities. He tried again. "Where are we?" The girl ignored his question, instead taking a mug off of a shelf and a pot from the stove, pouring a cup of tea. She handed it wordlessly to Harry. "Thank you." He took a sip. It was good. Flora," he guessed. When there was no response, he continued, assuming that he had guessed correctly. "I need to go home." "No." Harry was mildly surprised to have received an answer. Deciding to build on that success, he added, "My family is waiting for me at King's Cross." "They aren't the sort to wait." Harry looked up in surprise. "How do you know that?" The girl looked away. "Everybody knows that." "No. Most of the wizarding world thinks I grew up in a fancy mansion, spoiled rotten by doting servants." He hadn't gotten much trouble over that at school, but then again, many of the pureblood kids actually were spoiled rotten, so they just thought it was normal. "You hate your family." Harry took a sip of his tea, trying to think. Why? Chever's sister. This was knew something about him. They hadn't talked much, but sometimes after the one-on-one training sessions, he would exchange a few sentences with Hestia. That was more than he ever had with the other sister. Except that hadn't been Hestia, had it? Flora, why did you impersonate your sister?" Harry tried another tack. The odd thing was, he couldn't ever remember talking out his family. He didn't like even thinking about the Dursleys unless he had to. The Carrow did not reply, but the lack of contradiction solidified in Harry's mind that this was Flora, the girl he had trained in defense for an hour or sometimes more each week for the past 6 months. The one that he had saved when he should have rescued Sirius. Harry took another sip of tea. He wasn't certain what their relationship was. He wasn't certain if they were friends. Or if he hated her. "Do you want more?" Flora asked, pointing to the tea. Harry shook his head no. Flora nodded. "Dinner is at 6. Harry nodded, standing awkwardly. He felt like an intruder despite not wanting to be here. "Do you mind if I sit down on the bed?" When he again received no response, he moved over to it and took his boots off, brushing slushy snow out of his socks and casting warming charms on his toes. He watched as Flora pulled food items out of a small cold box, most likely magically enlarged, that had been hidden in one of the shadowed corners, and started cooking them on the wood-fired stove. After what felt like just a moment, a hand was shaking him awake. "Dinner." He sat up. He hadn't even realized that he had fallen asleep. But he hadn't been getting much rest the last few nights. Something did smell good. Flora directed him to take the stool as she put a plate full of fried potatoes and hot dogs at the one-place setting. As Harry sat down to eat, she continued to stand by the stove, watching him. "This is getting creepy." Correction. Creepier. The sense of detachment that had been plaguing him the last few days had finally started to lift at all the strange occurrences. Harry cast a detection charm that he had learned from the Weasleys over the food, but there didn't seem to be a thing wrong with it, and the charm had almost always detected any tampering that Fred and George had done. He took a bite. "This is good. You should sit down and have some." It actually wasn't anything special, but he was very hungry. And it didn't hurt to be polite, especially when you had no idea what your kidnapper was thinking. Flora nodded but remained at the stove, shifting from foot to foot oddly. After a moment she walked to the door, pausing only to say, "The outhouse is behind the cottage," and left. As soon as Flora was out of sight, Harry dove for his trunk and began rummaging for his firebolt. "It's not there." Harry looked up to see Flora peering back in through the doorway. "What's not there?" "Your broom." Harry slowly put everything back into the trunk. "Why did you take it?" "You fly very well." In the light from the door, Harry could see a slight flush on Flora's face. "What's that supposed to mean?" Harry demanded, before exploding. "You take control of my life, kidnapping me here. And all you say are vague statements like that." Everything in the cottage started to vibrate, and that very few lighter objects were outright hovering. The mug shot from the table and smashed into the wall. "It's your fault that Sirius is dead. If you hadn't been." Harry realized that the girl in the doorway had crouched down, her arms over her head like she was expecting to get hit, cowering. Guilt coursed through Harry's veins. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Every dropped back into place, including Harry, who sat down with a thump and put his head in his hands. Flora stepped back out into the cold, closing the door cautiously. Harry sat for a moment before getting up and reproing the mug. She just stood there and let me yell at her. Why didn't she run away? Or yell back? That wasn't right. Flora was a fighter. Unless this was Hestia. But the Caro in the Department of Mysteries had been Flora, who had been pretending to be Hestia. And that was the girl that knew at least a little about his dysfunctional family life. Unless the fake Hestia had told the real Hestia, and this was that Hestia pretending to be Flora. He was still too tired to think coherently. He sat back onto the stool and finished the food. When Flora returned, he stood up awkwardly. Thank you for the meal. I liked it. Flora nodded, not mentioning Harry's earlier meltdown. Harry sat back onto the bed. Flora, can you tell me what this is all about? I actually appreciate what you did in the Department of Mysteries. You kept me safe. I probably wouldn't have made it out alive without you. Flora interrupted, shaking her head. No, you saved my life. She didn't deny being in the dom. This Flora was the same Flora that he had thought was Hestia. Right, we saved each other's lives. You're a good friend, Harry answered placatingly, watching Flora as he spoke. Her face was impassive as always, but she in turn was watching him attentively, like a wild animal looking to see if he was a threat. But I really don't like being trapped. I would like to go home. No, incarcerus. Harry cast, wrapping ropes around the girl. I don't want to fight with you, but I need to go home. I'm not upset. Please just give me my broom. Hey, stop fighting the spell. Flora was wriggling and pushing against the ropes. If you do that, the spell will pull the ropes tighter. Flora squirmed, struggling hard enough to pull the ropes tighter, but she lacked the strength to break free. The ropes pulled so tight that she toppled to the ground. Harry watched in concern as sweat started to bead up on her forehead. She gave a small moan. Harry dispelled the ropes in embarrassment. He wasn't certain what was going on, but it was weird. Flora, just let me go home. Flora stood up and adjusted her clothes before turning to watch him again, still slightly flushed. Harry wasn't certain what to do. He didn't want to hurt Flora, but he didn't like being held here against his will. He lay down on top of the covers as he tried to come up with a solution to Flora. He had thought this was going to be one of those times when Flora never replied, but she finally did. This is much better. Harry sighed and rubbed his head. His last thought before falling asleep was, maybe this will all make sense when I wake up in the morning. MLC. Harry started awake in the middle of the night. He didn't have any idea what time it was, but it was still dark. As he lay in bed, it took him some time to orient himself. Just as he remembered where he was, he felt something shift on the bed next to him. Harry froze. It was too dark to see anything, but he could hear breathing, and something was leaning on his left arm. He slowly pulled out his wand and whispered, Lumos. Curled up on the bed next to him was Flora. Harry jerked back and began to hyperventilate. Okay, calm down. She's fully clothed. It's just that there is only one bed here. He lay very still, so as not to disturb the Slytherin girl. His next thought was, I'm sharing a bed with a girl. It was Flora, who was flat-chested and never smiled and was about unfeminine as they came, but it still took him a very, very long time to fall back asleep. MLC. Flashback. July 1995. I don't care what any of those fools are saying. Alexandra Rookwood had sat the girls down on the couch as soon as they arrived at the apartment. I don't care if the Dark Lord is back or not. We will carry on in all things as normal. She paced in front of them. She had more nervous energy than usual, and that was saying something, as she was always high-strung. I will expect the same from you when you are at school. Don't let Malfoy and his cronies convince you to join his coterie. We will be strictly neutral. We aren't going to join with them. Nor are we going to support Dumbledore and his idiots. We will be normal. Her voice rose to a scream at the end. The two girls sat hunched, hands on their laps, knees together as was proper. But their shoulders stared to collapse under the diatribe. Alexandra paused and stalked over to the wine rack and poured herself some red. And what's more, she whirled back to the girls and snarled, Virginum. She jabbed her wand first at Hestia, and then at Flora. Good. Good. She nodded in approval. This is the age when boys will try to get you to spread your legs for them. Don't let them. You will get tangled up in their battles, and then that will be the end of you. She made a melodramatic slicing motion across her neck. "If I find out that you are fucking anybody, I will put you both out on the street." She elucidated. She finished her wine. "Go to your room. I will call you when I need you." She needed to prepare. She was supposed to have dinner with her current patron. He had promised her the role of Lydia in The Rivals. She grimaced. Of course, he would want something in return. But such was life, and her contraceptive charms were fresh. MLC now. The following morning, Harry was alone in the bed when he woke up. As he sat up in bed, he heard the sound of spellfire outside. He grabbed his wand and ran outside. He was half expecting to see somebody from the Order on a rescue mission, but it was just Flora practicing her bombardas against a tree trunk. She was wearing an unbuttoned coat to keep off the mild chill. The area where she was training had the remaining snow ground down and churned into a muddy scum slathered onto the hard ground. "What did that tree ever do to you?" Harry quickly cast a warming charm on himself. Flora turned in surprise. After a moment, she said, "I will go make breakfast." "No, I can do that. It's what I did every day at the Dursleys," though he had never cooked on a wood stove before. On the other hand, if the extent of Flora's repertoire was boiling potatoes and frying up some hot dogs, it might be for the best if he took this chore on, otherwise the situation would become even more dire than it was, or at least more tedious. Flora hesitated before nodding. She followed Harry back inside. After the pancakes were made and eaten, Harry leaned back against the wall. He had eaten on the bed, so that Flora could have the stool. She had refused to take it until Harry had made it clear that he didn't need it. "Now what do we do?" As Flora sat silently, he continued, "Or did you not think that far ahead?" Flora looked down embarrassedly at her hands. "We could practice defense," she whispered. Harry considered the girl sitting opposite him, her face impassive as always. During breakfast, he had considered his options. He could overpower Flora and somehow find his way back to civilization. The first part shouldn't be hard, but without a broom or any idea where he was, the second was nigh impossible. And he didn't want to hurt Flora. And was going home really that much better? He would be trapped at the Dursleys instead of here in the woods. And yes, the Blood Wards would charge. But he had a hard time feeling motivated by that. "You know that it's not just Dumbledore and his allies that will be searching for me. Voldemort is also looking for me." Flora nodded. "It's warded." "The cabin." Another nod. "Are the wards strong enough to keep one of the most powerful dark wizards of the past century out?" Flora's shoulders hunched up. "No, but this cabin is also unloadable. You know that you're risking your life doing this. Voldemort isn't going to be picky about who he kills." "I don't mind." A smile lit up Flora's face, as if dying was something she was looking forwards to. Harry had only seen her smile for real once or twice before, and each time they had transformed her from a porcelain doll into. "She's crazy. I have no idea what's going on in her head," Harry sighed. "Let's go practice defense." He couldn't bring himself to attack her. MLC. "Flora, isn't your mother going to be worried about you?" It had been several days, and Flora W. as showing no intention of allowing Harry to return to civilization. So Harry tried a new approach. They were eating pancakes for breakfast again. Harry had searched the cold box, and the results were not encouraging. Other than a few bedraggled potatoes, it was mostly canned beans, flour, and some other non-perishables. And about a dozen packages of frozen hot dogs. Enough to live on, but they wouldn't be eating anything classy. "Stepmother." Harry nodded slowly. "Right, I forgot. You mentioned her before." He considered for a moment before taking the plunge. "It sounds like you don't get along with her." "We get along fine," Flora replied without looking up from her plate. "Except she doesn't approve of fun." Flora looked up from her pancakes, surprised that Harry had remembered her throwaway comment, before nodding. She doesn't like it when we bother her." She got up and cast an overpowered Scourgify on the plates. As she was putting them away, she shrugged and added, "She probably won't notice that I'm not there. If she's home." Harry stood up awkwardly, not certain what to do next. "What do you usually do over the summer?" He blurted out. "I mean, do you just go wherever you want?" "Yes, as long as I don't do anything to embarrass stepmother or draw unnecessary attention to myself." There was silence as Flora walked over to the cottage wall and placed her hand on a knot in the wood as if it was a doorknob and pulled. A door appeared, swinging open to reveal a closet full of winter clothing. Harry nodded slowly. While this was one of the longer conversation he had had with the Slytherin girl, it was not very productive. In desperation, he tried once more. So how long was the longest you've been away from home like this? Flora paused as she did some calculations. A week. She pulled on her boots and looked over at Harry with determination. Let's go practice. Incarcerus, spells. Did Hestia cover for you? The mental image Harry was developing stepmother, was of a magical version of Petunia Dursley, and he couldn't imagine that a woman like that would permit her daughter to be unsupervised for so long. Flora didn't reply, instead standing patiently by the door, waiting for Harry. Harry sighed and stood up, getting a coat out of the hidden closet. As he stepped outside and turned to hold the door open for Flora, she finally muttered, she didn't need to. Stepmother can't tell us apart. MLC. I called this emergency meeting of the Order of the Phoenix because neither Molly nor I have been able to reach Harry Potter. I sent him a letter to inform him that I would be taking him to the Burrow this Sunday instead of at the end of the summer as I had originally planned, but the owl was unable to seek him out, returning a few hours later. The implication was clear. Harry had been taken to someplace heavily warded. Or he was dead, though that alternative didn't bear thinking about. It was 2 weeks after the end of school, and the Order was meeting at the Burrow, as they were not certain if, with Sirius's death, Grimmauld Place would pass on to Bellatrix or if Sirius's will would be sustained and it would pass to Harry. Molly's dining room accommodated the crowd, though not comfortably, no matter how many people were present. It was just large enough so that everybody had space if they sat tight together, which, while cozy for family dinner, was less than ideal for business meetings. When was Harry last seen? Alistair demanded. Ron and the rest of Harry's friends parted ways with him at King's Cross, Molly volunteered. Her words were neutral, but her tone implied that Ron had already received a talking to for not guarding his friend better. And what of his family? They never met him. They waited for some time and then left to grab some dinner, as Mr. Dursley put it. Regrettably, they did not see fit to notify either us nor the Muggle authorities. Dumbledore was doing his best to restrain his anger. With almost a century of practice, he was quite skilled. Nevertheless, his eyes were not twinkling. Those horrible people. Molly, on the other hand, had neither the skill nor the motivation to restrain her anger. How could they just leave a teenage boy who knew where he could have been taken by the Snatchers? Bill had to resist the urge to roll his eyes at his mother's histrionics. Do you know if Harry had his luggage with him? Did he have anything magically distinguishing in there that I could trace? Bill hated trying to defeat wards at a distance, but he wasn't Not's most talented curse breaker for nothing. I'll get Ron and Hermione. They will know, if anybody does, the Weasley patriarch volunteered, before adding, don't worry, Molly. We'll find him. It's just a matter of time. Are we certain that Harry didn't abscond on his own? Mundungus Fletcher asked. Don't be stupid, snarled Snape. That boy is lacking in the subterfuge to do something like this. He was obviously kidnapped, but the question is by who? Voldemort has no concept that he is missing. And he doesn't have any friends from outside of Hogwarts, Dumbledore put in. I have already spoken with the Longbottoms and the Grangers, and they have not had any contact with Harry. Dumbledore thought it was a little sad that Harry's circle of friends was that small, and that it was all Gryffindors. MLC. Harry put his textbook down. He had spent the past weeks. He hadn't thought to mark the passage of time in a daze. There was just so little to do. He had tried wandering around outside, but it was chilly, and he was worried about getting lost. Since the area was unplottable, the point me charm didn't work. Thus much of his days were spent rereading his textbooks from the previous years. I feel like Hermione, with all this school stuff. Harry wondered what his friends were up to. For the first time, he was able to take a step back and think about what had happened in the Department of Mysteries. They all had my back. Despite everything that had happened, it was a good feeling to know he had friends like that. Especially Ginny. He had started noticing her as girl lately. Which was awkward, Because Ron would kill him if he asked her out. Harry's eyes flicked to the other side of the room, where Flora was reading her own book on the bed. That was the other reason that thinking about another girl was awkward. I can't keep sitting here, pretending she's not here. Hey, Flora, is there anything you like doing? I mean besides dueling. The girl just looked up at him expressionlessly. Harry started to get frustrated. I mean we're stuck here, with nothing to do. You won't let me go home, and I am bored out of my mind. His voice started to rise in frustration. Flora's shoulders hunched, but she did not respond otherwise. She looked surprisingly vulnerable. Harry sighed in annoyance, but modulated his voice. He didn't like how Flora had cowered away from him that time. It made him feel like a bully, and he hated bullies. Do you have any board games, or a deck of cards, or something? Flora sat silently as she looked down at her textbook. Her chin tucked all the way down onto her chest as she hid behind a curtain of hair. Harry stared at his captor. Finally he gave an exasperated sigh. I guess. Do you want to duel some more? She closed her book without hesitation and stood up. She's obsessed with dueling. They spent an hour attacking each other under the pines. The snow had completely melted, and the cold snap had passed. So that during the middle of the day they didn't even need jackets anymore. Stupefy. Harry cast as he ducked under Flora's hex. She deflect the spell with her wand before retaliating. With a blasting curse to spray dirt at Harry, followed by a stunner while he was blinded. But Harry took advantage of the dirt spray to dart forward under a powerful Protega, surprising his opponent. Before she could cast anything he swished, Expelliarmus. Flora's wand was ripped from her hand and she was pushed into the trunk of a large pine. Looking for this, Harry sauntered over, dangling her wand. He was surprised to find that he had been enjoying today. Here he was, a prisoner of a crazy stalker girl halfway up a mountain in the middle of nowhere, and he was having a blast. Yeah, Flora scooped up a frozen crust of snow that had been sheltered under the tree and attacked him with it. Harry was forced to drop her wand so he could catch her arm before she could club him on the head with the half-frozen snow. Flora treated every duel like a life-and-death battle. Given that she probably had never played games as a child, that made sense. But despite her ferocity she was much smaller, so Harry ended up whirling her into the tree as he stopped her attack. She hit with a pronounced oof, her snow club snapping and spilling down on top of her head, giving her a Russian snow princess look. Are you okay? Harry asked, but didn't loosen his grip. And that was for the best, as she tried to kick and claw at him, forcing him to pin her to the tree through main force, holding each of her hands in one of his own. Are you done? Harry pressed in hard against her so that she couldn't move. Flora's breath was coming in ragged gasps and her eyes were strangely dilated. Harry wasn't certain what to do as she thrashed her body against his before lunging forward and mashing her face against his. It wasn't quite a kiss, but the closeness caught Harry by surprise. Harry's grip loosened as they both froze in shock. Flora recovered, diving to the side so she could scoop up her wand, and she then skipped off to the left. Expelliarmus Lumos Stupefy. Harry pressed his attack as Flora ducked behind the tree. He was just about to cast Protega and dart around it when he heard an alarmed squawk from the other side. He skipped the shield, instead running to see what had happened, to find Flora lying sprawled at the bottom of a shallow incline covered in muddy snow. You okay? Yes, I just slipped. Except she was wrong. As soon as she tried to put any weight on her right foot, it buckled. Here, I'll help. Harry stepped in to support Flora from her bad side as they hobbled back to the hut. It was slow going, but he had to admit that it was more dignified than being mobilicorpus ed like a sack of potatoes. Some jailer you are, needing help from your prisoner. You're not a prisoner. Flora shook her head. This is to help you. Harry stopped, flabbergasted. How do you figure that? But Flora didn't reply. How come you have access to this place? What if the owner shows up? He tried again. This belongs to the Caros. It's a safe house, and nobody is going to come check up on it. Flora paused, marshalling her thoughts. It belonged to Uncle Aggie. He took us, Hestia and me, here once when we were 8. Snuck us out over stepmother's objections. It was a glorious 48 hours of freedom. When he died, Hestia stole the master portkey. Hestia, I thought you were the rebel. Flora gave Harry a puzzled look. We're twins, we share everything. Yet you spent all that time training with me. And Hestia never did. Flora looked down at her feet, letting her hair cover her face. She was blushing so hard that Harry could see it even through her hair. Anyway, what did your uncle use it for? Was he a smuggler or something? Harry tried to make a joke out of it, but his stomach roiled. Please don't say he was a dark wizard. No, he was a dark wizard's. Harry lowered Flora to the bed and pulled off her boot gently. Does your family support Voldemort? Flora gasped in pain. Some. Especially my surviving uncle. My stepmother wants to stay neutral until she knows which side will win. Quote, is she angry that you are friends with me? Harry asked. He wasn't certain if they were actually friends, but he suspected that Flora, in her own twisted fashion, thought that they were. He was also starting to wonder if the point of this adventure wasn't so much about him, but if instead it was Flora hiding from rebelling against her stepmother. Not that Harry could blame Flora. She sounded truly awful. If I hadn't met Ron and Hermione back in first year, would I have ended up like this as well? Half crazy, with no social skills. Harry took a closer look at Flora. Flora refused to meet his eyes, instead adjusting her hair as she looked off to the side. She will be fine with it. Harry cast a soothing charm on the ankle. It was the only first aid that he knew. She doesn't know yet, does she? Flora shrugged. The potion supply is next to the cold box. The pain potion is clearly labeled MLC. Do you think they will find Harry? Hermione asked Ron. She was over at the burrow, ostensibly to hang out with Ron, but in reality they were both so worried about their missing friend that they spent most of their time in the kitchen, listening in as various members of the Order reported what they had found so far. It was slow going. Over the past week they had discovered very little. Don't you worry, honey, of course we will. Molly Weasley bustled in with some more cookies. She was dealing with the stress by baking non-stop, which was greatly appreciated by everybody, especially Ron, who was dealing with his anxiety by eating. He better have gotten taken against his will, because if he went off on some harebrained scheme without us, I am going to give him a piece of my mind. Ginny sat down forcefully and snagged a cookie. She made sure to take tiny nibbles, so that it would last her at least half an hour. Just because she was worried was no reason to pig out like Ron. If he did go off on his own, where could he have gone? Hermione mused. He hates the Dursleys. He's probably hiding out from them. He'll turn up right in time for the express. You'll see, Ron pronounced. Even he knew it sounded lame. Single quote. As long as he isn't shacking up with a girl. Ginny scowled, eating the entire remainder of the cookie in one bite. MLC. Harry brought in another load of wood. Splitting wood with a cleaving hex was easy, but carrying it in by hand even with the featherlight charm was less so. There was probably a charm for that, but neither Flora nor he knew it. So how long do you plan to keep me up here? He asked yet again, but Flora didn't get upset at the daily repetition. It had become almost a ritual. Being trapped up here was odd. The wilderness was beautiful, and keeping busy with the routine of chopping wood and making meals helped him deal with Sirius's death, but being here against his will chafed. And seeing Flora all the time was confusing. He was still very angry at her, but also guilty that he had wished her dead in Sirius's place. And it was incredibly awkward that she insisted on sleeping in the bed with him. After the first night he had tried sleeping on the floor on top of a cushioning charm. But he had woken up in the middle of the night to find himself back in the bed with Flora snuggled up to him, her arm draped over his side possessively. But she was always primly dressed in a thick wool nightgown, and she always got up early, so when he woke up he was alone in the bed. Until school starts. Flora was baking something. She wasn't very good, but there was very little to do up here on the mountain. No TV, no letters, no newspapers. They spent much of the morning dueling, except for a couple of days, when Flora's ankle had still been swollen. They had just gone over charms instead. But other than that all they had was their textbooks, the stove and each other. At least Flora replied when Harry spoke to her now, and sometimes in more than a single phrase. And how will we keep from going crazy with boredom? Harry asked, gesturing to the textbook that were laying face down on the bed. It was evening, and he had been reading by the light of Most when he had realized that the fire in the stove was dying down and gone to fetch more fuel. This time, there was no response. Admit it, this plan was poorly thought out. Give me back my broom, and I'll fly us both to civilization. No harm, no foul. Harry was willing to be magnanimous. Clearly Flora hadn't meant him any harm, and this was a unique experience. Flora was quiet for a moment before replying, I can't go home. Why not? Harry sat down on the stool. You're worried that your mother is going to be angry that you are opposing Voldy Shorts. Flora snorted at the nickname before, giving Harry a dirty look for making her almost laugh. She was just about to say something when a buzzing started in Harry's trunk. Harry walked cautiously over to the trunk and pulled it open, aging through his clothing until he pulled out a small sack, holding the broken shards of the two-way mirror that Sirius had given him. The one he had thrown at the wall in anger after Sirius died. One that he should have used before walking into the trap at the ministry. Sirius. He spilled it out carefully onto the floor. The glass sparkled and vibrated. Can you hear me, Sirius? Harry yelled at the shattered pieces. Suddenly, the pieces were yanked to the side of the room. Harry looked up to see Flora directing them, and then, bombarda, shattering them into a fine powder that sprayed all over the room. No, Harry tackled Flora, even though he knew it was too late. Potter, think. Sirius is dead. That was a tracing spell. Somebody is coming. Harry released the girl that he was holding in a bear hug. It could be Dumbledore, or Voldemort. What do we do? Pack. Harry paused for an instant before nodding. He sprang into action, tossing everything back into the trunk and shrinking it as Flora lifted up a section of the floor to reveal his firebolt. He grabbed it and jumped on as she pulled on her coat and grabbed his as well. As she mounted behind him, she draped it over his shoulders. Go. It was less than 30 seconds later and they were in the air, racing down the mountain. Which way? Harry asked. South. It's a long flight. Harry nodded. After several minutes of silence he added, we make a good team. Flora didn't reply, instead adjusting Harry's coat over his shoulders before clasping her arms tight around his waist. MLC. It was 2 hours before they flew over the first small village. Off of the mountains the weather was much warmer, and Harry landed them at the edge of a pasture to take their coats off. But the village was just a half-dozen wooden cottages. Harry didn't see any automobiles or roads. They got back into the air and continued for another hour before they finally saw roads and modern-looking houses. As they approached the edge of habitation, Harry landed behind a warehouse and walked out to the street, his jacket draped over his arm and sleeves rolled up in the warmth. Flora cast another point me spell. This way. Sorry, Flora, but this is as far as I go. He watched to see how she would respond, half expecting her to draw her wand. But she didn't. She just stood and looked at him helplessly. Her shoulders drooped a little, as he held up his wand and sent off sparks, calling the night bus. And nothing happened. Several minutes passed and it was silent. Harry could hear voices off in the distance, but other than that there was nothing. It was as quiet as the far side of the lake at Hogwarts. Though breezier. We're not in England, Flora finally smirked. And just then a giant black stagecoach pulled by a half-dozen headless horses sprang as from nowhere, screeching to a stop in front of them. The driver looked like Ernie's twin brother. Now it was Harry's turn to smirk, until the driver gabbled something in a language that he didn't understand. Do you understand English? HVAD. The driver cupped a hand to his ear and looked confused. Can you take me to England? HVAD. London. A blank look. Paris. 20 pfennig. Harry held up a handful of nuts and sickles helplessly. With a dark sigh the driver took several and waved Harry on. As he climbed up, Harry could have sworn the driver muttered in perfect English. Tourists. I'll see you back in school. Harry yelled with a wave as the coach leapt forwards, leaving Flora standing, watching despondently. I had been planning to have this story end in this chapter, with the next one being an epilogue of sorts, but the darn thing refuses to end. I really have no idea where I am going with this anymore. 6th year. Fall. So where were you? Molly asked as she led Harry into the burrow. Dumbledore had picked him up via portkey from Paris. As Harry had been walking down the Champs-Élysées, he had been doing a little sight seeing as he tried to decide if he could fly over the English Channel and in which direction exactly that was, from Paris, or if there was a better option. Sorry about that, Harry rubbed his head sheepishly. I already explained to the headmaster. A friend asked me to come with them to their country place, but the portkey was leaving immediately, so I didn't have a chance to tell anybody. He had decided to keep Flora's involvement secret almost on a whim, but once he was mulishly stubborn, and no amount of interrogation was going to change his mind. Young man, that was incredibly irresponsible. Do you know how many people spent their summer searching for you? Dumbledore had to put his projects, no doubt very important ones, on hold just because of your stunt. If you were my child, you would be grounded for the rest of the summer. Possibly for next summer as well. Molly stopped to glare at the truant child. Yes, ma'am, Harry replied meekly, thinking that being ground Ed at the Burrow would still be better than his typical summer at the Dursleys. There was really nothing that Molly could think of that would be a worse punishment than that. With a sigh, Molly turned to continue into the kitchen. I guess with your guardians being the way they are, I can't exactly blame you, though. Horrible, horrible people. If Molly had a superpower, it was judging people. Everybody was evaluated and rated. Nevertheless, I don't want you leaving the Burrow without my express permission, is that understood? Yes, ma'am. Dumbledore had also expressed his deep disappointment with Harry and his lack of maturity after everything that Dumbledore had explained to him. Apparently, while he had been trapped in the cottage, the blood wards around 4 Private Drive had collapsed. Why don't you go get some sleep? Dumbledore wants to take you to go talk to Professor Slughorn tomorrow morning. You can take the twins' room. At Harry's startled expression, she explained, they're living above their joke shop now. With a nod, Harry went upstairs and fell straight asleep. It had been a long, tiring day. The following morning, Harry woke up as somebody burst into his room. As he started awake, he was surprised not to see rough wood walls. And the face approaching him was a lot more emotive than Flora's. I'm so glad that you're all right. Hermione hugged him tight. As soon as she let go, Ron punched him in the shoulder. You scared Mum with your disappearing act. And the rest of us, Hermione added. It's a good thing Bill was able to trace you with that two-way mirror from Sirius. Though it took him some time to get a lock. What sort of wards were you under? Oh, that was him. I guess it took a while because the mirror is busted. Harry sidestepped the question about where he had been yet again. And before Hermione could ask anything further, he added, I'm sorry I made you guys worry. I just needed some time to myself, to get my head straight after everything that happened. I can understand. The Dursleys are pretty awful. I couldn't handle them on a good day, much less after going through the ringer. And that was it. No interrogation, no nothing. His friends just accepted him. Harry was honestly surprised and touched at the trust the two showed. The rest of the day was pretty normal, except discovering that Fleur was getting married into the Weasley clan via Bill. Which was cool and all, but Harry didn't think Bill was in Fleur's league. She acted too much like a society girl. Harry would have expected him to hook up with somebody like Tonks. MLC. Let's get some dueling practice in. It was a gray day a week after his arrival, and Harry didn't feel like flying through the mist. He and Ron had spent most afternoons for the past week in the air. But even Harry could have too much Quidditch. At least when the weather was bad. I don't know, that's too much like schoolwork, Ron prevaricated, glancing up at the sky as if to will the clouds away. What's too much like schoolwork? It was Bill. He was ambling up the path from the house. Harry wants us to practice dueling, Hermione explained, except what he calls dueling isn't. It's pretty much all-out dirty trick spell fighting. It would get him disqualified from any legal tournament. Really? Bill zipped up his leather jacket and pulled out his wand. Let's see what you can do, Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Harry slashed the stunner to the left with a targeted Protega as he dodged to the right under the second spell. He cast Bombarda. His curse skimmed the top of the lawn, spraying dirt into Bill's face. Stupefy. Reducto. Bill Protega ed against the Stupefy, but he got hit by the branch that Harry dropped on him with the Reducto. Enough. Enough. Bill backed up, trying to get the branch off of his head. Mom will kill us if we keep blasting her lawn like this. That was quick. Ron commented with a wry smile. You weren't kidding when you said he fights dirty. Bill shook his head to get bits of the lawn out of his hair. I just use the terrain to my advantage, Harry shrugged. He probably shouldn't have blasted Mrs. Weasley's lawn, but when it came to dueling, he only had one setting. 110%. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't heard about some new pass appearing mysteriously in the Austrian Alps. At Harry's blank look he added. That's where you took your little vacation, right? Or were you actually shacking up with a girl up there, so you didn't get a chance to go outside? Harry felt blood rush to his cheeks. They call it Potter Pass. It's to the left of the Eiger, Harry muttered. Bill laughed and slapped Harry on the back. Good comeback. The remainder of summer passed almost normally, with pick-up games of Quidditch. And Hermione nagging them to finish their summer homework. The trip with Professor Dumbledore to visit Slughorn was strange. He wasn't certain why he was there. Dumbledore had been close-lipped about it, despite his promise from the end of last year to be more forthright with Harry. Harry figured that it was punishment for disappearing without warning, but at the end Slughorn agreed to come back to teach for a year. The only thing that marred the summer were the reports of Death Eater attacks. Arthur and Molly tried to shield the children from hearing too much about those, but it was unavoidable. MLC, I think you're reading too much into it, Hermione persisted. The trio were in the back of platform 9 3/4, where they could avoid the press of people as they waited for the train to arrive. And they were still arguing over what Draco had been doing at Borgin and Burke's, when they had tailed him there on their school supply shopping trip. I doubt he would take the dark mark, and even if he had, what could he do at the shop? He could be shaking down the proprietors for dark artifacts, Harry volunteered. Dad raided the shops on Nocturne Alley. He said that Borgin and Burke skirted the law, but they didn't sell anything outright illegal. Ron corrected, siding with Hermione. Speaking of illegal, how are love potions not banned? Hermione was still bothered by those. The gang had visited the twins' new shop, and a selection had been for sale at the Weasley Wizard Wheezes. The twins had even tried to get Harry to take one, free of charge. Just in case, as they put it. Don't stress it, Hermione. Ron waved her concern away. Those wear off after a couple of minutes. They just give the bloke enough time to ask the girl out. Or vice versa. Humph. But before Hermione could say anything more, the train finally arrived. We'll talk more at school, but we need to go up to the prefect's car for now. Harry nodded in understanding. He had somehow ended up the Quidditch captain. Though in all honesty, he wasn't even certain that he wanted to play this year. There was too much to worry about. As he walked towards the train, he spotted Ginny hurrying along. He was just about to call out to her when he felt a presence at his side. Turning, he saw Flora, or at least he assumed it was Flora, pacing him along the platform. Hello. Harry wasn't certain how to react. She was a creepy stalker. But there was something about her that resonated with him. Maybe it was that she didn't care what people thought of her. Or maybe that she didn't get scared when they were practicing defense. None of his other friends were willing to push themselves in dueling like she did. They all wanted to stop after the first spell connected. Even Bill Weasley wasn't comfortable with all-out fighting. But she didn't mind. Or maybe it was that she reminded him of himself back from elementary school, socially awkward and desperate for friendship. How was your summer? He didn't really expect an answer. But it was polite to ask. Bad, Flora pronounced, before adding, Hestia will be supporting Malfoy. Harry stopped, creating an obstacle as students flowed towards the train. Why? Does she like him? Quote, no, but stepmother want to be neutral, so there has to be balance. Oh. Harry continued on towards the train as he processed what Flora had said and what she had not. Was your stepmother angry with you? I mean, for running away from home. Harry casually nodded to Seamus as the other Gryffindor passed them on the way to the train. It was crowded that Flora walking next to Harry didn't draw any attention. Flora hunched a little more. She yelled, I thought she wouldn't notice. But Hestia said that she noticed during the second week. Harry snorted. Of course she did. Did you tell her where you went? Or with whom? It wasn't really a question. Harry had a pretty good sense of how Flora operated. The Slytherin girl shook her head, but we are keeping the balance for her. So she will be okay with it once she does learn. Harry paused at the entrance to the rearmost train car, letting a third-year Puff go inside first. And then a fourth-year Ravenclaw. He was reluctant to go up. Once inside, he and Flora would have to pick compartments. Right now they were casual acquaintances chatting as they walked in the same general direction. But if they sat together, that would be making a statement. Harry wasn't comfortable with something like that. As Hestia upset that she's being pressured into taking a side, Harry glanced at Flora. He couldn't imagine being forced to hang out with somebody that he didn't particularly like, and he had never seen either Caro's sister being friendly with Malfoy's crowd. Flora nodded. She is angry with me. After a pause she added. And she hates you. What? Why? Flora just shrugged. Balance. Oh, are you certain that all this is worth it? Harry realized that they were drawing glances as more students drifted past them onto the train. He could tell Flora to go away. But it felt oddly gratifying to have a girl obsessing about him, even if it was Flora. So instead he quickly hopped up the 2 steps into the train. Yes. Flora followed. As they boarded the train, Harry frowned as he realized that he had missed out on the opportunity to invite Ginny to sit with him. Instead, he ended up in a train car with Luna, Neville and Flora. At one point a pair of fourth-year came into the compartment and sat down, tittering and giving Harry quick glances, but they soon started glancing nervously at Flora, who was sitting silently at Harry's side. She didn't participate in the conversation at all, instead staring at the 2 younger girls like a shrike watching a mouse. Just as the train was pulling out of the station they left, not having spoken a word to Harry or the others. Are you going to have the DA again this year? Neville asked. Maybe. I don't know how many people will be interested if we have a decent Dada teacher. Oh, it would be so nice, Luna commented as at the same time Neville replied, you're an awesome teacher. I bet you're better than whoever they end up hiring. Okay, I'll see what I can do. So can I count you guys in? Harry asked. I guess I can find time for that as well as being a Quidditch captain. It's not like this is my new year. The conversation stuttered to a halt after that, as Harry didn't know Luna or Neville that well, and they in turn were both somewhat shy. And Flora was making everybody a little nervous, with the 4th years gone. She had switched to shooting annoyed looks at Luna and Neville. Flora, how come you always wear green? Neville asked awkwardly, attempting to include her in the conversation. I like plants. Oh, I do too. Neville began chattering away about herbology, and what they had covered last year. Harry could see that despite herself, Flora was getting drawn into the conversation. He breathed a sigh of relief, as he felt her attention shift off of him. MLC. It's Christmas come early, Ron crowed as they walked into the potions classroom. Both he and Harry needed potions if they wanted to continue on to the Auror Academy. But neither had achieved an O on their potions owls, which Snape required to enter his newt level potions class. But this year, they didn't have Snape for potions. ND Slughorn would exceeds expectation. Ron wasn't certain which to be happier about. Yeah, I guess, it's still going to be a hard class. Harry took a seat at one of the 2-person workstations towards the back of the room, as was his wont. But before Ron could join him, Flora slid into the other chair, appearing as from nowhere. Hey, wait. Ron stopped flabbergasted, but he couldn't quite bring himself to argue with Flora. Harry glanced over at his seatmate as she pulled out her supplies and methodically prepared the workspace. Actually, this might work out for the best. Ron was his best friend. But even Harry had to admit that Flora was way better at potions than Ron. Like she aced the class, while Ron struggled to pull off a passing grade. Why don't you pair up with Hermione? That way we all will do better. Hermione, who had been standing behind Ron, rolled her eyes but smiled good-naturedly. Come on, Ron, just don't mess around when we're brewing. She smiled to take the sting out of her words. Actually, this could be good. It would finally give her a chance to spend some time alone with Ron. She just hoped that Flora wasn't going to do anything inappropriate to Harry, his potion, that is. Hermione led the way to her usual spot at the front of the class, with Ron following ambivalently. So, partners, Harry quipped. Flora nodded, not bothering to state the obvious. MLC. And thus 6th year began well enough. Snape as the Dada professor was a shock, but having Slughorn for potions offset it. For the first time Harry actually enjoyed potions. And between Flora and the notes that were in the margins of his loner textbook he found it surprisingly easy. And while Snape was and always would be a slimy git, his Dada class was really very good. Are you nuts? Ron interjected when Harry mentioned all that at lunch. Snape is a monster. If I hadn't been in the DA last year, half of what he says would make absolutely no sense. And as it is I can barely keep up. Something was definitely off with Harry ever since the summer. First he was partnering up with a snake, and now he was defending the slimy git. Hermione shrugged. Yeah, he's a jerk. But if you listen past all the posturing, what he is saying is pretty much the same thing as Harry was drilling all last year. Fluidity and speed are key to a good defense, with less emphasis on overall power. I think. She paused as Flora sat down at the Gryffindor table, a couple of seats away from Hermione. She had done the same thing at dinner yesterday, except all the way at the end of the table. Ron glared at Flora from Harry's other side. Nobody had invited her. She was creepy. Her mere presence stopped conversations and curdled milk, and she was messing up the dynamic that the three of them had developed over the past 5 years. Would you care to join us? Hermione finally asked. The girl had helped them at the Department of Mysteries last year. But Flora didn't respond, eating mechanically. And that's another thing. Why are you working with her in potions? Not only is she a Slytherin, she's so creepy that even the other Slytherins don't like her. Ron. RMI1 warned when Harry replied with a shrug. She's really, really good at potions. And I can use the help. I hope you're not copying from her. Hermione glanced over at the other girl. On the one hand, she did feel bad for how she was ostracized, but on the other, Ron was right. There was something off-putting about her, and she didn't like how she was following Harry around. Luna had told her about the haunted train ride experience. I think. Ginny leaned in from the other side of the table, stage whispering, she's pairing up with Harry in the hopes of getting into Harry's group. She made a gesture to include everybody eating with them. That girl has no social skills, and this is the only way she knows to make friends. Ginny was also a recent addition to their mealtime group. She had become a lot more self-assured this year, chatting with the trio or her own fifth-year coterie. Harry shrugged, not wanting to contradict Ginny. She's a nice girl once you talk to her. And it's not like this is completely new. She did tutor me in potions last year. He glanced self-consciously over at the girl in question. She can probably hear us. Mate. Ron leaned in and whispered as well. I know you get along with her, but have you noticed that she doesn't talk to anybody except you? Flora continued eating, to all appearances oblivious to the conversation going on around her. And she never smiles. It's like she's dead inside. Hermione nodded. That was exactly it. She glanced over towards the Slytherin and frowned. Poor girl. I should make an effort to talk to her in class. Harry shrugged. Talk to her about Dada. She's really interested in that. Speaking of which, do you want to get a study group together, like the DA last year? Seriously. Ron looked incredulous. Even with all the extra frees, I barely keep up with all my schoolwork. And I got to get some flying in, because I hear that the new team captain is a real hard ass. Ron winked at Harry. Harry rolled his eyes. Katie is right. With the way Umbridge was assigning Quidditch positions for political reasons last season, we all need to retry out. But you're a shoo-in for keeper. So that was a no for the DA. Maybe he could make it work with just 4 people. Do you fly? Hermione asked Flora, making one more attempt to include the girl. This time she turned her head to give the trio a blank stare. Only with Harry. Quote. Ron snickered, earning a puzzled look from Harry and an annoyed one from Hermione. Mate, you know what that sound like an euphemism for? Get your mind out of the gutter, Ronald. Hermione growled with a frown. But she cast a sideways glance to see how Flora took all this. Did she actually mean it that way? Flora did not react, instead collecting her books. I will join you for dueling. She got up to head to her next class. Harry stood up a moment later. Nev, you said that you wanted to have DA. You still up for it? He nodded. Yeah, I'll tell Luna. Harry gave a thumbs-up sign before turning to Ron and Hermione. I'll meet you in class. I left my books upstairs, and headed out of the Great Hall. He was only slightly surprised to find Flora walking at his side. This wasn't the first time she had appeared as from nowhere, but she only did so when he was walking by himself. Either she had some magic he didn't know about, or she was following him around all the time. But out of sight, they walked in silence to the Gryffindor dorms. Harry nodded and went inside, leaving his stalker, bodyguard, or whatever she envisioned herself as to continue on her way. MLC. Flora stood in the second-floor girls' bathroom. Moaning Myrtle was cowering in the third stall, peering cautiously out over the top. Flora had colloportused the door, on the off chance that somebody really desperate might try to come in, and vanished all the water from the toilets, to prevent Myrtle from flooding the floor. She held up the picture that she had clipped out of Millicent's discarded Witch Weekly magazine. It was some cheerfully smiling pretty teen celebrity. She looked like she didn't have a care in the world, like she expected all the boys just to bow down to her. Flora scowled. Girls like that knew nothing. Everything was handed to them. Everybody loved them. They were so fake. Real life wasn't like that. With a sigh, she stuck the photo to one side of the mirror and slowly arranged her face to mimic the girl's expression. The girl in the photo tittered, putting her hand in front of her face, before waving. Tentatively, Flora tried to wave like she did. It did not feel natural. It didn't look natural either. Myrtle gave a moan and hunched further down. MLC. The first few weeks of term passed in much the same way. Classes were hard, but the teachers, for once, were all competent and fair. Sixth year was shaping up to be the best so far, and the Gryffindors became accustomed to Flora sitting at the periphery of their group. She always sat one seat away from whoever was at the edge of the group, and she never spoke, except to answer a direct question, but she was there for most meals. And she continued to partner with Harry for potions, which even Ron accepted as the new normal. One evening, as the students filtered out of the Great Hall after dinner on their way to do homework or other evening activities, Ron snagged Hermione's elbow. "Can I talk to you for a minute, in private?" Hermione's heart skipped a beat. She glanced around. Harry had already gone on ahead to work on his Quidditch training. How about in the Charms classroom? It was the closest to the Great Hall. "So what do you want to talk about?" Hermione asked expectantly as soon as the door was closed. "It's Harry." Ron scowled. "He hasn't been acting himself. He never explained where he disappeared to for half the summer, and then he comes back, and out of nowhere he's all friendly with a Slytherin girl. I'm worried she did something to him." "You think Flora had something to do with his disappearance?" "It certainly makes sense with the way she's been following him around ever since." Though the weird thing was whenever Ron or Hermione showed up, she would disappear. Either she had her own invisibility cloak, or she was a master of disillusionment charms. Hermione snorted. "I think you're exaggerating a little, Ron. You don't have a problem with her." Hermione sighed. This wasn't the conversation she had been hoping for. She had hoped that Ron would, never mind. She put Ron's thick-headedness out of mind so she could deal with this idiocy. "I agree she's a little strange, but I don't think she means any harm. It's like Ginny said, she is socially inept and has no friends, and this is her awkward way of trying to be part of our group. But I agree that Harry shouldn't have to deal with this. He has enough going on without providing therapy to every broken girl at Hogwarts." Ron nodded, Hermione's statement clarifying his own half-understood concerns. "Exactly. We should tell her to keep her distance from Harry. Ron, you're sweet, but sometimes, you're a complete dunderhead." Hermione patted Ron's shoulder. "We just need to make her feel accepted. Like she can be included without having to constantly rely on Harry. I will talk to her." "Okay. All will also." "No." Hermione interrupted. "Let me handle it." MLC. Why won't it appear? Harry was pacing in front of the room of requirements, but the door wouldn't show up. It was Wednesday, and it was the first meeting of the reconstituted sort of DA. "Here, let me give it a try." Neville volunteered. The two of them, along with Flora and Luna, were the only ones to show up for this first meeting. After a couple of tries, Neville shrugged. "I guess somebody else is already using it. Maybe we can try again next week." It felt kind of awkward anyways, being just the four of them. He wasn't used to socializing when there wasn't a crowd for him to lose himself in. After an awkward moment, Neville shrugged again and left, followed by Luna. Harry sighed and ran his hand through his hair, making it even messier than usual, not a small feat as he considered his options. He glanced off to his side. Flora was still standing there impassively. Want to go back behind the Quidditch pitch and practice there? She smiled, nodding. Harry D become accustomed to walking with Flora, though they always garnered strange looks. But they never actually talked. How is your year going so far? The other snakes aren't giving you any trouble over being in the DA last year. And everything. He led the way towards the back stair. It's fine. Harry glanced at his companion. Something was off. She was dressed differently. Her clothes were still green, but they were rumpled. And the top button of her blouse was undone. And her hair was as frizzy as Hermione's. I'll ask her after we duel. Dueling always put her into a chatty mood. Once Hay got behind the Quidditch stands, they squared off. 5 minutes in, Harry was having to go easy to keep from overpowering Flora. 10 minutes in, he called a stop. Are you okay? Harry looked at the girl in concern. She was reacting much slower than usual, flailing to defend herself and barely counter-attacking. I'm fine. You're usually a lot better at dueling. Why do you keep looking at Ginny? Flora retorted out of the blue, glaring angrily at Harry. Harry bushed. She's pretty. And she's nice. But she doesn't watch over you. She doesn't make sure that the Slytherins walk in fear of you. She stepped in, gesturing with her wand to make her point. She's too busy spreading her legs for any Gryffindor that looks at her. Don't speak that way about her. Harry grabbed Flora's wand hand to keep from being jabbed. But Flora reached out with her other hand to grab at his hair. As Harry reared back, he ended up yanking the both of them to the ground. As they landed, Flora tried to pull loose. But Harry pulled her back down for fear of what she would do. He had never seen her this agitated, this angry before. For the first time he was scared that she might actually hurt him. She fought like a wet cat. But she was smaller than Harry and she didn't have muscles from playing Quidditch. Harry was able to roll her off of him and pin her to the ground, holding her hands with his while bearing down on her midsection with his hip. They lay still like that, Harry staring down at the girl he had pinned to the ground, not certain what he should do next as she tried to half-heartedly pull her hands out of his grip. All of a sudden she started squirming more aggressively against him, but at the same time struggling to free her hands less before freezing and laying completely still. Her eyes huge as she stared up at Harry, panting. The situation had become totally surreal. It was beyond anything Harry had ever dealt with before. It was like, he refused to think what it was like. It was like that time over the summer when nothing sexual had happened. At all. He continued holding the Slytherin girl in the hope that his brain would volunteer some idea of what had just happened and what to do next. They lay there like that for a moment, staring at each other. I'm sorry. I'll be good. Flora bit her lip. You won't attack me if I let you go. Harry was very conscious of that fact that he was laying almost completely on top of Flora as he held her down. Flora looked ashamed. No. Harry examined her. Her eyes had dark bags under them, but she was otherwise back to being as impassive as always. Harry had no idea what she was thinking, but he carefully let go of her, deciding to trust her. They both got up, covered in dirt, not looking at each other. Thankfully it hadn't started to snow yet, so the ground was dry. Flora used a charm to clean the dirt off of herself first, and then repeated it on Harry. Even after the charm, her clothes were still rumpled, though. Actually, she was rumpled when she met up with us at the Room of Requirements. Last year, her clothes were always meticulously neat. Harry wanted to ask what all of this had been about, but he was scared that he knew what the answer was. So instead, he asked, "You're not staying in the Slytherin dorms, are you?" "No." "Are you sleeping in the Room of Requirements?" She shook her head. "No. That's your place. This year, I'm interning as a healer with Madame Pomfrey. After she's done for the evening, I sleep on a cot in the infirmary. But I have to leave before she checks in the morning." Harry took in the frizzy-haired, rumpled clothing, and irrational behavior. "I don't think that's working out so well. You should use the Room of Requirement. As you just saw, I don't have any special rights to it." Flora nodded. "After you get a good night's rest we can try dueling again, okay?" Harry tentatively patted her on the shoulder. "Maybe I should give her a hug." He stopped. Himself at the last moment, it would be too out of character for him. Flora's face lit up as they turned to walk back to the castle. MLC. The following evening were the Quidditch tryouts. It was a blustery night, with the wind gusting in spurts that slew the quaffle and bludgers, making everything more challenging. Harry stood in front of the dugout, directing the hopefuls. He had spent several hours the previous week coming up with a set of exercises to use as tests. All of last year's team were there, the ones that hadn't graduated or been expelled, as well as a number of third and fourth year hopefuls. A scattering of other students hung out in the stands, watching their friends flying the drills. Most of the tryout was straightforward. Ginny easily passed as a chaser, and she was fast enough to make a passable reserve seeker, which was not a surprise, as that was the position that she had flown last year. The only concern was Ron. He was so nervous that Harry was worried that he would flub the tryout. And that would make things very awkward between the two of them. As Hermione watched her friends, she slid over to Flora. "We should make you an honorary Gryffindor," she quipped. "No," Flora responded abruptly. "I am a Slytherin." "I didn't mean it in a bad way," Hermione explained, trying to calm the irate girl. "It's just that you're always hanging out with us. So I was trying to make you feel welcome. But there's no reason we can't be friends even if you were in a different house." Flora gave a quick nod and turned back to watching the tryouts. Hermione examined the other girl out of the corner of her eye as she pretended to watch the beaters pass the bludger between them, smashing it as hard as they could. "Hey, that's the same necklace as Ginny wears. I like your necklace." Flora didn't respond, just hunching in on herself, as if embarrassed. Hermione racked her mind. "So what do you think of Snape as our professor?" When Flora didn't respond, she added, "Do you think he's better than as a potions professor?" Hermione was just getting annoyed at the lack of responses when Flora snapped, "I don't need your pity." "Okay." Hermione gave up. She stood next to the odd girl for a few more moments before going to take a seat closer to the team. MLC. Harry looked up from doing his homework. Straight ahead of him on the other side of the Gryffindor common room, Ginny was chatting with Dean. They weren't talking loudly, but it was still distracting. He had tried taking a seat facing the other way, but he could still hear them. And that was even more distracting. And it wasn't the first time this had happened. If Ron and Hermione were here, he would be chatting with them and that would keep his attention from drifting. But they were out doing their prefect rounds, patrolling the corridors, enforcing the curfew for the lower years. It was only 9 p.m., they would be out for another hour. With a sigh, he closed his textbook and stretched. "I might as well go for a walk myself." At the bottom of the stairs from the Gryffindor tower he paused and looked around. "That's odd. No creepy stalker Slytherin girl." With a self-conscious shrug, Harry continued on his way. Hogwarts was quiet at this time of the day. There were still some older students out on late errands or possibly on their way to assignation BU. All the younger students were ensconced in their dorms or hiding under an invisibility cloak. Harry smiled at the fond memories. We were so young and stupid. Especially about Hagrid's dragon. There were so many better ways of handling that. But walking by himself was not as much fun as he had thought it would be. He turned into a stairwell and headed down. Maybe there was somebody in the Great Hall he could hang out with. He peered cautiously in. There were a few students present, including Katie Bell discussing Quidditch loudly with Susan Bones, of all people. Nope, nobody here. He headed for the library. After several minutes, he spotted a familiar form in Slytherin colors. He quietly sat down. "This is an unexpected surprise. I halfway expected you to be stalking me as soon as I walked out of the Gryffindor dorms." Quote. Flora glanced up from her book with an annoyed scowl. "I have homework." Harry held up his hands placatingly. Okay. I was joking." Flora continued to sit, staring at him silently. How come Hestia isn't here? Not asked her to run some errands?" "I'm sorry." "Stop." Flora interrupted abruptly before turning back to her textbook. Harry sat in silence for a few moments before getting back up. "I will leave you to your work. I was just taking a walk." But as soon as he got up, Flora quickly shoved her books into her bag and raced after him. At the door of the library, Harry paused, pointing at her book bag. "Here, you want me to carry that?" MLC. Thank Merlin for Hogsmeade. Ron caroled as the Golden Trio walked out the gates of Hogwarts. I need to get away from all the studying and cramming, at least for a couple of hours. Even the Quidditch practices and stuff. It was a chilly fall day and the three students were bundled up. But that didn't stop them from walking with a bounce in their step. Yeah, and you don't have Dumbledore's lessons on Voldemort hanging on you as well. How are those going? Hermione asked. Meh, Harry shrugged. I was hoping that when Dumbledore offered additional tutoring that he would be finally teaching me some spells, but he's been strictly concentrating on teaching me how Moldy Shorts thinks. It's really depressing. Harry wondered if part of that was that Dumbledore didn't trust him anymore. Maybe I should tell him what actually happened over the summer. But that could get Flora suspended or even kicked out of Hogwarts. Arg, that girl, she's nothing but trouble. Hey, is that Hestia? Ron pointed to a witch walking with Theodore not some distance ahead. Did she cut her hair? The page boy bob, combined with her very small chest, made her look extremely androgynous. Hermione raised an eyebrow at that, given the rumors that had been circulating about Nott. But the stiff way that Hestia was walking at Nott's side made it clear that there was nothing romantic going on between them. Probably. Maybe we should have invited Flora along, Hermione ventured. She had been feeling guilty for not mentioning it earlier. What, you nutters? Ron sputtered. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron still couldn't get over the fact that a Slytherin was sitting with them for meals. As if one's house made that much of difference. Well, if she is going to be hanging around with us a lot, it makes sense to include her. Actually, she was mostly hanging around with Harry, to the point that there were rumors starting to circulate. Every time when Ron and Hermione had their rounds, Harry would slip out to take a walk as well. And somehow he always ended up walking with the Slytherin girl, which was part of why Hermione hadn't actually invited her. Not that she objected to Harry dating a Slytherin. That was kind of romantic. But recently, she had started getting uncomfortable with the idea of Harry having any girlfriend in general. Yeah, I guess. Of course, Ron could be trusted to be completely oblivious to any rumors. It's okay. It's nice to have it just be the three of us. Harry finally settled the argument. He didn't want people to start thinking that there was anything going on between him and Flora. Harry was also oblivious to the rumor mill, though in his defense, since he was the #1 subject. The rumor mill always fell silent whenever he walked by. The Slytherin couple was walking quickly and they had made their way into one of the shops and were already on their way back out, carrying wrapped parcels. As the trio finally reached Hogsmeade, Hestia glared daggers at Harry, her head swiveling to follow him like a gun turret as he walked by, her lips compressed into an angry frown. When she turned to follow after Nott, she was still not paying attention. She walked full speed into Katie, bowling her over. Harry would have rushed over to help, the two were quickly surrounded by Katie's friends. Ooh, I don't think that girl likes you. Ron chortled. I haven't seen Malfoy around. You think he has those two are running errands for him? That would explain the look. Hermione asked thoughtfully. Or maybe she's not really that upset. Even the good Caro can Avada Kedavra small animals without an incantation, after all. Ron, Harry, and Hermione both interjected at the same time. What? You know it's true. Even if I buy that she's not trying to spy on us, which I am still not 100% certain of, she is still the scariest girl in the school. Ron Bilious Weasley. That is no way to talk about Flora just because she has poor social skills. Especially since she is trying to be friends. Hermione stepped menacingly towards Ron, wagging a finger at him and giving the Caro twins a run for scariest girl in school. Harry had been about to jump in to defend his friend, but Hermione was doing a far better job than he could have, so he just added. She's like Luna. They both like the DA, he repeated. Except Luna liked it for the social aspects, while Flora liked it for the technical skills. And it was a little weird that the only good thing he knew to say about a girl was that she liked to fight. But she talked so little that even he only knew little snippets about her life. The rest of the afternoon passed in a more calm fashion, and soon Ron and Hermione were back to bantering in their usual friendly, sexually repressed fashion. But as the trio headed back for the castle, there was a shriek from in front of them. Harry whipped out his wand and raced ahead, followed a moment later by his friends. They hadn't gone more than a few feet when they saw Katie Bell being pulled into the air by some sort of spell as she yelled incoherently. A group of students stood around, looking helpless. "Hermione, go get a teacher," Harry yelled out. "Ron, keep people back. I'll try to bring her down." Harry tried every spell he could, but nothing seemed to help. It wasn't until McGonagall finally arrived that she was able to get Katie to release the package that she was clutching and lower her back to the ground. "Bring her to the infirmary," McGonagall directed Harry as she levitated the package in front of her as if it was venomous. MLC. Once Katie was safe with Madame Pomfrey, Harry decided to take a walk around the lake to work off the adrenaline rush. The far side of the lake was quiet. It wasn't quite as peaceful as Flora's mountain lodge, but it was pretty good. Which is why it was no surprise that he found Flora standing there under a sprawling oak, staring pensively into the water. Harry walked over and leaned against the same tree as he considered what he should say. Flora gave him a quick glance but then went back to her own brooding. "Flora, is Hestia involved with something dangerous?" "Yes." There was a pause, and then she continued, "It's my fault. Just because you're friends with me does not mean that she has to join Malfoy's junior Death Eaters." Harry remembered Flora's earlier warning about her sister. But the Carrow way of thinking still made no more sense to him now than it did back at the start of the school year. Flora shook her head in disagreement. "We have one soul, so one balances the other. As stepmother requires." Harry just shrugged helplessly. It was still the dumbest thing he had heard. But he had learned that wizards have a lot of weird ideas, and he just had to accept them. "Then I don't think you should be hanging around with me and my friends." Flora's head whipped around. "I think that who I spend my time with is my choice to make." Her voice sounded hurt. "And I am telling you that I don't want you hanging around me. And that is my choice," Harry replied mulishly. He wasn't certain what to expect. If Flora would explode at him, which she had every right to, or if she would collapse like she did that time when he yelled at her at the cottage. His stomach roiled. He hoped it wouldn't be the latter. But instead she just stared impassively at him. Finally, he added, "I don't want your sister getting hurt because she feels she has to work for Malfoy. I don't want her getting involved with that sort of trash." He turned and stormed away, angry at how he was feeling guilty for no reason at all. He was doing this for the greater good. MLC. The following morning, as the trio were walking into potions, Harry pulled Ron over. "Hey, mind partnering up with me for today?" Ron looked around cautiously. "What about she who must not be named?" Harry rolled his eyes. "I think I got the hang of potions now, and I can use a break from her," he announced loudly enough for the other students to hear. Okay. Ron nodded, dropping his book bag at the second seat. "Actually, I kind of could use a break from working with Hermione," he whispered. "I love hanging out with her, but when we're working, I feels like every little thing I do is being judged and found wanting. It's bloody stressful." When Flora entered a few minutes later, she barely glanced at Harry before continuing on to take a spot by a very surprised Terry. MLC. And so the school year progressed. Harry found his classes consuming a far larger portion of his time this year than before. But despite himself, he found he was enjoying the work. He even liked Dada with Snape. Maybe it was because he had a natural talent for it, but he wasn't bothered by the aggressive pace of the class or Snape's waspish comments. Much to his shock, he found he even agreed with some of them. Then again, all the classes are fast-paced this year, even herbology, where they had to keep a meticulous journal of the plants that they were working on because they were switchy. In between half a dozen projects at once, all of which required different types of care as they matured. Without good record keeping, it would be impossible to keep track of what they needed to do next with each specimen. He continued avoiding Flora. He felt bad about it, but it was for the best. The way Hestia had glared at him during Hogsmeade, if she wasn't going to take care of herself, then it was Harry's job to keep the Carrow girls safe. After all, if there was one thing he knew about Flora, it was that her sister was the most important person in her life. MLC. I don't understand why Dumbledore is wasting my time, Harry demanded. He was sitting at lunch with Ron and Hermione. The night before, Dumbledore had asked him to come take a look at more of his memories of Tom Riddle. Harry had had to reschedule a Quidditch practice even though it was already November and they had a match coming up. And for what? All he did was show me how Tom used to be an abused, lonely kid at a Muggle orphanage. It's almost like he's trying to make me feel bad for him instead of hating him. Though that was probably exactly how Dumbledore felt all the time. But you can't fight somebody if you pity them. You will lose. Harry, you can't do anything about the victim he used to be. You have to deal with the monster that he is now. Hermione tried to refocus him. Yeah, I know, it's just depressing. Hey, speaking of, Ron glanced down to the end of the lunch table. I haven't seen Flora around much lately. Not that I'm complaining, but did something happen? You break up or something? Harry sighed in exasperation. Don't exaggerate, Ron. There was nothing going on between us. I guess she just got bored of sitting with us. If you had made more of an effort to welcome her, she might not have left. Hermione scolded Ron half-heartedly, more because it was the right thing to say than due to any real feeling. So it's good that I didn't, huh? Ron smirked at Harry. Hermione was surprised to see her other friend just compress his lips and shake his head ambivalently. Harry, I thought she was your friend. I'll explain later, or better yet, never. Explaining the Carl sister's stupid beliefs would be a Herculean task. MLC. It was a few days later, and Harry and Ron were brewing up the Felix Felicis during the potions class. Well, Harry was brewing. Ron was spending his time muttering under his breath about Ginny. They had walked in on Ginny and Dean snogging in the common room last night. Ron had exploded at his sister for the improper public displays of affection. Harry wasn't too thrilled about the situation either. It was becoming more clear, to him at least, that he liked Ginny as more than a surrogate sister. But there was nothing he could do. Or at least nothing that he was willing to do while she was dating Dean. He wasn't a Slytherin. As his potion was steeping, Harry took a glance around the class. He was a little surprised to see that Hestia was still partnered with Theodore. Not. Maybe it's not about me. Maybe she does actually like him. He glances over at Flora. She was busy at her workstation, but before he can spend too much time looking around, his timer went off, reminding him to stir the potion again. Hey, Harry, I heard that you got an invite to Slughorn's Christmas party. Maybe you should take Ginny. Ron blurted out. Harry looked up in surprise, almost forgetting to stir. I don't think Dean will appreciate that. Harry tried to deflect his friend without getting into an argument. No, I'm serious. I trust you a lot more than Dean. And she'll definitely say yes. She's had that crush on you for years. Ron, do you have a death wish? Harry hissed. Concentrate on the potion and stop worrying about who your sister's dating. Ron looked betrayed, but turned back to chopping the ingredients for Harry to add. But his comment had set Harry to thinking. I really should ask somebody, or it will be the Yule Ball all over again. It had taken him half a year to get over the mortification of that. And he still couldn't look at Parvati without twinge of guilt. MLC. Harry walked around the lake. It had become his routine after dinner. It was one of the few places that he could unwind without people watching him all the time. He had tried the astronomy tower, but there were too many couples up there most nights. Doing couplesy things. Which was depressing when you were single. Harry sat down under an oak with branches that reached almost to the ground, creating a sheltered spot. From there, he could watch the castle across the water without anybody seeing him. A few minutes later, Flora pushed her way through the branches and sat down next to him. This wasn't the first time she had done so. She had started coming a few days after their big fight, though neither one of them mentioned it. Actually, they didn't talk much at all. Flora would come in quietly a few minutes after he did it and take a spot on the other side of the tree, without speaking. After a while Harry would say something and Flora would reply. Or sometimes vice versa. Each pretended that they weren't really holding a conversation. Flora usually left before he did, other times afterwards. But always when nobody was watching their tree. The more I learn about Voldemort, the more he seems like just a guy. Who was a lot like me when he was a child. Harry broke the silence, startling Flora. It makes me wonder if things had been a little different, could I have ended up like him? Flora wet her lips. After a moment, she replied, It's a balance. One turn to evil, one to good. All things need to balance. That's bull. If everything had to balance out, we'd still be living in caves as every inve. NTOR would be balanced out by an idiot smashing his idea to pieces. Most people manage to be good. Or at least not evil. It's just that people like Voldemort can cause harm so far out of proportion to their small numbers. Harry fell silent for a bit before continuing. I just wonder how close I came to turning out like he did. Or how close you came. Your childhood was no better than mine. Flora shrugged. She was certain that Harry was wrong, but she didn't want to argue. Hestia isn't going to stop working with Malfoy. Why not? Harry asked. She doesn't believe that we stopped being friends. Harry paused before asking, and what do you think? I think we never stopped being friends either. Harry snorted sardonically. This is the strangest relationship I have ever heard of. Do I get any say in it? No. This time Harry laughed for real. After a moment, he added, I just don't want you two getting hurt. I can handle my housemates. I bet you can. Another pause, before Harry added, Ron thinks you're the scariest witch at Hogwarts. Flora's face broke into another of her rare smiles. Okay, I gotta go. I still have a ton of homework. Wait, can we? Flora trailed off. Harry shook his head. Sorry. I think we're going to have to hold off on any dueling until after the holidays. I have too much work. But as he stood up, Flora grabbed his sleeve. Go to Slughorn's party with me. The question was surprisingly tentative for the normally emotionless girl. Winter interlude, non-romantic. Harry wasn't certain what to expect. He had agreed to go to Slughorn's party with Flora as friends. But did that mean he still had to dress up? He inspected himself in the dorm mirror. Hey, Harry, what are you looking so nervous for? I thought you were just going WITH Flora. Ron's voice trailed off as his brain processed what he was saying. Wait. That came out wrong. It's Flora. You should be nervous. Prat. Harry smiled. It'll be fine. She probably won't even talk to me, and if she does, it will be about Dada. It wasn't clear if Harry was trying to reassure Ron or himself. The problem was that he kept thinking of his disastrous date with Cho, his only other experience with a girl. Not that Flora acted anything like Cho. Or like most girls, for that matter. All kidding aside, are you certain this is a good idea? You barely know the girl. Ron didn't bring up that she was a Slytherin. That was self-evident. Harry rolled his eyes. It's not like I'm marrying her, Ron. We're just going as friends. Ron was the only person he had told who he was going with. And now he was regretting that decision. I still say you should have taken Ginny. Harry just sighed, not willing to rehash that argument. Though in retrospect, Ron was probably right, he should have turned Flora down. Well, at least she's not going to go all EPY on me like Cho. In any case, tell me what they serve. They're supposed to have really good food. Ron scowled. He had managed to offend Hermione again. And she had opted to go with Cormac McLaggen. Well, I'm off. Harry met Flora in the hallway outside Slughorn's office and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't dress wrong. Flora was dressed in a plain green dress which made her look somewhat like a flower bud. Her only concession to fashion was that her hair was up in a bun. It wasn't a look that cared for her, it made her appear even more severe and standoffish. They walked into the party together. The room was pleasantly filled with Hogwarts students, both present and former, as well as other influencers in the wizarding world. Though Harry didn't recognize most of the adults, several of the current students glanced at the couple as they entered, making Harry feel self-conscious. He was standing next to his very own personal stalker girl. Maybe other people didn't know how crazy and obsessive she was, but he did. This party was exactly the sort of thing she had been trying to manipulate him into. He hated being the center of attention, but it was only a matter of time before she did something weird and gropey in public, causing him to die of embarrassment. People were still talking about Dean and Ginny, and they had just been making out in the common room. If Flora did that thing, this was a stupid idea. Why did I say yes? But before he could finish panicking, Slughorn oozed over to greet them. Oh, I am so glad you were able to make it. The refreshments table is over on the right, but after you've taken a moment I can introduce you to some fascinating people. Eldre. D. Wurple has been looking forwards to meeting you for some time. I can imagine, Harry smiled. It seemed like everybody in the wizarding world was looking forward to meeting him. Maybe Dumbledore's decision to leave him with the Dursleys wasn't all bad. Maybe I'll talk to him later. As he walked awkwardly next to Flora towards the beverage table, he noticed that Ginny was standing at the far end, looking slightly lost. Single quote. I wonder what happened over there. But before he could go over to check on her, Flora grabbed his arm, fingers digging in. My sister. She nodded in the opposite direction, where Hestia had walked in, holding Theodore Knott's arm. So, do you want me to go over and chat with her? Don't be stupid, Potter. Knott will make it unpleasant. But I am pointing out that if they can act as a couple of friends. She quickly added, then we can also act as friends. Harry took a small pastry thing from the table to cover his confusion. You already explained that whether I court friendly to you or not won't affect Hestia's actions, so I don't understand what point you're trying to make. So you are my friend. I assumed you didn't want to be. This conversation was becoming surreal. They were in the middle of a party, which Flora had invited him to go to, and she wanted to have a conversation about whether they were friends now. Flora, I wouldn't go to a party with somebody I wasn't friends with. His eyes were drifting over towards Ginny again when he spotted Hermione dart into a curtain-shrouded alcove. What's wrong with Hermione? He muttered, concerned. He should go investigate. He was just turning to ask Flora to wait by herself for a bit while he went to talk to Hermione when Slughorn reappeared, leading two men, one them slightly rumpled, and the other tall and very elegantly dressed. Ah. Harry, there you are. This is Eldred Wurple, and the subject of his most recent book, The Vampire. Sanguini. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Potter. I don't know if you know me, but I most certainly know about you. I think you have led a fascinating life, though not necessarily an easy one. I would love to write a biography about you, as I did one with Sanguine. That was a fascinating challenge. I had to live with his vampire clan for several months. As Wurple talked, Sanguine stood in the background, staring coldly at Harry. Flora's fingers, which had just started to relax around Harry's arm, spasmed tight again as she in turn stared back at the vampire. Slowly, his gaze shifted from Harry to the girl in green. They stood like that, staring at each other, as the conversation flowed around them. Finally, Sanguini looked away. Harry nodded at the required intervals as a deluge of words flowed out of Wurple's mouth, desperately looking for some way to escape. But Flora was of no use. She was having a staring contest with the vampire, using pure force of will to drive him off. When Harry managed to disentangle himself from Wurple, he had lost track of both Ginny and Hermione. Instead, he raided the buffet table in order to replenish his reserves for the next time he was cornered by a dreadfully bore and made brief conversation with the people who were passing by to refill their own plates. Short casual conversations were more comfortable than dealing with fangirls like Eldred Wurple. Flora mostly stayed by his side, rarely talking to anybody. Instead, mostly listening into others' conversations. Slowly Harry relaxed. Flora wasn't doing anything abnormal. She was just a calm presence at his side. It was a little like when they used to go for their walks, except with strange people milling around them. Do you see anybody you want to talk to? Harry asked Flora magnanimously as the party was starting to wind down. Yes, you, Flora replied immediately. Oh. Harry paused as he processed her response. In that case, do you mind if we ditch? I am getting peopled out. As the two made their farewells and exited the party, Harry turned to Flora. So, what did you want to talk about? There was a pause. Flora continued staring at Harry, making him uncomfortable again. Finally, she said, I enjoyed this evening. If you want to visit me over break, you can use this. She handed him what looked like a leather bookmark, with arcane symbols stitched into it. It is a reusable international portkey to the cottage. Harry looked down at the bookmark, slightly stupefied by the surreal offer, before nodding politely. I'll try to swing by for a day or two at the end of the holiday. Flora smiled. I will see you January 1st, then. As he watched Flora walk off, Harry gave a bemused shake of his head and tucked the bookmark into his pocket. After last summer, he absolutely had no plan for going. it was too weird. Going to a girl's private cottage, kidnapping, prison. But he would owl her and cancel later. Harry could stop dwelling on it, though, as he unconsciously rubbed his bruised arm. Seriously, even if it wasn't creepy as hell, they just weren't that close. MLC, are you dating Flora? Hermione demanded as soon as Harry came down to breakfast the morning after the Slug Club party. No, they just went as friends. Ron reassured her before Harry could figure out what she was even talking about. What? You already knew about it. Why didn't I know about this? Hermione squawked, before realizing that several other bleary-eyed students had turned to watch the drama, including several of the gossipy fourth years who had been dogging Harry's steps all year. Chief among them was Romilda Vane, who despite sitting on the far side of the table somehow managed to lean all the way in, shouldering aside Neville as he was reaching for his coffee, to ask, "But does Flora know that you're just friends?" At the same time Hermione added, in a more normal voice, "I thought she was annoyed with you or something." Well, no, it's complicated. Harry paused, realizing that a half-dozen girls were all staring at him, waiting for the next tidbit of juicy gossip. Her family is politically neutral, so she was worried that by hanging out with me, her sister would feel compelled to hang out with not. Harry tried to skip through all the details and cast Flora as compassionate and self-sacrificing. She didn't need to be the target of more gossip, and there was no need to address Romilda's question. The answer to that was self-evident. So what changed? Did it turn out that her sister actually likes not? I don't know. Harry replied awkwardly. This wasn't turning out like he had planned. It was pretty obvious, at least to him, that Hestia was not enamored with Not. She wouldn't be dating him if she didn't like him, Romilda volunteered innocently, drawing everybody's attention back to her side of the table. I mean, dating somebody you don't like, that would be worse than Azkaban. But there was something off about her expression. As if something dark was moving under the surface, like a shark. MLC, flashback, 1991. The two Caro girls stood dressed in their finest clothing, each one gripping stepmother's hands in a death grip as they looked on at the approaching Isle. The boat bounced slightly over the rough seas. Why do we have to go? Hestia whined. The Caros never whined. Alexandra had beaten that out of them. They rarely expressed emotion in general. But the sight of Azkaban was something that elicited whining even in adult women, much less pre-teen girls. Because you need to visit your biological parents. They have the right to see their progeny once a year. And because her uncle had bored down on her, on and on, until she relented. She did not want to be here, in this foul and deeply terrifying place. But it was her family responsibility. She could almost hear Uncle's dry rasp. But we didn't have to go last year. Flora added. You were 10, Alexandra pronounced, before adding, you have to be 11 before you're allowed to set foot in Azkaban. Quote, the twins quieted. They didn't say another word as they were led in through the gates and passed by the floating Dementors. There was not much joy in their lives. But the brush of the Dementors sucked away what small scraps remained. In the end, they must have visited Electo and Amicus Caro, but they had no memory of it. All that they remembered was the cold and the fear. And something inside them died. MLC now. Thankfully, the brouhaha over Harry's choice of companion to the Christmas party died down within a day, save for a few dark looks from the fourth-year fangirls. Sooner than Harry expected, the semester was over and he was on the Hogwarts Express, heading out for winter break. And better yet, he was slated to spend the time with the Weasleys at the Burrow. Unfortunately, Hermione wouldn't be there. After Ron had started dating Lavender, or Lav, as he called her, Hermione had not had a civil word for him. But it was still better than being with the Dursleys. He could fly, and there was certain to be a pickup game of Quidditch or two. That positive mindset lasted all of a few hours. During dinner that evening he couldn't convince anybody that Snape was helping Malfoy with something nefarious. Molly kept insisting that Professor Snape wouldn't do anything to endanger people, and Arthur nodded along, saying, he's a tough teacher. But he has his students' well-being at heart. Harry just mumbled something that could pass for agreement as he ate the dinner. It was clear he wasn't going to win anybody over. Snape doesn't have a heart. How can he have anything in it? And the following morning it was worse. Rufus Scrimgeour, the new Minister of Magic, came by, asking Harry to make a show of supporting the ministry. Harry came to the conclusion that he hated all politicians. Scrimgeour wasn't the pompous ass that Fudge had been, but he was a manipulative bastard that tried to guilt Harry into supporting him. Maybe I actually won't blow off Flora. Spending a couple of days in the middle of nowhere was starting to seem pretty appealing about now. The Christmas dinner itself was pretty nice. He got to see the twins again, as well as the older Weasley boys whom he really didn't know very well. That afternoon they played several games of Quidditch, and for a couple of days everything was good. But once all of them left, it was just him and Ron, with Ginny sometimes putting in an appearance. Which would have been fine except Molly decreed that it was too dangerous for them to leave the burrow on their own. Ginny puttered in the kitchen with her mother, which left Harry and Ron to play wizarding chess. Harry lost every time, or fly lackadaisically in the backyard. Harry loved Ron like a brother, but he was bollocks at coming up with things to do. And to make it worse, whenever they sat around and talked, all Ron did was complain about Hermione. Harry barely made it to January 1st. The tea morning he scribbled a quick note that he was going to be visiting a friend for a couple of days and activated the portkey. Yes, the Weasleys would be furious with him, but they weren't his parents, and he was used to the adults in his life being pissed off at him. It was no big deal. The spinning sensation was as bad he remembered it. What was worse was that he landed into a pile of snow that was waist deep. If it had been chilly during the summer, it was brutally killing cold in the middle of winter. Harry staggered as the cold bit into him, ripping the air out of his lungs. He quickly sent another warming charm and staggered towards the cottage, clutching at his inadequate winter coat. Even with those preparations, his teeth were chattering and his hands and feet were numb when he arrived at the door. He staggered inside, applying another warming charm to take the worst of the cold off, and made for the stove. Thankfully it was already loaded with wood and it lit on the first try. Magic was really great. An hour later Harry was finally warm and the cottage was approaching a livable temperature. He peeled off his coat and relaxed. There was still no sign of Flora. Well, we didn't say what time we would meet. A strange thrill that he couldn't quite put into words ran through at the thought of meeting up with her. But she wasn't here yet, and without Flora watching over him, he felt free to explore the building. Despite appearing like a barely furnished rustic cabin, it actually had a surprising number of amenities. The trap door, which was not visible at all when closed, led to a small root cellar. Harry would have never found if he hadn't seen Flora open it over the summer to retrieve his firebolt. Harry quickly closed the trapdoor. It wasn't quite as cold as the outside, but it was still far from pleasant at this time of year. The large cold box was just as empty as before. Flora must not have had any opportunity to restock it. Harry tidied it up a bit. They had left it in a disarray when they had fled. The door in the wall that served as a closet was fully stocked with assorted winter clothing, as well as 2 pairs of snowshoes. Since it was a clear day despite the cold, Harry decided to dress appropriately and take a walk outside. He spent the rest of the day exploring the nearby woods. Walking in the snowshoes was a little tricky, but not too bad. When he came back, it was almost dark, and there was still no sign of Flora. He boiled up some sausages in a pot, and baked some flatbread and made a dinner of that. When Flora was a no-show the following day, Harry decided to head back and face the Weasleys. Anger. I hope she's okay. Harry didn't think for a moment that she had forgotten. In her own odd way, she was very reliable. He would never admit it publicly, but he actually missed her stalking him. She made him feel important. MLC. The Caro sisters portkeyed straight home from the platform 9 3/4. Alexandra never came to pick them up. She just issued them each a portkey, and woe to them if they lost it, and instructions to come straight home as soon as the Hogwarts Express arrived. The moment that they walked into the apartment, Flora could sense that something was wrong. Stepmother liked her sherry and her brandy, but she never drank enough to be drunk. But the woman facing them was flushed and unsteady on her feet. I can't stand it. I took you girls in, and look at what you do. You are humiliating me, publicly humiliating me, she screeched as soon as they walked in. How could you do this to me? Didn't I tell you not to draw attention to yourselves? You were supposed to stay out of the way, not make page 1 of the Prophet. She threw the newspaper at the 2 girls, who were still standing stock still in the doorway. The first page of the Society section had a picture of Flora standing at Harry Potter's side during Slughorn's Christmas party. As Flora looked down in surprise, she hadn't even noticed the photographer. Alexandra continued her screed, "You filthy whore. You couldn't keep your legs closed despite everything that I taught you. You will destroy this family." "We are still neutral," whispered Hestia. "I am balancing it out by." Alexandra slapped Hestia across the face. "Give me your wands," she screeched. Once she had those, she pointed at the girl's room. Once inside, she locked the door. The twins sat down hunched on the bed and pulled the blanket up over their heads like two elementary school girls. They sat in silence, listening to their stepmother rage outside their door. Thankfully, she didn't come into their room this time. Finally, as the sound quieted, Flora whispered, "Why did you cut your hair?" Hestia was still keeping her hair boyishly short. "Theodore likes it better this way." "How is it? Is it okay being with him?" The two hadn't talked much at school, it was too public. They had to maintain appearances at all time. And this year, that meant not spending much time together. They could only be themselves here, in their safe space. "He's rough. He doesn't respect girls much." Hestia adjusted the blanket so that it covered them more fully. Flora asked, "Does he hurt you?" "Sometimes. Not so much now that I have gotten used to it." Hestia sounded almost proud. There was a crash of dishes being thrown from outside the room, and the two huddled in, waiting for it to quiet down. Finally, Hestia continued, "Is Harry Potter worth all this?" "Yes," Flora replied without hesitation. "Why? He doesn't love you, and Not doesn't love you," Flora retorted angrily. "But Harry will never hurt me. I wouldn't be with Not if it wasn't for you," Hestia replied with some heat as well. They sat in silence for a moment before she added, "And I still don't like Potter. He's too flamboyant. He doesn't know his place." "Yes." Flora pulled the blanket off of her head and stood up off of the bed. She tried not to flinch as another round of ashing sounded outside. There would be a lot of reparo casting later. "But that's okay. I don't like my place anymore either." MLC. "So, where did you do over break?" Ron asked Harry as they sat down in the Hogwarts Express. A few moments later, they were joined by Hermione and Ginny. "I told you, I went to visit a friend's house, and that's all that I am going to say on the matter." Harry surreptitiously glanced down at the note that somebody had pressed and sticking charmed into his hand as he was boarding the train. He still hadn't had a chance to read it. "Yeah, but that was when Mum was asking." "I'm not going to judge." Ron paused. "I bet you went to spend the night with a girl." Ron almost leered at Harry, eliciting matching frowns from the two girls in the compartment. "No, I did not spend the night with a girl." Either literally or colloquially, Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had known that he was going to get grilled for his actions, but this was getting annoying. Before he could say anything more, though, the compartment door slid open and Neville came in, followed by Flora. As Flora took the seat opposite Harry, Ron leaned in and whispered, "Was it her?" Before glancing nervously at the cold-faced girl. "No, I did not spend time with Flora over winter break." "Do you want me to make an oath or something?" "Fine," Ron sighed. It's not like he was looking for gossip. He just wanted to know. Harry waited for Hermione and Ron to start squabbling, which took much longer than usual, as Hermione was still giving Ron the silent treatment, before peeling off the note and spreading it out inside the opened Quidditch magazine that he had borrowed from Neville. "If you hurt my sister, I will kill you." It wasn't signed, but it was clear who it was from. Harry just sighed. She's even worse than Flora. MLC. The first potions lesson after break found Flora seated at Ron's spot, next to Harry's usual desk. Hello. I am sorry I was not at the cabin, Flora volunteered. She had become much more talkative since 5th year, when she had rarely even replied when spoken to. "Did something happen?" Harry asked nonchalantly. "No." Harry turned and faced Flora. "If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but I know you wouldn't have ditched without a reason." Flora just looked down at her hands. She might have been more loquacious, but she still didn't always reply. Harry gestured to her choice of seat. "Are you certain that this is a good idea?" Flora shrugged. "Hestia will be working with Not anyways. And I am better at potions than Weasley." And their picture had been in the Prophet, so there was no point in pretending. But she assumed that Harry already knew that. Harry sighed. He didn't want to offend Ron, but Flora was right. Working with Ron was a lot more tense, as he always had to keep an eye on Ron lest he get distracted. Flora he could trust. She just did stuff right. But Ron was his friend, and he didn't want to hurt his feelings. Before Harry could think of a polite way out of his conundrum, Professor Slughorn swept into the room. He took a quick glance around before pronouncing, "I'm sorry, but IW. Old like students to stay in the groups that they were in at the end of last semester, otherwise it will be very chaotic, and if there is one thing a potions lab cannot tolerate, it's chaos." He smiled appeasingly. Flora nodded and gathered her things without a word. MLC. It was after dinner that evening that Harry found Flora walking by his side again as he was heading up to McGonagall's office to sign up for Quidditch practice times. Harry had become so inured to her appearing at random like this that he just nodded and kept walking. They were about to turn up the stairs when Flora blurted, "Do you want to train some more? We can go out behind the Quidditch pitch like last time." Harry smirked. If Ron hears about us getting together behind the Quidditch pitch, he'll certainly draw the wrong conclusion. Besides, it's cold out. Harry paused and considered the petite girl in front of him. He did feel bad for not partnering with her for potions even though it wasn't his decision. And he would be lying if he said that he didn't miss dueling with her, even though that last time had ended up being really weird. Or maybe because of it. Why don't you go see if the room of requirements is free? I'll come up in a few minutes once I get my times into McGonagall. But as he headed upstairs, he was met by Flora coming back down. It's taken. Again. Harry sighed. So, you want to try the Quidditch pitch? He blushed as he remembered the last time. Flora nodded. As they walked down the stairs side by side, Harry took Flora's hand to keep her from stepping into a PUD. Of orange goo that Peeves had left dribbling down the wall. It was the first time he had held hands with a girl, and it was a little awkward. He wasn't certain if he should let go, but Flora didn't seem to mind. It's no different than holding Hermione's hand. Or Ron's. Not that Harry would ever hold Ron's hand. Your sister threatened to kill me if I hurt you. Harry blurted out to distract himself from his lame justifications. Flora just nodded as if it was the most natural thing. They walked silently out through a side entrance. A narrow path had been cleared to the pitch, but the snowdrifts on either side were waist-high. Halfway there, Flora paused and put her hands on her hips in annoyance. The lights from the Quidditch pitch reflected off of the snow, illuminating everything nicely, but even away from the path. The drifts were too high. There was no way that they could duel in that, which is when the snowball hit the back of her head. What? She whirled to see Harry already packing a second handful of snow. She scooped up loose snow and threw it at his face, but it just drifted to powder his robes. Harry threw his second, hitting her smack dab in the chest. Flora squawked indignantly and tackled him, knocking him down more through surprise than skill. As he landed on the snow bank, laughing, she grabbed a handful and mashed it into his face. Hey, that's no fair. Harry fought back half-heartedly. But Flora continued to sit astride him. Neither was throwing it at my back. Flora retorted, before adding, I hate having snow down my dress. Sorry about that. Harry didn't look particularly sorry. He wasn't certain what had possessed him to start a snowball fight, but even being tackled into the snow had been worth it. They sat like that for several moments before Harry added, So, is your sister going to take revenge on me for getting snow down your dress? No, she wouldn't hurt you. She's just worried. Well, I tried to fix things, but she insists on hanging out with Not anyways. Harry paused before asking, are the two of them dating? Flora shrugged, not certain if Harry had understood what Hestia was worried about, before replying defensively, picking Not was her choice, and she couldn't continue as she had been, being stepmother's puppet. And Hestia had agreed, dying would be better. After a moment, she realized that she was still sitting on top of Harry and blushed, almost levitating off. I don't think we can duel in all this. She stomped her feet to shake off the excess snow. Yeah, but it was fun anyway, Harry replied too casually as he brushed the snow off of his robes as well. They were out by the Quidditch pitch again. There was nobody else around. And nothing weird had happened. He and Flora were just friends. MLC. The Griff's common room was a little less tense now that Ginny was no longer angry with Ron. This last part might have had something to do with the fact that she wasn't spending much time with Dean anymore either. Harry didn't think they had actually broken up, but it certainly looked like Ginny was considering it. He wasn't certain how he felt about that. He was sort of friends with Dean. So he didn't want him to get dumped, but he had a hard time keeping his attention off of Ginny whenever she was in sight. But currently, she was not. The only person in the common room was Hermione, sitting slumped in an easy chair. Looking morose. Did Ron say something stupid? He ventured. Another reason for the increased calm was that Ron and Lavender had split up at some point. Ron refused to talk about it, which was somewhat hypocritical of him, given how he had grilled Harry on the Hogwarts Express, but Harry knew that Ron wasn't a deep thinker. So now instead of shouting at each other, Hermione and Ron were back to normal. Ron being Ron, and Hermione castigating him for it. Doesn't he always? Hermione sighed. She shuffled her papers into a pile and made another attempt at studying. Harry shook his head in exasperation. His friend's antics were getting ridiculous. Ron needed to get over his crush and date a girl that shared his interests. He liked Quidditch. Hermione didn't. He was laid back. Hermione wasn't. For Ron, family was the most important thing in his life. For Hermione, it was a schoolwork which would probably translate to career after she graduated. Harry looked around that common room, but he couldn't find anybody that he thought would be a good match for Ron. Maybe Katie, but how do I get Ron to realize this? Harry was really no good at subterfuge, and Ron was too pig-headed to listen to advice. MLC. As February dawned, cold as always, in Scotland, Harry was no closer to solving his friend's problems. Classes were picking pace, and he still hadn't managed to get the memory from Slughorn that Dumbledore had asked him to obtain, so he didn't really have much time to think about inconsequential things. He was pacing outside the potions classroom, trying to think of some way to get Slughorn to reveal what he knew, when Flora approached from the direction of the Slytherin dorms. Even without Hestia's shorter hair, he was pretty confident that he could tell the two of them apart now. Flora was more feminine. She had those dangling earrings and the necklace that she liked, and her lips were redder. He had plenty of opportunity to observe her lips unobtrusively. As she was back to joining the Gryffindors for meals nowadays. Even Ron didn't comment on it anymore. Hello. He nodded a greeting. Here, Flora replied without preamble, shoving a small box at Harry. Harry looked uneasily at the box. It was wrapped in blue wrapping paper, not pink. Thank Merlin. It was the first week of February, and he had a bad moment and he thought it might be an early Valentine's Day present with a bow on it. What is this for? He took it tentatively. I never got you a Christmas present. Flora muttered, looking down. Oh, thank you. But it's okay. I didn't get you anything either. You trained us all last year, and some this year. It is proper to give your instructor a present, Flora recited, speaking to the floor. Harry ran a hand through his hair, confused. He hadn't done anything special. The DA was for everybody's benefit. And he enjoyed practicing defense. And why was Flora staring at her shoes? She was never shy. Harry opened the box. Inside there was a wristwatch. Thank you. This looks very nice. When's your birthday? Maybe I can get you a birthday present. I won't be having one this year, Flora replied. After a pause, she looked up. My birthday comes once every 4 years, on February 29th. And in the wizarding world, you only can have a birthday party on the exact day of your birth. Harry asks quizzically. He was pretty certain that this wasn't the case, given the way the Weasleys turned the entire week of Ginny's birthday into a celebration. Flora shrugged. That's the way my stepmother does it. Harry just nodded, not certain what an appropriate response would be. He didn't want to be culturally insensitive, but what Flora described sounded really dumb. That's dumb. You should get a birthday celebration every year. Flora nodded. They stood awkwardly for another minute before she finally turned and walked off, without saying another word. MLC. It was a couple of weeks later, March 1st. Actually, that Harry slid into dinner with a huge grin on his face. I passed. I got my apparition license. Oh, man. We should do something to celebrate. Ron patted Harry on the back. The entire coterie sitting with Harry latched onto the concept and started chattering about it. Flora just frowned from her spot a few seats down. That Harry had apparated was not a surprise to her. She had been watching the trace that she had ensorcelled onto Harry's watch when it happened. Ever since she had given him the watch, she often spent her free hours watching the trace. Instead, what was bothering her was that the group sitting with Harry included several girls, such as Romilda Vane, who were obviously trying to catch his attention. Harry was oblivious to them, but that Romilda was waving her chest right in Harry's face, and sooner or later it would catch his attention. Possibly by smacking him in the eye. The aforementioned chest was much larger than Flora's. Though most girls had larger chests, even some second years. Flora frowned. It's just fat. If they put on fat there, then soon they will be fat all over. But by then it might be too late. Flora sat and glowered at Romilda. When she next turned to flaunt herself at Harry, Flora placed an extra slice of cheesecake onto Romilda's plate. Which was why Flora was so surprised that when she got up to head back to finish her homework in the library that Harry ran up to her. Hey, do you have some time to come with me? Flora nodded, starting to feel excited. They hadn't gotten together to practice Dada in over a month. She felt butterflies in her stomach. But to her surprise, instead of heading out back to the Quidditch pitch, Harry led them through a side door towards the greenhouses. He led the way into greenhouse number 3, past the work benches used by the first and second years before stopping at a little side table. Happy birthday. He handed her a small pot. It's a flowering nightshade. Neville says tea. Hat they produce silvery flowers every night of the full moon. Flora looked down at the leafy plant, stunned. I think this is the first birthday present I have ever gotten from somebody who wasn't family. Harry shrugged self-consciously. Yeah, I kind of figured. I guess evil stepmothers aren't just in fairy tales. You want to sit and have a snack. He pointed to a stash of cookies and a pie. TCHER of juice that he had snuck out here earlier. They sat down and stared up through the glass ceiling at the stars. In the dark, with the plants behind them rustling and casting barely perceptible shadows in the dim light coming from the back door of the greenhouse, it felt like they were on some tropical isle instead of the frozen north of England. Flora turned to Harry. Thank you. Harry shrugged self-consciously. My parents didn't do anything for my birthdays either, so I know how it feels. Everybody deserves a birthday. He glanced at his new watch. Speaking of, sorry to rush off, but it's Ron's birthday also. So I want to get him his present before it's too late. Flora nodded. You're a good friend. Harry wasn't clear on whether she was referring to herself or to Ron, but he didn't stay to clarify. While it was true he wanted to go to Ron's birthday party, the unspoken truth was that he was also feeling a little awkward about spending time with Flora like this. This wasn't just hanging out, or practicing for class or anything else that they did, sort of, together. It was a very ambiguous territory. Harry wasn't certain how long you could sit like this with a girl before it counted as a date. If Ron finds out about this, he'll make it into some big deal. Harry quickly made his way across the castle and up to the Gryffindor common room. Despite it being a weeknight, the ambiance inside was cheerful. A couple of second-year boys were playing cards, and older students were chatting. Harry found Ron sitting with the sixth years, a small pile of wrapping paper and presents off to one side. Hey, here you go. Harry gave Ron his present, a box of Honeydukes chocolates. Ron was easy, that was part of what made him such a good friend. If it was food, he was happy. Apparently Harry wasn't the only one to have that idea. Ron was surrounded by boxes of candies, and he was assiduously sampling all of his presents. He held up a box of chocolate called Ron's. Ron wasn't exactly certain who had gotten those for him. There was no card, and he had found them on the floor by his bed upstairs. But chocolate was chocolate. Hey, Harry, you should take one of my cauldrons. Harry feigns shock. You're sharing your chocolates. Are you certain you're okay? He really wasn't a big fan of chocolate cauldrons. They were supposed to have just a drop of fire whiskey in them. But they always made his head spin anyways. Prat, it's to celebrate you passing your apparition test. Harry shrugged. Might as well. It was chocolate, after all. As soon as Harry swallowed the sweet, his gaze was pulled as if by a magnet towards the far side of the room, where a group of fourth-year girls were giggling. Towards Romilda Vane. When she saw Harry looking at her, she broke into a smile. "She's really pretty. I should ask her out." Harry staggered to his feet, all his attention focused on the brunette across the room. "Sorry about stopping in the middle like that, but this chapter was growing out of control, and this was the only place that I saw to put a chapter break. Next chapter will cover the rest of 6th year. 6th year. Spring. Harry had just got 10 up to ask out Romilda when he heard Ron whisper, "She's really pretty." Harry glanced at his best friend, then up to where he was looking. He was also staring at Romilda. Oh, Harry sighed. It made sense. Who wouldn't be attracted to her? But of course he couldn't compete with Ron. He was a scrawny little guy, while Ron was almost 6 foot. And besides, Ron was his friend. "You want me to help you ask her out?" Harry whispered. It took most of his considerable willpower to do the right thing and not be a git. Ron's head nodded like a bobblehead. He was a little wobbly as he stood up from the love seat, sticking his arm out for balance. "I guess there is more fire whiskey in those chocolate Ca Aldrins than I though tea." Single quote. The two teens headed over to where Romilda was sitting with her friends. Her eyes got really big and she looked like she was ready to explode. Ron was so fixated on Romilda that he almost tripped a couple of times, but Harry steadied him by the elbow. As they stopped, head in front of Romilda, she looked up expectantly at Harry, holding her breath. "Romilda, I think you're gorgeous. Will you go out with me?" Ron managed to blurt out without stuttering. Romilda blinked in confusion, deflating like she had a slow leak. "What, you want to go with me on the next Hogsmeade weekend?" Her mouth opened and closed in confusion. It was the wrong boy. Ron swayed gently as he waited, too starstruck to notice. But whatever else she was, Romilda had been raised to have proper wizarding manners. "Okay." She squeaked. "You didn't say no to a boy unless you had a very good reason, and sometimes maybe not even then." MLC. Flashback. August 1995. Flora stood on the docks of Azkaban, holding Hestia's hand. Their annual visit to their parents was over. As usual, L that their parents had voiced were complaints, though Amicus had mentioned how much they looked like their mother. Not once did either Amicus or Alecto ask them about school, or their friends or anything else about their life. It was as if they existed solely as an extension of their parents. It was after these visits that they appreciate stepmother a tiny bit. She was often angry and she sometimes hit them and she threw things, but at least she wasn't filled vitriolic hatred. "Why do the Dementors cluster over there?" Hestia pointed to a particularly forlorn outcropping of rock that jutted out into the cold gray waters. Flora shrugged. The Dementors no longer bothered her as much as they used to. There was no joy left in her for them to feed on. "Maybe there is a magical spring there." Hestia nodded without replying. Magical springs occurred where two ley lines crossed. Back before the invention of wands, wizards used them to power their magic. Now, they were just a curiosity, as magical creatures tended to nest near them. The two girls stood calmly, not moving or showing any signs of discomfort as they waited for the boat to pick them up and take them back to stepmother. Xandra had not set foot on the isle herself since that first time. "If we follow the Dark Lord, like Uncle wants, we could end up in here," Flora pronounced emotionlessly. "And if we don't, we will be killed," Hestia replied with the same dispassion, as if either option was equally acceptable. MLC now. It was almost dinner time as Harry was coming back from the Quidditch pitch, having spent an hour doing drills and generally working off stress when he saw Hagrid shuffling towards him, looking distraught. He looked worse than when they had to ship Norbert off to the Dragon Preserve in Scandinavia. "Hagrid, what's wrong?" Harry went to comfort his first friend. "Oh, Harry," Hagrid sobbed, "Aragog died." Harry nodded, at a loss for how to comfort the huge man over the death of the deadly man-eating spider that he had called a friend. "Is there anything I can do?" he finally asked. Hagrid snorked into a huge handkerchief before replying, "Well, I'm giving him a funeral tonight. It would be good of you if you could come." "Okay, what time is it going to be?" "Thanks, Harry. It means a lot to me. It'll be in a couple of hours. I need to do some digging first. I'll send for you. Harry patted the half-giant's back and headed into the castle. When Harry mentioned the encounter at dinner that evening, Ron goggled. Go to the funeral? Blimey, I say good riddance. Ronald. Hermione scowled at her friend. It's Hagrid. He's hurting, and we should do what we can to support him. You never met Aragog. Believe me, he was. Ron was building up a head of steam to give vent to his fear of Aragog and hatred of all things spider when Romilda walked up to Ron and smiled. Hi, you said you would help me with my charms. She simpered, glancing at Harry as she did. Ah, yeah. Ron's expression melted from lecture mode into a stupid grin. I'll see you guys. Hermione watched the two walk off. Are you certain she didn't amortentia him? I don't see what else he would see in her. Cleavage, Flora pronounced with a frown. Same as all boys, added Ginny from the other side of Neville, who cringed away, not wanting to be part of this conversation. But that can't be all. Ron's not that shallow, Hermione replied with more assurance than she felt, before blurting out in addition, and not all boys are like that. After all, Harry isn't obsessed with big breasts. Are you? The three girls turned inquisitively to look at Harry. Harry swallowed nervously. He did develop the crush rather abruptly. Harry recalled his own strange fascination with Romilda. On the other hand, that had passed in mere moments. But the potion would have worn off within a day or less. So you think she's dosing him repeatedly? Hermione frowned. Or maybe it's that Romilda is attractive. Though Harry had to admit that she was shallow, even compared to Lavender. He's not acting like he's been potioned, he finished weakly. Hermione humphed. Well, I lost my appetite. I'm going to go do my homework. Call me when Hagrid sends word. She stalked off in the direction of the Gryffindor dorms. Flora methodically shredded her napkin, leaving a small pile on her plate. Neville, who was sitting opposite her, leaned in, whispering, Flora, how are you doing that? I thought that Hogwarts gave out cloth napkins. He had mostly adjusted to the somber girl joining them for meals. As usual, there was no reply. So Neville also made his excuses and headed up to the dorms. Harry sighed. So what do you think, Flora? I think that she is going to put on fat once she turns 20. A lot of it. No, I mean about going to Aragog's funeral. Harry didn't feel comfortable inviting her outright. She wasn't friends with Hagrid, and Aragog had been exceedingly creepy. Are you not very busy? You should worry about yourself first. Flora misunderstood, promptly springing to Harry's defense. Harry reached out and ruffled Flora's hair in amusement, causing her to freeze in shock. Thanks, but I think I'm going to go. That's what friends do. In that case, make use of the Felix Felicis that you won. What? Why? Harry asked as he finished off his pumpkin juice and got up to go. For safety. With Hagrid, there is no telling what monsters he will invite. True, that. Harry nodded. Do you want to come with me? No, so you can keep me safe. He smirked at the thought of the petite girl defending him as opposed to vice versa. Flora nodded quickly. I would be honored. A small smile quirked up the corners of her mouth. It would be a date. She saw nothing wrong with going on a date to a funeral. MLC. In the end, Harry, Hermione and Flora went to the funeral accompanied by Professor Slughorn who, by pure luck, agreed to come to the funeral in exchange for some of the Acromantula's venom. Ron was nowhere to be found, which may have also been lucky. The whole event was as creepy as Harry had expected, as Hagrid used straps to lower the giant arachnid into a deep hole behind his hut. Several dog-sized Acromantula skittered around the edges of the clearing, muttering sibilantly, "Eat them," and wasting good food. Hermione nervously took Harry's hand as they silently watched Hagrid start filling in the grave. Flora promptly took the other. After Hagrid said a few words, they headed out of the ravine to Hagrid hut where Slughorn shared a mug of beer with the half-giant and Hagrid used it to toast the deceased's memory. After a few sips, the potions professor appeared very mellow, patting his flask of Acromantula poison in a pleased, proprietary fashion. Harry, now would be a good time, Hermione whispered. Sir, I was wondering if you had a chance to consider my request. Harry began. The memory. Oh, I might as well, Slughorn replied good-naturedly. He put the tip of his wand to his temple and after a moment's concentration, pulled it out with his wand, setting it into an empty flask that had been in his pocket. Here, thank you. The three teens stayed a couple of minutes more, so not to appear rude, and then made their farewells. Later that evening, Harry passed off the flask to a grateful Dumbledore, who assured him that it would be critical to stopping Voldemort. MLC. It was a week later that Neville rushed into the sixth-year Griff's dorm room, pronouncing, "Harry, Katie is back. She's down in the common room." Harry put down his homework and rushed downstairs. There was already a small crowd around Katie. "Katie, how are you feeling?" "Pretty good actually. I'm not up for Quidditch just yet, but I'm good for everything else." "Do you remember what happened?" Hermione asked quietly. Not really. The last thing I recall, I had stepped into the bathroom at Rosemurda's pub in Hogsmeade to use the loo, and somebody imprioed me. All I know was that it was a male voice. "Malfoy. It has to be Malfoy." Harry hissed. That wanker had been sneaking around all year. In previous years, he would typically be making a nuisance of himself, bullying younger students and bragging about daddy. But this year, he had been all but missing. It was like all his energy for misdeeds was being directed somewhere else. And this, without a doubt, was it. Harry's blood began to boil. Katie was a friend, and Malfoy almost got her killed. He sat not hearing the conversation flowing around him as his anger built. Finally he leapt up and strode off, leaving the rest of his friends to welcome Katie back. Once he was out the portrait hole, he pulled out the Marauder's map. Fortunately, Malfoy hadn't disappeared one of the unplottable rooms like he so often did, but he was heading in the direction of the Room of Requirements. Harry stormed quickly after him. He intercepted Malfoy at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the 7th floor. "Malfoy," he snarled, stepping in front of him. "What did you do to Katie?" "I don't have time for you, Potter," Malfoy replied absently as he tried to push past Harry. Harry pushed him back down. "You imperioed Katie at Hogsmeade. Why? What's your plan?" "I didn't do anything." Draco whipped out his wand and cast a banishing curse at Harry. Harry ducked the spell with ease and retaliated in kind. Malfoy was soon on the defensive. While he had learned a number of useful combat spells from his father, he hadn't spent the last year and a half drilling them on a regular basis the way Harry had. Harry was frustrated and angry, and as the brawl, it couldn't properly be called a duel, progressed, it affected how he fought more and more. He finally lashed out with an untested curse that he had read about. Sectum Sempra. The curse hit Malfoy glancingly on the arm. The spot it hit gushed blood from a deep cut. Draco dropped his wand and grabbed his arm in panic. It was just at this point that the battle was interrupted. "Potter!" roared Snape. "What is going on here?" He stepped over to the slumped Draco, his wand drawn. He cast a quick charm to stop the bleeding. That Ponce imperioed Katie and made her carry a dangerous artifact into the castle. "I did not ask what fantasy inspired you to attack young Malfoy with such a dark curse. I asked what you are doing, but on second thought, it is abundantly clear. Detention, Potter. But, for a week, for an hour every day, and then both Saturday and Sunday from noon to dinner time." "But the Quidditch final is next Saturday," Harry whined. "You will have to give that a miss, Potter." Snape helped Draco up and walked him to the infirmary. "I expect you to be prompt," he called over his shoulder. Harry nodded. He had acted like an idiot. He had overreacted and attacked with a dark curse that he hadn't even known the potency of. He hated the thought of it, but he deserved that detention. "I'm never doing that again." Teaching the DA last year he had set himself a high bar. He might not be great at a lot of stuff, but when it came to Dada, he wanted to be somebody that his friends could emulate. And he had messed up. He could have ended up killing the ferret. Harry sat down and put his head back against the wall. He had never really considered what it would be like to kill somebody. It didn't feel good. This wasn't the sort of person he wanted to be. "MLC, I can't believe that Snape gave you detention during the Quidditch final," Ron moaned. It was Harry's own fault for getting into fight like that, Hermione replied primly. "But," Ron whined, "she's right, mate," Harry sighed. They were sitting in the Gryffindor's common room that evening. "It was my fault for going off half-cocked like that. But Malfoy, quote, as a git, but I shouldn't have confronted him without a plan, and right out in the public like that. That was dumb, I guess." Ron sighed. Well, you'll figure something out. Ron grabbed his school bag and headed out for the door. Off to study with Romilda? Harry asked, making air quotes. I will have you know that we spend most of the time studying. He closed the portrait behind him. Studying each other's tonsils, more like, Harry snorted, his bad mood abating. Hermione just gave a sigh. It was clear that Ron wasn't interested in her. So, we might as well get started studying as well. I'm sorry, Hermione, but I just don't think of you that way, Harry smirked. Prat, Hermione smacked his arm good-naturedly. Though now that he brought it up, it kind of was a natural thing to consider. She did get along a lot better with Harry than with Ron. And so what that he was a little short, she wasn't some shallow girly girl like Lavender. She glanced sideways at her friend as they pulled out their school supplies. Abe. MLC. Harry's detentions were as miserable as he expected. He had to clean the potions classroom, and as always, it had to be done by hand. The Saturday detention was the worst by far. That was the one during the Quidditch final. I put together a good team. They can win even if I'm not there. Ad picked backup players for all positions just in case, but he's still worried. As soon as Snape released him from detention, he raced up to the Gryffindor dorms to find out the news. He arrived to find the common room empty. He was still looking around, trying to figure out where everybody was when he heard loud voices coming up the hallway outside, followed by the portrait opening to let in a swarm of excited Gryffindors. We won, Harry. Ginny ran in excitedly and enveloped Harry in a hug. Harry beamed back at her. That's wonderful. I knew you guys could do it. The two stood like that for a moment longer before Ginny let go. As the press of teens pushing into the common room crested, Ron was carried in on the shoulders of the rest of the team. Why didn't I hug her back? Harry berated himself. It had been the perfect opportunity to tell her how he felt. Except he had chickened out. I could have asked her out. She was a friend. They had a lot in common. They both liked Quidditch. Except, Ginny was really popular. And he wasn't. Maybe he was just scared that she would find him boring. Or that it would be exactly the same as with Cho. Or maybe he was just being a wuss. Harry gave a shake of his head. The end of the school year was approaching, so he didn't have much time for self-recrimination, but he still managed to squeeze some in between Hermione's revision sessions. And Dada practices with Flora and all the exam prep that he had to cram in on top of the regular schoolwork. MLC. Harry. Earth to Harry. Hermione poked Harry. It was late afternoon on Frid. And they were studying in the library. Ron had left to go to care of magical creatures. I think we need a break. You need those for optimal learning. Hermione pronounced. You mean, I need a break? You seem to be doing just fine. Harry smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm not at my best either. How about we go down to Hogsmeade tomorrow for an hour or two? It's our last chance this year. Hermione asked casually. Yeah, I'll go tell Ron. Harry's voice trailed off and he grimaced. Romilda, he added, by way of explanation. We'll go just the two of us, Hermione countered. Trying to be, her intentions telepathically at Harry. Okay, Harry replied distractedly. Should he ask Ginny to come along? But that would make it into a sort of date. He didn't know Ginny well enough to go as just friends, and that wouldn't be fair to Hermione. The following afternoon, as the two were heading out to Hogsmeade, they came across Professor Dumbledore, who was standing by the gate to the castle, staring out into the distance. Ah, hello there, Harry, Hermione. Good morning, Professor. What are you doing? I am watching spring. He swept his hand at the forest, which was just starting to green. And hoping to have a chance to chat with you. His demeanor became more serious as he waved Harry over, off to one side of the main path. I know that you expressed an interest in being more involved in the search for Tom's Horcruxes. Well, from the memories that you obtained from Slughorn, as well as some other materials that I have been inspecting, I think I have a lead on one of them, and I would like you to accompany me tomorrow afternoon to retrieve it. Yes, that would be great. Harry replied immediately. I'll go also, Hermione volunteered. I'm sorry, my dear, but that is too dangerous, began Dumbledore. But it's not too dangerous for Harry. If I could, I would avoid involving Harry as well, but unfortunately, he has a central role in all of this, so it is unavoidable that he will face some risk. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I think Hermione can handle a little risk as well. She's the bravest witch I know, Harry countered. It is not for you to decide, began Dumbledore. It is extremely foolish to have just two people go into a potentially dangerous situation, without any backup. If you do not feel comfortable with me assisting you, I can stay outside and provide logistical support. And I do no basic healing spells. That is very kind of you to offer, but I cannot accept. Dumbledore replied in his best grandfatherly voice. Harry looked between the two before stepping over to Hermione. I'm pretty certain that whatever Malfoy is planning is almost complete. If word gets out that Dumbledore is away, he's liable to take the opportunity to do whatever nefarious deed he is planning. I want you and Ron to keep an eye on him. I am still not convinced. Hermione's voice trailed off as she continued to frown at Professor Dumbledore. Why was he being unreasonable? Hermione, I'm not making this up just to give you an out. Hermione frowned before nodding. She still thought Harry was being silly, but she knew that it was important to him. Okay. She turned to Professor Dumbledore. I will acquiesce to your request that I stay behind. She took Harry's arm. Come on, Harry, we don't want to waste time. She led him down to Hogsmeade. As the Y walked down the slightly overgrown path leading down to the village, her anger mellowed. Thanks for standing up for me. No problem. And for the record, I think Dumbledore is a little overprotective. Hey, it's my job to defend the professors when they are being paternalistic twats. Hermione joked. Hermione. Harry looked at his companion in bemusement. She didn't usually use that sort of language. I don't like the idea that my best friend is going into danger, and I have to stay back and wait, like some helpless little girl. It makes me a little bit pissy. I can see that. Harry smiled. Come on. Let's get something warm from Rosmerta's and then stroll around for a bit. Despite it being spring, the air still had a bit of a nip to it. Oh, and Hermione, thanks for trusting me about Malfoy. MLC. That evening, it was Hermione's turn to berate herself. She had spent all afternoon with Harry, window shopping and chatting. It was what couple do on dates. Except it was ALS. Oh, what she had been doing with her two best friends for the past however many years. So how did she convey to Harry that she wanted to change from just being friends to something more? Without having to come out and say it. The following afternoon, she was still at it, especially after Harry had gone off with the headmaster. With a force of will, she shook off her funk and went across the common room. Ron, I need to talk to you. What? Ron looked around in a panic. He knew that when a girl needed to talk to you, it was never good. I have plans to go study Romilda's charms in a few minutes, so it will have to be short. He blurted quickly. Dumbledore is out of the castle, and Harry thinks Malfoy is going to make his move today. Huh, Ron grunted, relaxing back down into his chair. This he could deal with. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll go get Nev and we can all take turns watching the prat. Not Romilda, Hermione smirked. No, of course not. She's my girlfriend. Ron replied in confusion. This could be dangerous. Quote, Hermione nodded in a silent acknowledgement that she had made the right choice in guys. Let's go. MLC. Harry was on his way to Dumbledore's office to finally take an active part in the hunt for the Horcruxes when he almost walked over Flora as she came out from a cross corridor without looking. She ended having to clutch tight onto Harry to keep from falling down. Where are you going? Flora asked after they had both regained their balance, and Flora tentatively let go of Harry. He looked unusually serious, piquing her curiosity. To the headmaster. Harry was about to brush past Flora when he turned around and blurted out, Malfoy is up to something, it's obvious. I should have asked you before, but do you know what it is? Flora shook her head. No. Even Hestia doesn't have any idea. Or so she assumed. Hestia was still keeping her distance. But if she knew about something dangerous, she would share that at least with her twin. Harry nodded. Yeah, he seems to be playing it close to the vest. But you can bet that whatever it is, it won't be good. Flora nodded again and waited for Harry to continue. Whatever he's up to, I think he's ready. Trollway heard him whooping for joy in the room of requirements a couple of days ago. And Dumbledore is going to be out of the castle this afternoon. If Malfoy finds out, then it will be the perfect time for him to do whatever it is. Flora nodded again. What I mean is, you should go somewhere safe for the next couple of hours. Somewhere out of the way. I will wait here, by the stairs to the headmaster's office. She gestured to the gargoyle corridor. I'm not certain that qualifies. Harry tried to make a joke out of it, but he felt a pulse of anxiety. How do I get her to believe me on this? But this is where you will be, so I will guard the way to make sure nobody does anything nefarious in here, Flora pronounced solemnly, drawing her wand. Harry resisted the to roll his eyes at her over-the-top response. Instead he just nodded, thanks. Maybe this wasn't the safest spot, but as long as she knew the risks, who was he to tell her what to do? It's not Lee. He didn't have a proven track record of doing idiotic things, like racing to the ministry to rescue Sirius. And thank you for trusting me. Flora stepped up onto tiptoe and gave Harry a quick peck on the cheek. The two stared at each other uncomfortably before Harry continued up to the stairs behind the gargoyle. He paused partway and glanced down. Flora had sat down in front of the entrance, facing down the corridor. Harry shook his head. I have no idea what is going on with her. Actually, he had a pretty good idea. But as long as he pretended that he didn't, he could let things stay the way that they were. He kind of liked it this way. I can figure it out later. MLC. Maybe Harry was being paranoid. Ron commented to Hermione. They were seated in the overstuffed chairs of the Gryffindor common room, studying and periodically glancing at the Marauders map, though they kept that folded away most of the time, to avoid drawing notice. Earlier, they had determined that the ferret was indeed hiding out in the room of requirements. Again, Neville was up on the 7th floor, using an empty classroom to work on his herbology homework and to keep an eye on the room of requirements, so that he would know as soon as Malfoy left and be able to follow after him. Ron had taken a stint up there earlier in the afternoon, but now it was getting late and Ron needed Hermione's help to finish up his transfiguration essay, which is when Neville ran into the common room. Death Eaters. There are Death Eaters in Hogwarts. MLC. Harry followed behind Dumbledore as they made their way down the tunnel from the moors that the professor had portkeyed them to, but his mind was not on the task at hand. He kept thinking back to the kiss outside Dumbledore's office. He was starting to admit to himself that he wasn't really surprised. He had suspected for some time that Flora might like him. What did surprise him was his response. It had been kind of nice. But Flora was so not his type. He liked girls that had rounder faces and rounder figures, and who were a little more solidly built. Like Ginny, Quidditch had been good for her. Though on the rare occasions when Flora smiled, she was kind of pretty. And maybe she was skinny, but from the times that she had pressed herself against him, he had felt. Harry blushed. He wasn't going to think about that. The problem, the really big problem was that if he admitted that Flora liked him, he had to say something to her. Otherwise he was acting like a total heel. But the question was, what should he say? Harry, please pay attention. Dumbledore gently chided Harry. I think we have arrived. There appears to be some sort of ward sealing off the entrance into the cave over here. MLC. 2 hours later, Harry clutched the headmaster, supporting him on the broom as he flew the two of them back to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had all but collapsed after apparating them to the edge of the Hogwarts wards. The potion that he had drunk in order to retrieve the locket had made him too distraught to stand. Harry had to half-carry him out of the cave and up the tunnel as they fought off the Inferni. Harry wanted to take him right away to Madame Pomfrey, but as soon as they arrived at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had stiffened and insisted that they come straight to his office. As they got closer to the castle, Harry heard it too, the sound of spell fire. He leaned in and swooped over the wall and up to the headmaster's tower. He had just landed when he heard noise from outside the gargoyle door, the sound of yelling and spells being cast. MLC. Get out of my way, Caro. I need to see the headmaster, Malfoy snarled. He was accompanied by Nod instead of his usual 2 goons, and both boys had their wands out. There was the sound of some sort of commotion out in the Hogwarts yard as well. You shall not pass, Flora pronounced quietly, casting an impedimenta at Malfoy. Theodore Nod retaliated with a blasting hex, which Flora ducked under, slashing her wand into a cutting hex. That's Potter's favorite curse. Are you trying to copy your boyfriend? Malfoy dispel. D. The impediment of binding his left leg and following up with a bombarda, which Flora danced out of the way of. Flora was faster than either boy and she had good skills, but 2-on-1 was never a fair fight. And Not had a fair bit of power to his spells, making them hard to deflect. She was forced to fight more and more defensively. It was just a matter of time until she slipped up and got hit with something. But that was okay. Dying here wouldn't be so bad. At least Harry would know that she had died for him. And Hestia wouldn't have to spend time with Not. She blocked another spell, barely. Having time to retaliate with a weak jinx before she had to duck under another bombarda from Malfoy. He was not a terribly creative spellcaster, not like Harry. If Harry was here, we would take of these two buffoons in no time. A jolt of happiness passed through her at the thought. It was ironic. Much of her life had been spent waiting to die. Now for the first time, she wanted to live, but she was probably going to die here. She was just resigning herself when a stunner hit Theodore Nott in the back. As the Slytherin boy collapsed, Malfoy turned to see Hestia running up from behind. Bombarda, he cast before she had a chance to react. The spell collided into the other Caro, lifting her up and smashing her into the far wall with enough force to crush her rib cage. Malfoy looked on, in shock at the results of his handiwork. He had been keyed up, and not holding back, and Hestia wasn't a skilled duelist like her sister. I didn't mean, at the exact same time as her sister hit the wall with a sick crunch. Flora's knees gave out and she dropped to the ground before passing out with a rattling breath, blood pouring from her mouth. Flora. Malfoy head whipped back to see the headmaster's office door open, revealing Harry Potter staring down at Flora. Before the stunned Slytherin could react, Harry hissed angrily, "Diffindo," and jabbed his wand at Malfoy's head. He didn't then check to see the results of his attack. Harry dropped down next to Flora and put a hand out to her face to see if she was still breathing. He had a sudden flash of memory from the time that Sirius died. Of his guilty thought that maybe it would be better if Flora died in his place. Please don't be dead, please. It was his heart leapt when he felt a brush of air on the back of his hand. Potter. Harry turned to see Snape running up, but he didn't have time to respond before he was hit with a stupefy. MLC. Harry opened his eyes to see Professor McGonagall leaning over him. Are you injured? No, I don't think so. Nothing seemed to hurt. Harry tried to gather his wits. He was lying on a cot in a classroom, apparently a makeshift infirmary. Where is Flora? Is she okay? Last he had seen, she was unconscious. Possibly dying. His stomach clenched up. If she's dead, he didn't know what he would do if Flora was dead. And it would be his fault. She had been guarding the headmaster's office out of some misplaced loyalty to him. And he hadn't even been there. Your friend is in the infirmary. She's not injured, but has experienced quite a severe shock. Seeing Harry's blank look, she added. Her sister is dead, murdered. And she is not the only one, she rasped in a pained voice. Professor Dumbledore was also killed. Harry nodded, taking it all in. What about Malfoy? Mr. Malfoy is at St. Mungo's. He lost a lot of blood. There will be some hard questions asked when he wakes. Harry staggered up. I think I need to go to the infirmary. Until he saw that Flora was okay with his own eyes. Whenever he thought of her, the image of her laying on the floor, blood covering her chin, burst into his mind's eye. Minerva pursed her lips and nodded. If Madame Pomfrey was here, she would disapprove. But she wasn't a Gryffindor. She helped Harry up and guided him in the correct direction. MLC. The infirmary was very busy. Neville Longbottom was sleeping on one cot, under the influence of a potion. While Flitwick was being bandaged by Madame Pomfrey. The other beds were all filled with students with more minor injuries. McGonagall had informed Harry that Bill Weasley had been transported directly to St. Mungo's after an encounter with a werewolf. When Harry came in, Flora was sitting propped up on a cot, crying softly. You can have a few minutes, as long as you don't agitate her. Madame Pomfrey pronounced as Harry headed over to Flora's side and pulled up a chair. As soon as he sat down, Flora threw herself at him, enveloping him in a hug. Harry was CKED at this action from the normally reserved girl. He had initially flung his arms out in surprise at her response, but after a moment he tentatively put them around her and patted her back. "Are you okay?" "No," she sobbed, burying her face in Harry's chest. Her legs were still half on the cot, and her blanket had pooled onto the floor. "Flora dear, you need to get back into bed. You'll be more comfortable there." Poppy tried to steer the distraught girl back into bed, but Flora just shook her head no, rubbing tears and snot into Harry's robes as she did. She gave a racking sob and held tighter to Harry, who was at a complete loss as to what to do. He felt an overwhelming need to help her, but this was outside his experience. There wasn't any problem to solve or anybody to fight. All he could do was sit and hold her, feeling inadequate. There, Madame Pomfrey gently rubbed Flora's back. "When you have a moment, I would like you to drink this, it's a calming draught." Seeing that Flora was still not ready, Harry took it. "I'll hold it for her." "Thank you. Once she drinks it, it will take a few minutes for it to kick in." "Why don't you stay with her while it does?" Harry nodded. Flora squeezed tighter at his sides. Harry ended up spending the next hour in the infirmary before he was able to disentangle himself to go search for Ron and Hermione, only to discover that both had gone to St. Mungo's. It was late evening before he finally made it back to his dorm room. When he did, he found a box on his bed. Inside was Dumbledore's pensive and a note from Professor McGonagall. "Says that the headmaster had wanted him to have it. What am I going to do with this?" Harry buried it in the bottom of his trunk. After he brushed teeth and got ready for bed, he had another, "What am I going to do with this?" question, but this time about Flora. Every time he closed his eyes he kept seeing her lying collapsed on the floor, Malfoy standing over her with his wand drawn. As a guy, he didn't spend much, i.e. any, time thinking about feelings, but he knew that he liked having Flora around. It made him feel important. But when he saw her like that, the bottom had dropped out his world. He wasn't even certain what he cast at Malfoy. All he saw was Flora. I more than like having her around. But what could he do? And if he did something, would she overreact? MLC. Dumbledore's funeral was 2 days later, to allow time for everybody to gather. The ceremony was held on the shore of the Black Lake, on the far side from Hogwarts. A clearing had been magically expanded to make space for everybody. And it was filled with not only Hogwarts students and staff but also British and international government officials, as well as dignitaries from all walks of life. Dumbledore had been widely known and respected. Harry arrived early and ended up milling about the almost empty area as he waited for more people to trickle in for the official ceremony so that he could get a sense of where he should sit. Hermione was talking to Luna, and Ron was still not there. He would be coming with the rest of his family, straight from St. Mungo's. As Harry took a sip of his gilly water, there was a voice at his elbow. "I am sorry for acting like I did in the infirmary." Harry turned, expecting Flora, but the girl next to him had her hair hacked off. At first glance she appeared to be Hestia. "Flora," she smiled awkwardly, as if out of practice. "Thank you for being so supportive." She rubbing away a stray tear away. Harry shrugged self-consciously. He hadn't done anything special. "When is Hestia's funeral?" "It will be tomorrow." Stepmother thought it would be better to wait until after Dumbledore's. Do you want me to come?" Harry asked tentatively. Pila say no. Not that he didn't want to be there for Flora, but most of her family were Death Eaters. Flora just shook her head no, smiling slightly, "But if you don't mind, I'll come by afterwards. I will probably need a shoulder to cry on." Harry nodded. "Okay. I am sorry for being such a mess." Flora apologized again. "It's just, I don't know. When Hestia died, it's like my old life was over. Now, I'm not Flora anymore. I'm something different, and I don't know who that person is, or what her responsibilities are." Harry nodded again, not certain how to respond to this new and much more loquacious Flora. But before he could think of what to do, Flora walked off towards the back of the seating area, where several of the Slytherins were already seated. Should I go sit with her? That seemed like the right thing to do, but that would place him squarely in the midst of the Slytherins. And besides, he wasn't certain if he was ready to let people know that he was more than friends with Flora. He was still standing there, confused when Hermione came up. "Harry, let's take our seats." MLC. Harry sat with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other as the funeral service began. Harry had a hard time concentrating on what was going on in front of him. He kept recalling Dumbledore. All the moments he had had with him, and more recently, all the times he had been annoyed with him for not answering his questions. Now I'll never be able to apologize for yelling at him. After the ceremony was over and Dumbledore's beer had been transformed into a marble pavilion, people stood up and milled around, chatting. Most reminisced about the former professor, others caught up with acquaintances that they hadn't seen in too long. "Hey, Harry, how are you holding up?" Ginny made her way over to Harry. "I'm okay. Still in shock a little bit, but I'm getting used to it. How about you?" "I wasn't there. I was in the library when everything happened, and I didn't hear about it until everything was almost over." She sounded partly relieved and partly guilty. "And it sounds like Bill is going to be okay, so I think I got off pretty lightly." "Yeah, speaking of getting off, I am surprised the Aurors haven't come by to talk to me about Malfoy." "Don't be," Hermione responded from his other side. "His father is not going to press charges because he doesn't want people to know that Draco was attacking the headmaster. Especially not right before Dumbledore was murdered. Though I hear that you got him a good one on the throat, he's still out cold." Ron smiled maliciously. The four friends chatted for a bit, and others came by to pay their regards. Soon, the area started to empty out as all the adult guests went to a wake at the Hogshead and the students made their way back to the castle. Guys, I have to go check on Flora." Harry pointed to where the Slytherin girl was standing at the edge of the forest, looking out at the trees. "She lost her sister, and she's having a very rough time." Ginny bit her lip and nodded. She didn't like the creepy Slytherin girl, who did. But what Harry said made sense. "Should we go with you?" Hermione asked. "Not now. I'll steer her this way if she's up for company." Harry approached Flora under the tree she was hiding under. "Hey, you want to come join us? It's a lot more cheerful than standing here alone." "I should go to stepmother. We need to organize for Hestia's funeral." She paused and looked down at her hands. "I've never been on my own before. Even when I was alone, I knew that Hestia was somewhere. I could almost feel her. We were so close. It's almost like we were two halves of the same person. Now, I'm scared, Harry. I don't know what to do. And tomorrow at the funeral, my family will be there, and they are going to ask. They're going to have demands." She glanced at Harry pleadingly. Harry nodded. He didn't know what to do either. "I'll walk you back to Hogwarts. You can take the flow home from the headmaster's office." "I don't know if I should do that." Flora kept looking at her hands. It's not that she didn't know what she should do. The problem was that she knew too many things, none of which fit together. They were jigsaw pieces from different puzzles. Yeah, you're right," she nodded, casting a quick glance at Harry before looking down at her hands. New tears formed in her eyes. "I guess that's for the best." Flora paused before continuing in a rush. "I don't want to talk to anybody. Which is strange, because I can't seem to stop talking. But I don't want to deal with my classmates. I can't handle it right now." Harry looked around. The area was almost empty now, and the few people in the distance wouldn't be able to see under the trees, where they were. "Here." Harry whipped his invisibility cloak out from his pocket and over the two of them. He had to stand really close to Flora for the cloak to cover both of them. Fortunately, she was short and slight, so when he put his arm around her, the cloak fell all the way to the ground. The two walked silently all the way back. Finally, as they approached the door to what would now be McGonagall's office, Ari stopped and put a hand on Flora's shoulder. As she turned to look at him, Harry leaned down and kissed her gently on cheek. "Be strong." Flora nodded. Something shifted in her expression, as if he had finally come to a resolution in some internal debate. Harry put his cloak away and slowly made his way down the hall, lost in thought. Why did I do that? Was he taking advantage of her? It would be so easy to do. Even somebody as socially inept as him could manipulate Flora. Stupefy. MLC. Harry returned to consciousness. He wasn't certain where he was. The last he remembered, it had been the day of Dumbledore's funeral. His head was still swimming as the spell wore off, but it felt like he was seated in a chair, but he couldn't move. He finally forced his eyes open to see Hestia pacing in front of him. "Oh, you're awake." She glanced down at the ropes binding him to the chair. "I'm so So sorry, but it won't be long. Voldemort will be here soon. A good time to die. July 4, 1997, now. Harry returned to consciousness to find himself tied to a chair. He was back in the log cabin. What is it with this cabin? This is twice now, was his first semi-coherent thought. Pacing in front of him was Hestia. No Flora, her arms hugged tight around her body, the fingers of her left hand digging into the opposite arm while her right awkwardly clutching her wand. Oh, you're awake. She glanced down at the ropes binding him to the chair, her voice sounded brittle with artificial cheer. I'm sorry, but it won't be long. Voldemort will be here soon. What? Harry asked, still groggy from whatever spell that had been used on him. I'm sorry, Harry, but there has to be balance. Without Hestia, I'm so sorry. Flora motioned at Harry with her wand as if she was about to cast a spell before turning away as she brushed tears off of her face. She turned back suddenly and darted towards him, giving him an awkward kiss before collapsing, half draped across his lap as she clutched desperately onto him. I have to maintain balance. You have to go to the Dark Lord. Flora, that's insane. Let me go and I will help you. Harry took a raspy breath. She's not balanced. She's the exact opposite of balanced. He was terrified, but he had to argue logically with Flora if he wanted any hope of escaping. This is about your stepmother, isn't it? You don't have to do this. We can face her together. Flora shook her head. It's not her. Or maybe it's not just her. There has to be balance. I took your side. Hestia supported the other, the Dark Lords. Now that she's gone, Flora's voice hitched as she said that, I have to do her half. Because Hestia is part of me now. She was continuously gesturing with her wand as she talked. Several times, the tip started to glow as if a spell was trying to escape. Voldemort will kill me. Harry's heart was hammering like a trip hammer. Voldemort would kill him, and this girl that he thought liked him was going to help him do it. He struggled to speak calmly. How is that going to keep things balanced? With Dumbledore also dead, it would make more sense for you to let me go and help fight him. Flora shook her head. No. Hestia. I have to do what Hestia wants. You told me that Hestia didn't like not. She was doing the same as you. She just wanted to be balanced. And I bet she didn't support Voldemort either. And, I like you, not Hestia. He finished lamely. No, she. Flora paused and rubbed at her face again, not acknowledging the last part of his statement. I don't know. I have to do this. I don't know. What do I do? She paused to pull out a handkerchief and blow her nose. That seemed to help her collect herself. I'm sorry, Harry, but this is the only way. Without you, it all balances. Everything will be okay again. How long do we have until Voldemort arrives? He should be here in less than an hour. Flora paused. MLC, then. Flora walked up the flagstone path to the ornate wrought iron gate, which was the only break in the massive stone wall surrounding the property. She had a dark nondescript cloak wrapped around her, so that only her head with the short cropped hair was visible. The walkway leading up to the property was overshadowed by massive pines, giving it the feel of a medieval dungeon despite being outdoors. Everything was designed to give the impression of wealth. To intimidate. At one side of the gate sat a life-size steel gargoyle statue, burnished to a glowering gray glow. Flora paused to examine it before rapping the head with her wand. After a moment the gargoyle twitched and glared at her. Who are you, and what do you want? Its voice was as metallic as it was. It was early evening, shortly after dinner time, but the summer air in this part of England was still warm. Despite that, Flora gave a shiver at the sound. Hestia Caro, I have a message for the Lord Knot. Lord Knot is not in residence. Tell him that I have Harry Potter. Flora continued, not acknowledging the gargoyle's statement. There was silence for a few moments, and then gate creaked open. You may enter. Flora paused for a moment. This was the last moment. To abandon the plan, before walking stiffly up the path. This was the only way that everything would work out. Inside the walls was a manicured park. It was too big to call a lawn, leading up to a mansion that loomed like a gargoyle itself from a slight rise. The path meandered through the immaculate grass, past the topiary shrubs scattered tastefully around to break up the monotony. Not a leaf was out of place. As she approached the front door, A house elf opened it, bowing her in. A moment later Theodore Knott came down. "Hello, Hestia." He paused and several emotions played across his face. "I am sorry to hear about your sister." "Now is not the time," Flora cut him off coldly. "We have to act quickly. Give this to your father. He will know what it is." She thrust a small vial containing the milky wisp of a memory into his hand. "Have him give that to his master. I will only negotiate with the Dark Lord himself. We can meet on neutral ground, the graveyard at Little Hangleton, in 2 days' time." Midnight. She turned and stalked away. Theodore Knott stared bemusedly first at the flask and then at the retreating figure of his girl. It was nice that she was practical about all this. So many girls were hysterical. MLC. It was exactly 2 days later that Flora walked into the graveyard. This time it was almost midnight. "I see you have come alone. You are a brave one, girl." Voldemort's voice was sibilant. He was sitting on a transfigured stone throne, a massive granite edifice that loomed over his head. It had the appearance of a giant snake, with crouching skeletons acting as its armrests. He was also alone, save for Cantankerous Knott, who stood a few feet off to one side and behind the throne, ready to serve his master. Voldemort examined the girl. She was dressed plainly, but she carried herself with confidence, as if the risk of death meant nothing to her. She was waiting patently to be recognized, as a good pureblood should before their betters. "Speak, Hestia, I want to make a deal." Voldemort snorted. "If your parents weren't such good friends of mine, you would be screaming in pain right now, gladly offering up everything you have to me." He examined the girl standing impassively in front of him. Finally, he commanded, "Speak. I do not wish to be involved in this war. I want to be neutral. In return, I will give you Harry Potter. And why should I trust you? I am informed that you were friends with the boy." Flora's expression did not change. It was the emotionless mask that anybody who knew her had become accustomed to. "You speak of my sister. She spent time with Potter, and I, to balance her impetuous decision, allied myself with Knott so that whoever won we would be protected. But now with my sister dead, I need to rebalance. In return for a pledge of neutrality, I will give you Potter." As Voldemort leaned forward, Flora quickly held up her hand. "Only to you. I don't trust any of your Death Eaters not to take the boy for themselves and then double-cross me." Voldemort growled. His followers would do exactly that. But no teenage girl had the right to insult his Death Eaters. They were his. Nevertheless, "Tell me more. Where is Potter now? Do you have him?" The memory you gave Knott showed him arranging a rendezvous. He gently legilimented her mind, trying to tease out the veracity of her statements. Or better yet, the location of Potter. He never liked having to make deals with inferiors. But her mind was an oddly fractured place. It was a seething mix of fear and sorrow, with a thin veneer of a terribly brittle self-control. All Hestia cared about was being neutral. "He is hiding alone, but I have made arrangements. He thinks I am Flora, and he will trust me. At least long enough. I can have him for you tomorrow, at sunset." She placed another vial containing a memory at her feet. "And what is that?" "It's a memory of where I will have Potter. It is vivid enough for you to apparate to, but only if you do so at sunset. When it was taken, that will be 8 p.m. your time. You are a tricky little minx." Voldemort gave a hollow laugh. Since she didn't yet have the boy, he couldn't just torture the location out of her. He would have to negotiate in good faith. Flora stood impassively, staring at Lord Voldemort. She had said her piece, and there were no more words left inside her. Lord Voldemort might terrify most normal people, but Flora would accept whatever happened. If she died, so be it. It's not like her current existence really counted as living. "Very well, you will have your neutrality." He liked this girl. This was exactly the sort of pureblood that his revolution was looking to create. Too bad that she didn't look like she would be particularly fecund, with narrow hips like that. MLC. Voldemort apparated to the location in the memory. It had taken a lot more energy than he had expected, even for an international apparition. This hillside must be unplottable. Voldemort had his wand out as he carefully looked around. He was on a wooded slope, and despite it being summer it was still quite chilly. He cast a couple of warming charms to counter that, but didn't let it distract him. 100 feet away stood a lone cabin in a clearing. He felt at the magic, Unsurprisingly, there were layered wards surrounding this place, but they were mostly aversion and anti-detection. Typical fare for a magical home. He did not feel any anti-apparition wards. He enhanced his hearing and stood listening. There was a few birds chirping in the trees around him, and some soft noises from the cabin. But nothing else. No rustling of cloth from a disillusioned wizard. He raised his wand above his head and cast, Finite, in an overpowered burst. The wards rippled as high. His charm expanded in a sphere around him, but nothing collapsed. There was nobody hiding under a disillusion or a cloak. He hadn't expected otherwise from the Caro girl. Her parents were of good stock, even if her sister had become a mudblood lover. Voldemort took a deep breath and savored it. He didn't have much of a sense of smell since his resurrection, but the air was pleasant after the oppressive heat of Britain. He smiled, enjoying the setting sun on his back and letting his senses roam. It wouldn't do to rush in. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. He had considered bringing some of his disciples along, but that would give them the wrong impression. He had to dispose of the Potter boy himself in order to maintain discipline. He would call for his Death Eaters after he was finished. He could easily deal with any unexpected situations arose along the way. Not that even a team of Aurors would have been much of a threat to him. Since he had been reborn, he was more powerful than ever before. Any hesitations, any scruples that had been slowing him down before had been burned away in the glorious fires of rebirth, like a phoenix. If he didn't need to be in multiple places at once, he would have gotten rid of most of his Death Eaters as cowards and fools. He slowly built up his own wards around the cottage, starting with anti-apparition wards and ending a barrier spell that would prevent anybody entering or exiting save through the front door. He cast his new flying spell. There was no way that he was walking thought the half-frozen slush, and drifted over to the cabin. As soon as he touched down on the front stoop, the door swung open, revealing Harry Potter tied to a chair at the back of the room, with Hestia standing off to one side. "So, your much vaunted trust in your friends has been your undoing, Potter," Voldemort cackled as he entered. "I almost wish that I had my Death Eaters with me to see your demise. Unfortunately, your friend here was too cautious for that. Needlessly so." This he directed towards Flora as he strolled further into the cottage. "I always honor my word, girl." At that moment several things happened in such quick succession that Voldemort was hard-pressed to tell which came first. With a bang, the door to the root cellar slammed open behind him as at the same time the cottage's full wards came slamming back down and Harry rolled free of his chair, revealing that the ropes were not tied around him but were just sticking charmed in place. Voldemort didn't waste time targeting a spell at Harry. Instead he leapt to the side, sweeping up with his wand a wall of flame to pen Harry into the back of the cottage while he faced off with whatever attacker was coming at him from behind. Out of the root cellar flew a Dementor. Voldemort's eyes got big and he tried to apparate. He wasn't too surprised when the spell failed. He had felt the wards activate, but there was always the chance that Potter's wards were shoddy enough for him to rip through by main force. Unfortunately, there was no way he could think of a happy enough thought to empower a Patronus, not on such a short time scale. That left only one option. Imperio. He cast at the Soul Devourer. But as he cast, he was distracted by a cutting curse from the Caro girl. He dodged it easily, but his Imperius went wide. The cottage was too small for fancy spell work. Instead he leapt towards the girl, body-checking her to the ground and sending her wand flying across the room as he cast another, Imperio. Once he took control of the Dementor, he would have the creature devour her soul first, for betraying him. Except, something was fighting him for control of the creature's mind. He glanced over at the Potter whelp. He was somehow directing the Dementor. The ghastly thing was slowly pushing closer and closer to him, despite his attempts to direct it elsewhere. Sweat beaded up on his forehead from the strain of trying force through the Imperius. Looking out of place against his pale serpentine skin, Voldemort racked his brain for a spell to quickly dispose of a Dementor. It was not something he had ever considered before. As Dementors were a valuable resource. Maybe Fiendfire. No, not in such an enclosed space. The solution was to dispose of the Potter boy, and quick. Avada Kedavra. His spell was spoiled. Flora reached up from the floor and grabbed his scrotum, squeezing hard. He was still trying to recover his composure as the Dementor pressed its withered face to his lips, sucking out the tattered remnant of his soul. MLC. Harry watched, stunned, as Voldemort collapsed to the ground, almost on top of Flora. He couldn't believe that the monster was finally dead. Harry pushed himself into action, casting a Patronus to shove the Dementor aside so that he could pull Flora out from underneath the still-breathing corpse. Now what? He was still gasping from the adrenaline. After a moment, Harry replied to his own question. We need to inform the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's group, that Voldemort is gone. It had been so surprisingly easy. But after a moment, his good feeling faded. The more Harry thought about it, the more ways he saw that it could have gone south. And what if Voldemort wasn't actually gone? It had all been too easy. He started shivering in reaction. Flora pulled him into a fierce hug, burying her face in his shoulder. After a moment, she stepped back to examine the scene. Is he? What if the next time the Dementor pees, out comes the soul? And then his Death Eaters can bring him back again. Flora looked incredulously at the body as she retrieved her wand and scourgified her hand. Her stepmother's whole life, and by extension her own, had revolved around appeasing this monster. He was the axis that her existence revolved around. She was almost sad that he was gone. I don't think Dementors pee. Voldemort's soul will stay inside the thing until it dies. If it dies. But what if they do? Harry turned to the Dementor that was still hovering to one side. Now that it had something to digest, it was content to wait patiently for further instructions. Do Dementors pee, or poo? Quote, NHOO, came the rattling whisper, chilling the air. Okay, see, that's settled. Except it wasn't. Harry also had a sinking feeling that he had missed something. That Voldemort would return. Harry turned back to the Dementor. Go away. Far away. Fly to the middle of the Sahara Desert and stay there. Go. He hated the disgusting things. He had barely tolerated having it around for this crazy plan. And the plan had been crazy. He was surprised to still be alive. He looked first at Voldemort, then at Flora. It was because of her that everything had happened. He had almost died because she was insane. But she had also been instrumental in destroying Voldemort. He wasn't certain how to feel about that. You should have told it to go to the Department of Mysteries and fly into the Veil of Death. Just in case, Flora muttered apprehensively. Oh, I didn't think of that. Well, it's done, Flora shrugged, but for now, we should go get your friends, so that we can show them that Voldemort is gone. Just as Harry was nodding in agreement, he heard a slithering sound behind him. He whirled in a panic, wand in hand, to see Voldemort's body dissolving into a pile of goo. What? That's not supposed to happen. Though Dementor victims kept living, sort of. But Voldemort's body wasn't natural. I guess that his soul was all that was holding it together. Now what? How do we prove that Voldemort is gone? Flora shrugged. Let's go back to London. And then what? Harry shook his head. Flora was acting as if the Death Eaters would just go away once their leader disappeared. They needed to have proof. MLC. Flashback. 2nd of 3. July 5, 1997. Are you certain that there are still Dementors here? Harry asked. I thought that they had all left Azkaban. He was bundled up in a thick coat. It was getting on to evening, and even in the middle of the summer the North Sea was windy and cold. Flora nodded as she carefully picked her way down to the seashore. The boat that took visitors to the prison island was still tied up at the lonely quay. We only need one. Today the wind was mild, giving the slate-gray water just a slight chop. It was never sunny over Azkaban. Even with most of the Dementors gone and the prison abandoned, it was an ominous place. Do you want to talk about the funeral? Harry asked, but Flora ignored him, instead pointing at the stone steps that they were approaching. Careful, those are slick. As Harry followed her down, he commented, I am surprised you actually had a portkey for the dock here. How many portkeys do you have? Another thing he was surprised at was how their interaction had gone back to almost normal so quickly. She had been planning to murder him. But she hadn't been in her right mind. He glanced at Flora. She looked small. Smaller than usual, even. And delicate. This isn't mine. Stepmother would. Flora whisper trailed off. Always before she came here with her sister. But now her sister was dead. And Azkaban was fallen, empty of convicts. Instead she was here with Harry, whom she had intended to offer to Voldemort. The entire world was turned on its head. She glanced over at Harry. Should I apologize? Since Hestia's death, the world was different. Brighter, sharper, more painful, but also more beautiful. Harry, are you certain this will work? This was your stupid idea. I am just along for the ride. Harry snarled before sighing and running a hand through his hair. It's the best I can offer. He held the boat steady for her as they got into it. Imperio relies on contempt. The greater your contempt for the target, the more powerful the spell. Thanks to the fake Moody, he knew all about the unforgivables. I cannot describe to you how much I despise Dementors. They are probably the only creature I can actually cast an Imperius on. Once they untied the ropes, the boat magically moved away from the quay and propelled itself towards the island. Their winter coats kept the chill off, but the forlorn appearance of the sea was enough to drive them to move closer together anyway, for a sense of human company. 10 minutes later, as they approached the island's dock, Flora pointed. There, that's the magic spring. We'll start looking there. She took the lead. Harry scowled at her back, conflicted. She was a psycho, but at the same time she needed him. With the sort of childhood he had had, being needed was powerfully attractive. And she cared about him. If I survive this, what do I do about her? He had no answers. As they made their way up the hill, Harry saw a flicker of black. I see one. He took off at a run. He need not have bothered. The Dementor wasn't shy about approaching him. As soon as he saw that it was not fleeing, Harry stopped and gathered his thoughts, remembering all the vile experiences that Dementors had subjected him to. On the train that time, when they had brought out his worst memories in all of third year. Their creeping cold sucked the life and joy out of him whenever he crossed their path. He remembered the Dementors that had ambushed him with Dudley. Imperio. MLC. Flashback. First of 3. July 4, 1997. How long do we have until Voldemort arrives? Harry asked nervously as he tried to inconspicuously squirm out of the ropes. He should be here in less than an hour. Flora paused. After I call him. You haven't contacted him yet. Flora shook her head, wiping her eyes with her palms again. Harry opened his mouth, not certain what to say, his mind leaping from one crazy plan to the next. Flora stood in front of him, equally at a loss. I have an idea. Harry stared intently at Flora, so that the typically impassive girl looked away first. You say you want to stay neutral in the conflict. But I think you just don't want there to be a war at all. So the solution is easy. We kill Voldemort. It was a truly insane idea, and it probably wouldn't work. Hitch was why he had never brought it up before with anyone since he had conceived of it, but it was better than having Flora invite Voldemort over to murder him because she was having a nervous breakdown. Far better. And maybe it would work, at least a little, and then Voldemort would be gone for another 10 years. Until his Horcruxes pulled him back to the land of the living or whatever they did. What? You can go call Voldemort. But we have to prepare first. He had been thinking about it ever since he had learned about soul magic at the start of the school year. Voldemort's Horcruxes kept his soul from passing on, if his physical body died. But what if there was no soul? What if a Dementor ate it? What? Flora repeated. With the DA training, and from her dueling with Harry, she had become more assertive. But the idea of killing one of the greatest dark wizards of the 20th century was still inconceivable for her. How would we do that? I have an idea. It's pretty crazy, and I haven't discussed it with Hermione. So I don't know if it will work. Harry watched as Flora just nodded. She certainly wasn't Hermione. She wouldn't be able to pick apart the flaws in his plan. But on the other hand, she wouldn't balk at a little a lot of risk. Can you untie me so that we can talk? No, I mean, Flora pulled herself together, standing up straight. I need an unbreakable vow. On your magic, no, on your life. That you will get rid of Voldemort. And that you'll do it before the start of the school year. Harry blanched. That was so insane. But so was all of this. Flora was hanging by a string. He wasn't certain what their relationship was. During the past year, Flora had become something of a friend, or possibly even more, though he hadn't wanted to admit it. At this point it didn't matter. She was a completely different person. At first, back after Dumbledore's funeral, he had thought it was a good thing, but now, he didn't know what to expect from her anymore. Okay, give me my wand. I'll swear, but only that I will carry out the plan. I can't promise that it will work. Flora put her own wand into Harry's still bound hands and waited for him to repeat the oath. Now, untie me. Flora bit her lip as she debated with herself before giving one sharp nod. She swished her wand, disappearing the ropes. As Harry stood up, she tensed, poised to flee. But Harry just rubbed his wrists and watched her. They stood silently like that for several minutes. We can't just kill Voldemort. We have to trap him first. Harry explained his plan as he paced. In order for this to work, you have to trust me with your life, Flora whispered. There was no response for a long time as Harry stood watching Flora in through. Yes, I trust you. He wasn't certain if he was lying. The short Slytherin girl nodded before going on to state the other flaw with his plan. Voldemort is a Legilimens. You can't lie to him. So you don't lie. I'll confundo you to think that you're Hestia. He continued with his plan. Finally he looked over at Flora. Her mixed-up mind was halfway there already, so it shouldn't be too hard. So, it's pretty crazy, but I think it could work. And it could. And then it would all be over. No more yearly attempts to kill him. He would be free. Or we both die. Or we both die. Flora smiled for the first time. Dying together with you would be so romantic. She stepped up on her tiptoes and brushed her lips against Harry's cheek. He staggered back, pushing her away, but Flora didn't let that bother her. I'm sorry, Harry, but now I have to go to Hestia's funeral. I'll be back in a couple of hours. Give me my wand back. Flora paused again before shaking her head no. The look of betrayal that Harry gave her felt like a knife. Her shoulders hunched up, and her head bowed down. She adjusted with her robes, straightening them to look presentable, without looking up at Harry. What are you so scared of? I already gave you my oath that I would get rid of Voldemort. Are you worried that I will try to do it without you? We have to be partners on this. Either we trust each other, or we will fail. Harry forced himself to speak calmly, with conviction, not letting his anger taint his words. Flora looked up for a moment, ashamed. It's in the cold box, under the potatoes. Flora clutched her portkey, and Harry, I like you too. A lot. She disappeared. MLC. As Flora walked up to the stairs to stepmother's apartment, the small sense of joy that she had from her time with Harry drained out of her. It was like living with a dementor. Where have you been? When I was informed that your sister died, I went to pick you up from Hogwarts, and you were nowhere to be found. Everything was in an uproar. Do you know how much you embarrassed me? Alexandra's voice rose to a shriek as the imbecile child just stood there impassively. I'm sorry, Flora whispered, looking down at the grounded. Look at me when you are speaking, girl. Flora continued to stare down at her shoes. Fine, have your petty little rebellions. Just make sure that you are ready to go in time for Hestia's funeral. Flora's. What? I'm Hestia. Flora is the one that died. Quote. But, for once Alexandra was at a loss or what to say. Are you certain? As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she knew it was a stupid thing to say. It admitted weakness, that she couldn't tell her daughters apart. It was humiliating. Get into your room, you stupid cow. She threw an empty wine glass at Flora. Do you know what this means? I have to redo all the invitations. And the whole family will be there. Augustus Rookwood, the Carrows, and Uncle. I will be humiliated. Thank Merlin I haven't ordered the headstone. Yet, not that she had been planning to buy one. A marker tile would suffice. Who wanted to remember the brat anyway? Flora fled to her room and quietly closed the door. As soon as the door was shut, she froze. Now what? Usually, she and her sister would hide under the blankets. But, she tentatively walked over to the bed and sat down in the middle, wrapping the blanket around her. After a moment, she let it slide back down. It's not the same. MLC. The funeral for Flora was a strange experience. Hestia was seated off at the periphery, where she would not be in the way of the important people. The entire family had gathered in the small chapel at Uncle's estate. It was dimly lit by an array of candles along the walls which cast shadows all through the middle. Flora couldn't make out everybody who sat there. But there were several members of Voldemort's inner circle present. Nobody asked her to speak. In reality, nobody really spoke about Flora. The coffin was brought out and placed on the plinth in the center. And then Uncle took the dais and spoke of his plans to support the Dark Lord quietly, from the shadows. When he was done, he was replaced by Stepmother, who in turn spoke of her loyalty to the family and to whatever Uncle proposed. Uncle Rastavan spoke next, encouraging open support of the Dark Lord. Then, the attendants wheeled the coffin out through the left door, to the cemetery. And the guests filed out through the right, to the reception hall, where they milled about as they continued discussing their plans now that Dumbledore was gone and ate hors d'oeuvres. It felt like a business meeting. Flora was the only one to go left, following the coffin. She stood watch as the attendants lowered it into the ground and the grave diggers began shoving dirt onto it. As E.A.C.H. shovelful landed with a muffled thump, she felt like it was hitting her instead. I am alone. Yes, the Caro girls were Portkey kids, the magical equivalent of latchkey kids. Full discal. Oh sure. While this story is not yet done, I am not certain where to take it next, so it may be a little while until the next chapter. If you have any recommendations, feel free to share. The road back. With a quiet pop, Harry and Flora apparated to the outskirts of Ottery Street Catchpole. Here, it's just up the road. Harry pointed to what looked like an unpaved driveway winding its way through the hedgerow. It had been just after sunset at Flora's cabin when they finished with Voldemort, but here it was fully dark, though it wasn't so late that they looked out of place walking the streets. Even this tiny village still had a couple of people walking their dogs. Flora glanced up the road then back at Harry. I am not certain that this is a good idea. Where else can you go? Your stepmother will flip out if you show up in the middle of the night, with no explanation of where you were. Even though it wasn't really that late, Flora's stepmother sounded worse than the Dursleys. Harry didn't want Flora having to deal with her tonight, or preferably ever again. And the Weasleys are the most welcoming people I know. They'll put you up. Harry paused, and they deserve to know what happened. And I should be the one to tell them. It's kind of your fault, so yeah. You need to take responsibility. Last time she had kidnapped him, he had covered for Flora, and he got all the talking to and disappointed looks. It had really bothered him how the Weasleys were hurt by his actions. This time, it was Flora's turn. After all, she deserved some sort of punishment for almost getting him killed. But nevertheless he gave her a quick smile to take some of the sting out of his words. Harry took Flora's hand and led the way to the large, ramshackle, impossible-looking house. Flora didn't even bat an eye at what looked like two houses balanced one atop the other, against all the laws of physics. When Harry knocked, the door flew open immediately even though it was already 10 o'clock. It's Harry, Hermione yelled, enveloping the teen in a hug. And hello to you too. Can we come in? It was at this point that Hermione realized that there was a second person standing close by Harry's side. Before she could say anything though, Molly burst out of the kitchen. Harry, where have you been? She was so loud that Flora cringed away, but before she could decide if she should flee, Molly also enveloped Harry in a huge hug. After a moment she let go, turning to Flora, and who are you? Dearie, that must be Flora, Hermione reported. What happened, mate? Where did you disappear to? And don't tell me you went to a friend's house again. This was from Ron, who was blocked in the house by his mother's back. Flora, I think you should explain, since you are the root cause. Harry stepped off to the side so that he wouldn't be caught in any friendly fire. We killed Voldemort, mostly, Flora replied succinctly. Explain. This was from Hermione, sounding a lot less pleased than she was moments ago. Actually, her tone was downright arctic. No, wait, this is something that the entire order should hear. Molly interpreted. Go sit down in the kitchen and have something to eat while you wait. You can explain once we have everybody here, so you can do it just once, and we can all ask questions. Harry and Flora took seats at the kitchen table, with Harry absently digging in to the cookie jar while Ron caught them up on what had been going on here at the Burrow since school had ended, centering on Bill and Fleur's upcoming wedding. Much of this was news to Hermione as well. She had arrived at the Weasleys earlier today, but had been too distraught that Harry was still missing to listen to the family gossip. Flora meanwhile took in the alien sight that was the Weasleys. The house was so chaotic that it was hard for her to process what was going on around her. People were talking over each other, jostling each other. But nobody was yelling and most of them were smiling. Molly was cooking something as one older Weasley read off a list to her for approval. It was like a scene from another planet. Out of sight under the table, Flora clutched Harry's hand as a lifeline. Several Order members were already at the burrow, as they were still using it as their headquarters. Within half an hour more had trickling in, including Remus Lupin and Tonks, who arrived together. So that the room started to feel very full even with the space expansion charms that were layered onto it. Almost all of the Weasleys were present as well, save for Percy. After take a quick head count, Arthur nodded, "Okay. Let's hear it." With everybody focusing on Flora as she began her explanation, Harry noted how Remus and Tonks leaned in close to each other and held hands. It was almost like they were a couple. Except that didn't make any sense. Molly scowled as Flora described matter-of-factly her abduction of Harry from Hogwarts, but she restrained herself and didn't interrupt. Ry listened to this part with interest as well, as he hadn't known the exact details himself, since the first step had been Flora stupefying him before using the headmaster's flow to take him to her and then port keying to the cottage. "Why did you do that? I thought you were Harry's friend," demanded Ginny. "I had to stay neutral," Flora began. As she explained the details of her perspective on life, Emmeline Vance Stage whispered, "That girl needs a therapist." If Flora heard, she didn't react. "Did you also Shanghai Harry last summer as well?" This surprisingly insightful question was from Daedalus Diggle. "Guys, let's stay focused on current events." Harry deflected. He wanted to finish explaining what had happened instead of attacking Flora. Then he could ask them the really pre-SSING question. He wanted to know if Voldemort was truly gone. But Flora had stumbled to a stop in her explanation, unwilling to lie but unable to voice the truth. She sat staring down at her hands. She could still feel the accusing gazes of Harry's friends hammering into her. It was for his own good. The excuse sounded weak even to her. But what else could she have done? Everything outside of that cottage required stepmother's approval. Harry frowned, feeling bad for the petite girl. "But she deserves this. She almost got me killed." With an exasperated sigh, Harry took over the narration, explaining how they had Imperio-ed a Dementor and used it to kiss Voldemort. "How could you do that without us?" Hermione asked in a tight voice, betrayed. "Harry, that was extremely foolhardy. You were lucky not get killed or worse," Arthur added, to nods of agreement from everybody present. "It was Flora's idea, and I had to make a binding oath to help her." He glanced sideways at the girl see if she would come to his rescue as he again skipped over her, threatening to turn him over to Voldemort. But Flora just hunched down lower into her seat. With everybody staring at her, she nodded, whispering, "It was all my fault." She wasn't in her right mind. She was very close with her sister, Harry defended Flora awkwardly. He wasn't certain what to say. On the one hand, he wanted the Order to rip into Flora for doing something so stupid and dangerous, but on the other, he didn't want anybody hurting her. "She's never in her right mind," Ron muttered, as at the same time Molly's eyes got large. "I forgot. I heard about that. Your sister was Hestia, right? You poor dear." She bustled over to envelope the girl in a motherly hug, causing Flora to freeze in shock. And just like that, all was forgiven as far as the Weasley matriarch was concerned. But is Voldemort really gone? Ron asked Harry as Molly consoled Flora, mistaking her shock at the Weasley intimacy for grief. People were all starting to talk about this new revelation, and soon the room was filled with noise. "We know he has those Horcruxes. What if the next time the Dementor pees, out comes the soul? And then his Death Eaters can bring him back." "I don't think Dementors pee," Hermione corrected him. "But what if they do?" "They don't pee or poo," Harry insisted. "We asked Harry, while it wasn't done in a way I would have ever recommended." "I do think you did a very good thing," Remus Lupin interpreted the argument. "I applaud your quick thinking when you found yourself in an awkward situation." "Awkward?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Awkward," Tonks repeated in a whisper, so that only the teens could hear. "As in dangerous. I know Flora is your friend, but she was distraught, and not acting rationally. It might not seem like it, but Harry's life was in serious jeopardy. As an Auror, I've seen things like this before. Even family members who care about each other can lash out in a moment of extreme anger or grief. Sometime even killing each other. As Ron and Hermione turned to scowl at Flora, Tonks pulled their chins to face back towards her. Hey. Don't go blaming her. She did something extremely foolish, but what's done is done. And she didn't hurt anybody. Harry frowned. If they knew the full story, that she had been planning to turn him over to Voldemort, they wouldn't be so forgiving. But he didn't say a word. I still want to know, is Voldemort gone for good? Harry interrupted loudly. I don't know. Hermione sat down. I've been trying to do some research, but there is almost nothing on Horcruxes in any library. Whether he's gone or not, his followers are still around. As ever, Arthur was the voice of reason. They have their plans. They are too well organized to just go their separate ways. Tonks nodded, scowling. We need to find some way to contact Snape. He's the only one that knows what's going on the inside. Hello, Flora dear, Emmeline Vance asked with unusual gentleness as she sat down next to the Slytherin girl. Can I borrow your portkey to go check out the cottage? I want to see if I can find any clues. She carefully avoided mentioning Voldemort or dead bodies. Flora nodded and passed it over. A moment later Tonks and Bill Weasley joined Emmeline as she headed outside. Meanwhile, as the rest of the Order members started to discuss the logistics of contacting someone who didn't want to be found, Snape, Molly noticed that Flora was shaking. Are you okay? Despite Flora's nod, she added, Hermione, why don't you take Flora upstairs? I think she should get some rest. Arthur took that as his cue, turning to the rest of the Order. Let's call it a night. We all have a lot to think about. Once we know more, we'll reconvene. MLC. So, what's your plan? I mean, will you be safe going home? Hermione asked as she and Flora got ready for bed. Several Order members were staying at the Burrow, but even if they hadn't been Molly T. Thought it better that Flora share a room with Hermione, for her peace of mind. It wasn't clear if Molly was referring to Flora's peace of mind, or her own. No, I'm not going home ever again. As soon as Flora said that, a spike of guilt shot through her. Stepmother had drilled filial obedience deep into her being. It was her duty to check in with Stepmother, and Stepmother had veto power over all her actions. Hermione nodded. The answer made logical sense, but the concept of parents that wouldn't stand up for their daughter was completely foreign. It sounds as bad as Harry's situation. At least Flora was legally an adult. So she had options. Are you planning to come back to Hogwarts for your 7th year? Yes. Stepmother wouldn't want to make a scene. She won't cut me off. But inside, Flora was less certain than she sounded. Stepmother wasn't always rational. But she had to go back to Hogwarts. Otherwise, she didn't know. She had always expected to go for all 7 years, which would allow her to get a good enough job to let her be forevermore independent of Stepmother. She wasn't emotionally ready to come up with a new life plan right now. Also, Hogwarts was where Harry was. Well, you should ask the Weasleys. You can probably stay here until school starts. Molly won't mind another mouth to feed. Hermione paused before adding, I'm sorry about Hestia. Song. How the fact that Flora's sister had just died had gotten lost in all the commotion. Flora nodded. We shared a single soul. As in we always knew what the other was thinking about, we always knew where the other was. Lately we didn't always agree on everything, but we understood why we didn't agree. It was like having a second half of you. And now that's gone. Yet, I also feel like she's still with me. Hermione nodded awkward. By nature, she was a hugger, but Flora was so aloof that she didn't know if it would be okay or if it would bother the other girl. Instead she climbed up to the top bunk and turned off the light. It was quiet out in this part of Devonshire. The window was open, and the faint sounds of insects drifted in, but there was no sound of people. Despite this, Hermione couldn't fall asleep. Too much had happened. Flora, are you awake? She whispered. Yes. Hermione stared up the ceiling for some time before finally rolling onto her side and calling down to the bunk bellow. Do you like Harry? Flora hesitated. Something in me is broken. Used to be broken, I don't know. All I know is that I used to express myself wrongly. Now, in some ways, I am more complete, but in others more broken. She paused before continuing. After everything that's happened, I don't know how I should feel about Harry. Hermione made a soft sound of assent. Normally, she would have said something about how she hadn't asked Flora how she should feel, but how she actually did feel. Or how overthinking your feelings was a recipe for disaster. But instead she stayed quiet. Inside, she was happy with Flora's lack of an answer, so she didn't push. MLC. The next morning, when Harry came down for breakfast, Flora was gone. She had left a note thanking the Weasleys for their hospitality and snuck out before anybody else was awake. She didn't even take anything for breakfast. Molly was incensed. Harry, do you know where she could have gone to? Harry slid some kippers and toast onto his plate. Yeah, probably. She really likes her family cottage. That's where we had the showdown with Voldemort. She has free access to it, and nobody else uses it. He scowled down at his toast as he dabbed butter onto it. If she was up that early, she probably didn't actually get any sleep. Not that it was his problem, but it still bothered him. Actually, I still have her portkey. And it's too far for most people to apparate, so I doubt that she went there. Bill added sleepily as he shambled in to grab a cup of coffee. He had crashed at his parents', since he didn't have to be at work until 10 today. Though I can pop over and check. No, let her be. If she wanted company, she would have stayed here. She should have stayed here. Harry stabbed his kipper angrily. Bill nodded and sipped his coffee as Harry started on his breakfast. He waited until his mother was out of the room to ask, "So, is Flora your girlfriend?" Harry coughed, choking on his food as he tried to answer. Instead he just shook his head no. "That's a pretty strong negative," Bill smirked. "But you did stay at her cottage last summer, right?" "No, I mean," Harry sighed, "I don't think she's my girlfriend. But I don't know what's going on in her head. I think maybe that she thinks she is. Maybe she has a reason," whispered a small treasonous voice in the back of his mind. When Bill just nodded sympathetically, Harry slipped into a comfortable monologue that he had developed over the past year. "I mean, she keeps following me everywhere. She would just accidentally show up wherever I was. She has been doing it all year. And then this happened. But you went to visit her." "Not of my own volition. Except for over winter break." Bill quirked an eyebrow at that. "Okay, I stand corrected." After a moment of thought, he added, "She sounds like a stalker. Next year, you should explain what's going on to your head of house." Have McGonagall talk to Flora about keeping her distance. Okay. Incidentally, what's up with Professor Lupin and Tonks? Harry asked, changing the subject. This was getting into uncomfortable territory. Bill snorted. "You didn't know. They got married a month ago." "What? But Professor Lupin..." Harry didn't want to say it, but Lupin just looked so old and drab and worn out, while Tonks was a lot younger and more vivacious. They were such an unlikely couple. "Don't judge a book by its cover," Bill quipped. Which was rather disingenuous of him, given that his fiancée looked like a supermodel. MLC. Flora quietly opened the apartment door and tiptoed in. Stepping over scattered shoes, she peered into stepmother's room. It was empty. With a sigh of relief she sat down on her bed. Maybe it would be okay. She was back home, like stepmother always demanded. She didn't want to be here. This wasn't home. But laying awake, staring at the ceiling at the Weasleys, it had felt like she was betraying something. A formless sense of guilt enveloped her heart like stepmother's fist. And there had been too many people there. Especially Molly Weasley. It was like there were 10 of her, the way she had kept hugging Flora. Flora pulled the blanket tight around her shoulders. Now everything would be back to normal. Maybe that would be enough for stepmother. Flora rocked gently back and forth as she waited for stepmother to return. MLC. The following weeks passed in normal domestic bedlam as Molly and Arthur prepared for Bill's wedding. Harry opted not to go back to the Dursleys, as what would be the point? The Blood wards had collapsed last year, and it's not like there was anything or anybody at number 4 Privet Drive that he ever wanted to see again. Fleur was still living in her apartment in London, but she came over most evenings to help with the logistics. Well, maybe help, wasn't the right word as she and Molly butted heads repeatedly over seating charts and color schemes and all the other wonderfully important trivialities of a wedding. In the last week leading up to the wedding, things at the Weasley home got more tense, as the adult Weasley children started arriving. Molly's composure slipped, and the normally domineering woman became a complete martinet. Nothing could take place in the house without her approval. The wedding preparations intersected with order members casting additional wards on the property, leading to a highly orchestrated chaos. Harry did his best to stay out of the way as much as possible, slipping away as soon as whatever chores Molly had assigned him that morning were done. He would then go down to the town center, if you call a public library, a coffee shop and a single office building a town center, and hang out there. Hey, you ducked out again. Hermione slid in to the seat opposite him at the coffee shop, a coffee in her hand. It was almost dinner time. Harry put down his book. Yeah, but you aren't any better. Aren't you supposed to be helping crotchet doilies or something? Hermione rolled her eyes. I really like Mrs. Weasley, but I swear, her view of gender roles is antediluvian. You might have noticed, but all of wizarding society is stuck in the 18th century. Tell me about it. You know why Ron doesn't invite Romilda to any of our adventures? Because he thinks she's a delicate flower that needs to be protected. Hermione scowled. She hoped Harry wasn't like that. She didn't think he was, but if he sided with Ron, she took a sip of her coffee nervously. In Ron's defense, she kind of is. As Harry spoke, Hermione's shoulder slumped. I mean, she's worse than Lavender. She doesn't walk, she flounces. Though if she could weaponize perkiness, she would be lethal. Hermione blew coffee all over the table as she exploded into laughter. Ew. Gross. I guess we don't need to weaponize you. You. Hermione pretended to punch Harry. Hey, when did you get so violent? From hanging out with Ginny. Ginny. But she seems like such a nice girl. Hermione quirked an eyebrow, becoming more serious. She is a nice girl, but, she shrugged. You don't spend a lot of time with her, I guess, but she has a temper. Ask Ron. Harry sat back and tilted his head to one side. Now that I think about it, you're right. I'm just not used to thinking of girls as being violent. I kind of assume that it's a guy failing. It's not a failing. Being able to stand up for yourself is a good thing. I guess. Harry put his book away and took a sip of his own, now cold, coffee. You know, we never sit and talk like this at Hogwarts. It's kind of nice. Hermione froze. Yeah. So what are you reading? She turned the book around so she could get a look. It's nothing great. It's just a thriller. The library here doesn't have a good selection. Oh, I read that last summer. They quickly fell to talking about books. Though Hermione had read far more than Harry, they had enough overlap to chat for some time. I spoke to Ron. He also hinks that we should put the Horcrux hunt on hold until we know if Voldemort is gone or not. Hermione finally switched back to a more serious topic. Yeah, it will be good if the pressure is off. We can finish our 7th year. Harry agreed. Even if Voldemort was only gone for a couple of years, that would give them more time to finish school and train. Anyway, we should head back. Because despite everything, Hermione did feel guilty if she didn't help out with the preparation, so she only took an hour off each day to go hang out with Harry. As they headed back towards the burrow, Hermione kicked herself. Why did I chicken out? That was the perfect opportunity to ask him out. MLC. Finally, August 1st arrived. As the wedding guests trickled in, they were greeted by the Weasleys and the DeLacers, who had arrived at the burrow 2 days before, slowly filling the huge outdoor pavilion. When the ceremony started, Harry got to watch it from up front. He was seated with the Weasleys, disguised as a distant cousin, just in case the Death Eaters were still watching for him. After the tremendous amount of work that the preparations had entailed, it felt somewhat anticlimactic. Which wasn't to say that it wasn't a nice ceremony. He glanced over at Hermione. She looked enthralled. Or maybe wedding were just more of a girl thing. To him, the marriage was way more important than some ceremony. All of which made Harry think about what sort of girl he wanted to spend his life with. He knew that a lot of wizards got married right out of Hogwarts. But he hadn't even had a steady girlfriend. Maybe Flora, he finally admitted to himself, but then again her whole family wants to kill me, so that's probably a no. He would have to wait until they were back in Hogwarts before talking to her anyways. So he should just put it out of his mind for now. He glanced to his left again. There was Hermione. Nah, she just thinks of me as a friend. And there was no way in hell that Harry was going to ask her out. He'd make a mess of it, and she would end up hating him. He'd rather go 3 rounds with a Death Eater. His musings were interrupted by cheering. He looked up to see Fleur standing side by side with Bill. Oh, I must have missed the kiss the bride moment. Come on, Harry. They're going to rearrange the room for the reception. Hermione grabbed his elbow and led the way off to the side. Thankfully, she wasn't the sort to gush over girly stuff, so he wasn't subjected to the sort of insipid conversation he could hear from some of the other witches as they talked about how beautiful, from the women, or romantic, from the girls, the ceremony had been. Soon, the room was rearranged with small round tables grouped at one side, and a dance floor at the other. Everybody crowded around the dance floor as first the Delacours danced with their daughter, and then the Weasleys with Bill, and finally Bill and Fleur danced alone. After that, the major domo, Fred, or possibly George, called for everybody else to come join them on the dance floor. Hermione turned to Harry, "Come with me," and lead Harry out onto the dance floor. I really don't know how to dance." Harry awkwardly took Hermione's hand. "You had the lessons for the Yule Ball. That's more than I did." They danced carefully, so as not to bump into any of the other couples. Most of the guests had come out onto the dance floor for at least the first dance, including some rather elderly wizards and witches. Harry looked around. Everybody looked like they were having a go. OD time. Fred was dancing with Alika at the far end of the floor, while Ron was catching up with Charlie. Romilda hadn't been able to come. Her family was vacationing on the continent. Harry and Hermione stayed on the floor for the following song as well. And the next. When that ended, Harry excused himself to go to the restroom. "What am I doing?" It's Hermione. If she thought that he was hitting on her, she would get angry at him. And then there was Flora. But do I even like Flora like that? The answer to that was pretty obvious. But she left. Harry angrily splashed some water on his face and went back out to the reception. They would be serving the meal shortly. He had just walked out of the bathroom when there was a ruckus at the entrance. Harry drew his wand and rushed over to see what was going on. Kingle C. Shacklebolt staggered into the room, immediately casting Sonorous on himself. "Everyone, Minister Scrimgeour has been assassinated, and there have been multiple other Death Eater attacks. The burrow is a prime target. Everybody needs to evacuate. Now." Everybody started talking at once. Several people headed for the fireplace to flew out. Harry ran over towards Ron, swimming through the press of confused people. Before he got there he heard a loud gong. "The wards," Bill yelled. Arthur added, "Hey, everybody. Use the designated apparition points." He waved his wand, and yellow balls of light lit up over cordoned-off areas in each corner of the tent. A panic erupted as people ran for the lit corners, knocking over the decorative balustrades set around them. As Ron pushed his way through, there were flares of light from the south end of the tent. "Where do we go?" "I'm going to delay the attackers so that people can evacuate." Harry ran for the south side of the tent. As he did, Ron and then Hermione flowed after him, their wands out. Meanwhile, the press of people around them was thinning quickly. They were just at the last line of tables before the south side of the tent when the wall in front of them caught fire and curled back on itself. Harry immediately tipped over one of the tables and took cover behind it, and Hermione did likewise. Crouching down between them, Ron started casting into the gap where the two tables abutted. After a moment Hermione and Harry joined him. From the diagonally opposite side of the room Tonks and Remus Lupin added their firepower as they used an Engorgio Ed potted palm for cover. The attackers apparently weren't expecting such stiff resistance, as they didn't try to enter, instead casting sporadic bombardas. After what felt like an eternity but was probably a minute or two, Hermione nudged the boys. "Everybody's out. We need to go too, before they get their act together." She held out the emerald NC portkey that she had made earlier from her bracelet and which Bill had keyed to the wards. "But we can drive them back," Ron began. "No, we go now." Harry grabbed Hermione's bracelet. The moment that Ron took hold of it, Hermione triggered the portkey, and not a moment too soon, as the east side of the tent exploded in a blast of debris. MLC. Where are we? Harry looked around. It looked like London, but not a part he was familiar with. They were in a side alley, but just a few yards away was a busy thoroughfare filled with electronics shops and other stores. Even at this time of day there were shoppers aplenty. Tottenham Court Road. I visited here with my parents. I figured it was as far from the magical world as you could get and still be in England. Let's head up to a cafe and plan what to do next. Wait, we're dressed a little formal. Harry transfigured his clothes into a polo and pair of slacks. It took him 2 tries. Transfiguration was delicate work, and a GHT like that always sent so much adrenaline surging through him that it made it tricky. And Hermione had to assist Ron with making something inconspicuous by Muggle standards. In the end they managed to make their way out to a coffee shop without attracting any attention. We need to find out if we are being pursued. Hermione was the first to speak once they had ordered their coffees and sat down at a back table. Agreed. We can hide out at Grimmauld Place until we know for certain. But what about my mum and dog? I say we go check up on them. They may need us to rescue them. Ron countered, glancing between the other 2 teens. It is not safe to go back to the burrow. The Death Eaters are certain to have left somebody there. Harry looked to Hermione for support. Or more like, set some wards to let them know that somebody's returned. But we have to start at the burrow. How else are we going to find out what happened to everybody? Ron didn't like how the other 2 were ignoring him. The 2 kept looking at each other as they talked, like he wasn't even here. Hermione reached out and placed her hands over Ron's. I know you are worried about your family, but I think we're going to have to trust in them and their ability to take care of themselves. Speaking of family, I'm surprised that you're not worried about your parents. Do you want to call them or something? Harry asked. Hermione shook her head, but didn't reply right away. After an awkward pause, she bowled ahead. Memory charmed them, and I got them to relocate to Australia. It was the only way to keep them safe. That seems extreme. I know, but in my defense I didn't yet know that you had taken out Voldemort. And now it looks like maybe it was a good idea anyways. Hermione retorted defensively, so maybe we should wait. Ron acquiesced with a sigh. If even Hermione was willing to go to such lengths, he would also. We can see if anything happens before the start of the school year. If there's nothing, we can go finish our 7th year, and you can go retrieve your parents. Let's define. Anything happens, as more large-scale Death Eater attacks, or Voldemort making a comeback, Hermione clarified. Agreed. In which case we go look for the Horcruxes like we talked about. Harry was periodically looking past Ron to see if anybody suspicious came into the shop. At this time of the evening, it was mostly empty except for a couple sitting at the bar, chatting, and an older gentleman typing on a laptop. Ron sighed and rubbed at his face, trying to knead himself into alertness. The say decisions were a lot more important than what to eat for lunch. Are you certain Grimmauld is going to be secure, if things do get bad? It's still under the Fidelis, and with Dumbledore dead, there is no one to give away the secret. I just hope that creature hasn't filled it dead rats or something, Ron grumbled under his breath. MLC. Well, it's no worse that it was last summer. Hermione draped her purse over a coat hook. The trio had managed to make their way to Grimmauld without any incident. While we're here, I'm going to take a look in the library for any references on Horcruxes. As she walked away, Ron turned to Harry. That was quick. It's almost like she was planning on it. She probably was, Harry shrugged. The Black Library will have a lot of dark books that aren't even in the forbidden section at Hogwarts. Come on, let's see what the situation for clothes is. I don't particularly want to spend the next week in the same tux. And food. Creature. Ron commanded. Yes, Bad Master is calling. What is the mudblood wanting? Creature. Please don't leave the premises until we permit you to. Harry quickly interrupted, remembering the trouble the elf had caused last year. But in the meantime, can you tell us how much food we have? Creature grumbled to himself for a bit before admitting, with house elf magic, you is not running out of food. Ron gave a sigh of relief. Harry, Hermione called from the library, can you come give me a hand? I'll go check out the rest of the house. Ron jerked a thumb up the stairs. They had done a fair job of clearing it of dark objects and pests when the Order had been using it as their headquarters, but there was no telling what might have snuck in or what creature intentionally placed about in the interim. And there was the mundane dirt. Ron wasn't like his mum, but if he was going to be sleeping here, we wanted to make sure that it wasn't a complete mess. Harry nodded and made his way into library. It was a well-appointed room filled with books. Or it once was. Now, the paint was peeling, and many of the books had been damaged by mice. At least the charms to prevent moisture had remained intact. Oh, there was no mold or other water damage. I can't pull any of the books off the shelves. You're the master of the house, see if you can. Hermione gestured in frustration at the closest bookshelf. Harry obligingly pulled one down. Hermione, I think it's better if we start tomorrow, once we are rested. Hermione shook her head. No, I can't sleep with everything up in the air, topsy-turvy like this. It's making me anxious. I need to have a better idea of what's going on. That's not going to happen with the Death Eater attacks, but at least I can get a start on the Horcruxes. I won't take long, just enough to know if any of the books here are going to be useful. Harry sighed, and pulled about half a dozen books off the shelves under Hermione's direction before heading upstairs to find a bed. It had been a long day. MLC. The following morning, after breakfast, the trio went back to the library. So there wasn't much in the books I grabbed yesterday, but I did manage put together a list of references to look through next. Can you guys help me find out if we have any of these books on the shelves? Hermione handed Harry and Ron each a copy of a list of a dozen books. As they started inspecting the bookcases, trying to get a sense for how the books were shelved, Ron recoiled. What's that? He pointed at the corner of one of the upper shelves. I think something is nesting in there. He whipped out his wand and carefully magicked away the pieces of shredded paper, sawdust and animal droppings. Harry, I found one. Can you get it for me? Harry reached over and pulled the book Hermione indited off of the shelf. I wish I knew how to key you into the wards so that you could get what you wanted yourself. Yeah, that would be faster, but at least this works. Hermio. Nay gave Harry a quick smile before going back to scanning the stacks. Ron found another animal nest hiding behind the nook created by a leaning book, and proceeded to clean that out. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Apparently Mrs. Weasley had left an indelible mark on her son's psyche. By lunchtime, they had another half-dozen books, and Hermione was sitting on the couch reading. Harry searched for more based on her instructions. Ron had given up and announced that he was going to send a flu message to any member of the Order that he could think of, starting with Shellcott, age which Bill had just recently purchased. And after that, maybe he would take an inventory of the house. Anything to avoid the library. MLC. Harry, come see if you can make any sense of this. Hermione handed Harry a book. He dropped down onto the couch next to her and peered at the handwritten manuscript. It was written several centuries ago. The English was Baroque, and the writer had tried to seem more intelligent than he was by making the text even more impenetrable than it had to be. As he leaned back against the threadbare cushions of the couch, puzzling his way through the dense text, Hermione slid down so that her head was resting on Harry's lap. It feels good to stretch out. She had already kicked off her shoes, but now she put her feet up on the arm of the couch. I was getting stiff from sitting on this thing. The stuffing is all gone. And that font was giving me a headache. She gestured at the book in Harry's hands. Harry replied noncommittally, trying to concentrate on the text. But Hermione had made it unnecessarily difficult. His gaze kept being drawn to the pretty head resting in his lap. After a half-hour more of struggling, he finally put the book down and announced, I think we should take a break and get some food. Creature. He called out, please bring lunch to the library. I think it's actually closer to dinner time, Hermione corrected him. Yeah, I lost track of time. There's just so much here. Half the books here deal with the dark arts. Hey, that's usually my line, Hermione joked as she sat up properly. Come to think of it, she was feeling a bit peckish as well. Yeah, after we have a snack, maybe we can get together with Ron and see if we can figure out who RAB was. Harry pulled out the locket from the Cave of Inferni. Grimmauld Place would be a good place to start digging for that. He was almost certain that he had seen the initials RAB somewhere in this house. Just as he did, Creature walked in carrying a tray of sandwiches. With a gasp, he dropped the tray. "Where did you get that? That belongs to Good Mazer," he hissed. Harry stood up, to keep the locket out of the house elf's reach. "You know who owned this locket?" "Ron." Hermione called up the stairs, "We got something." Over the course of the next hour, they finally coaxed Creature into telling them the story of Regulus Black. Towards the end, Creature was sobbing loudly. "Here, why don't you take this?" Harry gave the house elf the locket before turning back to his two friends. "I think the locket, the real locket, was part of the junk we cleared out of the house back 2 years ago." Creature gently took the locket, clutching it to his chest. "No," Creature rescued the locket. Creature had unfinished business with the locket. But then that filthy Mundungus stole it. "What? Why?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Probably to sell it. Dung was always a petty thief," Ron explained. "I bet he pawned it off on some unsuspecting soul. Well, whoever has it is at risk. From the little I have been able to find, close contact with a Horcrux will at the very least cause some of the personality of the creator to bleed over. And with the main chunk of the soul gone, the Horcruxes probably be even more active than normal, assuming that the artifact that the book has been describing was in fact an Horcrux." "Core, you mean they'll posses the wearer?" "I don't know. I wouldn't think that there is enough of Voldemort's personality in there to do that, but it might create a Voldemort light, with all of the negative personality traits." Hermione shrugged self-consciously. She didn't like not having the answers. The diary had a fairly complete personality. "I spoke to it, and it acted like a human. You were 12. I don't know how good you would have been at telling if the personality was normal." Hermione replied quickly, sounding defensive. "But the diary was also the first one that he made. He probably put more of himself into it than he intended. He probably used only a tiny sliver in the later ones, once he got good at the technique. Otherwise there would have been nothing left of him. And even that large a soul Splinter had needed to kill Ginny to come to life." Harry shuddered at the memory. "We need to find the real locket and destroy it." "Yeah, one of the texts did imply that wearing a Horcrux could cause it to parasites the wearer, killing them. Though the book wasn't clear if even that would bring the soul back to life or not." "What would you like for dinner?" The somber mood was interrupted by Creature acting with unnatural cheer. "I can make a good meatloaf." Harry began when a knock on the front door interrupted him.